There was no practice today. The coach had the flu. Why? Beth's voice came in response. Adam isn't home yet. I figured they had a late practice. Hold on, I'll check with Jamie. A brief pause. Jamie says Adam wasn't in school today. He assumed the flu bug had got to him, too. Oh, my God, Maggie panicked. No, he was fine when he left the house this morning. I'll check with my mom. Sometimes he stops over there. You haven't seen him, Mom? That's strange. I'll buzz some of his friends. Yes, I'll get back to you. And with that, Maggie frantically placed a series of calls to Adam's best friends. The same response from them all. The phone rang. No, Dad, I haven't found him. Yes, please come over. What shall I do? She was shaking, frightened. All she could think was foul play, accident. Yes, he suggested, it would be a good idea to contact the police. I'll be right over. And the click on the line indicated that he was on the way. Coincidentally, her father and Jen arrived at the same time. The police had no reports of an accident involving a young boy. They requested a detailed description, what he was wearing, his height and coloring, and asked a slew of questions. They then advised her to remain by her telephone so that they could reach her. The hours dragged. Evening blended into night and then into morning. The school was contacted and the office clerk verified the fact that Adam had indeed been absent on the previous day. The atmosphere was charged with worry, and fears as to his whereabouts pierced her heart. Maggie's head throbbed. She felt completely spent but gave no consideration to her own exhaustion. She pushed aside the sedative Jen tried to give her. She felt the need to go and look for him. But where does one start in a big city? The police were on the case and had remained in contact all through the morning. They were reassuring in their professional manner, but their words refused to penetrate her unthinkable fears. Maggie had not thought to call her school, and her principal had phoned during the course of the morning to check on her. Word of Adam's absence soon spread throughout the building, and calls from her coworkers started streaming in. Jen insisted upon a sedative and eventually won her point. You'll be no good to Adam by killing yourself. You must get a little sleep, Meg. Your dad's dozing now and your mom's here. She'll wake you up soon as we hear something. It was a fitful sleep that grabbed her. People without faces were dancing around a fire, and Adam was repeatedly jumping into and out of the conflagration. She tried to stop him, but she couldn't reach him. Just as she would touch his hand, he would leap away from her and back into the flames. Everyone was clapping to a steady rhythm and ignored her pleas to grab him. Stop him! Stop him! She screamed. The sound of her own voice startled her back into wakefulness. Her mom was holding her. Wake up, darling. The police just called. They're bringing Adam home. 15 minutes later, 2 uniformed gentlemen and her son got out of a car in front of their house. Maggie flew towards Adam, tears streaming down her face. She clutched him with the strength she couldn't believe was within her. I'm sorry, Mom, he wept. I'm so sorry. How had she failed to perceive the confusion, the pain, the loss that her son had been experiencing? He was still a child, she realized, who had not yet learned to understand and cope with his youthful, erratic emotions. He had run from life in an attempt to sort it out, so focused inward that he was unable to recognize the repercussions that his own behavior would be responsible for. She slumped in his strong arms and with his help moved towards their door. He repeated again and again, I'm sorry, Mom. September in the Midwest is a wondrous time. The lazy days of summer suddenly cease, but its heat persists. Yet the calendar says that a new beginning is about to take place. Vacations, for the most part, have become history. For millions of parents, the time has come to turn their progeny over to the guidance of the teachers of the world. And for the offspring themselves, new experiences loom in the future. Mixed emotions abound. For the first-timers, this may be a painful time of separation. For the more adventurous, it offers promise and excitement. As Maggie grasped Adam's little hand, hers was the heart that pounded with apprehension, but the skipping, enthusiastic little man at her side was full of happy anticipation. Do all mothers want to hold on, she asked herself. Her friend Bet had reassured her that this was going to be her time of release, rebirth even. After all, Bet had reassured her, your mothering won't come to an end, and Adam could do well with less smothering. Intellectually, Maggie knew she was right, but emotionally she could give no credence to her friend's advice. How could she begin to understand my fears, Maggie thought, as she recalled the months she had gently stroked her preemie son as he lay in his hospital isolette, fighting to live. He was a marvel, this 3-pound living, breathing being whom she had unwillingly separated from her nurturing body. Bet's children had followed all the growth and developmental charts with amazing normalcy, right on the button with every average pound, inch, and achievement. Maggie and Bet had shared a hospital room, had delivered almost simultaneously, but the one brought forth a squawking 8-pound son. Oh, they both had 10 fingers and 10 toes, but the difference in the sizes of their miniature digits was appalling. A year later, one was scooting around the floor on all fours, no longer willing to accept the confines of his playpen, while the other still struggled to sit up. Jamie's little hands grasped anything and everything in sight, carrots, crackers, cars, and everything went into his mouth, while Adam still spit out his spoons of pablum and regurgitated half the milk she patiently managed to get into him. The second year was better if you disregard the bout of pneumonia and the perpetual sniffles, sneezes, and fevers. Jamie with his smile and sentences and enthusiasm for the world about him. Adam lethargic, quiet, scarcely babbling. If Bet hadn't proved to be such a caring, attentive friend, Maggie could easily have hated her, but in her heart she knew she also couldn't have coped during those first 2 years without her constant encouragement and good humor. Her support just wouldn't quit, and Gil's was just as staunch, though admittedly more troubled. Thank heaven for the telephone in the car. How's my guy doing this morning? He'd call and ask an hour after getting to the office. And for the first 6 months of Adam's life, he'd speed home at noon to hug them both, if only for 15 minutes. With a support system like this, all things were possible. Looking for Illinois Street? You betcha. The attendant at the gas station pointed north and explained, 3 blocks that way, turn left at the light, follow the street around the quadrangle past the chemistry building. Maggie didn't hear a word of his directions. Leave the driving to me this time, her dad had admonished. When they pulled up in front of a gray frame building typical of Little Town, USA, her mother turned a critical eye. Could use a coat of paint, she observed. Maggie could tell that it was her mother's attempt at normalcy. All during the 3.5-hour drive from home, she had been uncharacteristically silent. It was her father, the less vocal one of her parents, who had joshed and prated during the entire trip. He had identified the cows and sheep in the pastures, remembered the warm, rich milk straight from the cows, observed the now mowed hay fields, and explained the balling process. Not the same as cotton, he had nostalgically added. He retold old stories of the swimming hole down home and his brother's near drowning, and how he had saved him and couldn't tell their parents because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place. He reminisced about the chickens he'd fed, the eggs it was his chore to gather, and the distasteful job of keeping their pecking areas clean. He told again the story of his horse, his very own from age 4, who broke his leg when he fell into a ditch that his older brother had filled with debris when the old outhouse had been dismantled. That was Daddy, her warm, loving, calm, always there when you needed him, adoring father. But today his softness was edged with the muted sadness. His baby, his only one, was soon to be a co-ed. He had wondered why the fine local university was being bypassed for an out-of-state institution 160 miles away, but concurred with reticence. Maggie wasn't quite sure what she had wanted. All her friends were either staying in the city or planning on attending State U, but her cousin Helen had sung the praises of her alma mater and had convinced her mother that that was the only place to consider, and since the entire family had stood in awe of Helen's professor husband, could there be any question? So despite her mild protestations, Maggie had submitted her application, feeling almost disappointed when the acceptance was returned. And now, with an unwanted fur coat, 4 sloppy Joe sweaters with matching socks knitted by her mother's flying fingers, 1 cashmere sweater, a different color for each school day, a demure black and white formal dress, 2 new pairs of saddle shoes, 1 blue and white, the other brown and white, a radio, a portable Smith Corona typewriter, a 9-month supply of stationery and stamps, and a co-signature approved on the family checking account, she was packed off with her new leather baggage, beautiful but oh so heavy. As the family Buick neared their destination, Maggie became aware of the numerous dogs on campus and hugged her buddy who had spent the speeding miles asleep on her lap or panting out the window, her hand firmly planted on his collar. Which one of the 3, she wondered, would it be hardest to kiss goodbye? Maggie stood awkwardly in front of her new home away from home. The door was ajar, the ripped screen unlocked. She was about to press the bell button when a short, plump, pretty resident appeared with a warm, "Hi, are you moving in? My name's Jennifer. I just got here too. Is that your dog? They're not serving lunch here yet. Our house mother just left, but she said she'd be back in 20 minutes. Is that your mom and dad?" And with that, she swept past Maggie down to the car and continued her monologue with her parents. Maggie somehow felt annoyed by this apparent bird brain whose mouth was in high gear. Before she had time to formulate any further options, she saw each of them armed with her belongings. Should she join the parade? Or the decision was made for her as Buddy tugged at his leash, looking desperately at the nearby elm. Smart boy, she thought. First things first, and that reminded her of her own needs. By the time her possessions were neatly stashed at the foot of the stairs, the proprietress of Keeler's cozy cottage appeared with an armload of groceries. My stars, Maggie thought. She must be Methuselah's mother, and she stood shyly aside as Jennifer continued her flow of patter, making introductions all around and suggesting, if it were all right with Mag, that they share a room. I came to college to broaden my horizons, she joshed, and already I've met my first friend from another state. And so it was ordained. You're going to love high school, Bobbye promised Maggie. You're lucky that you're so smart. These 2 buddies had known each other since the beginning of time. It wasn't a boy-girl thing. They were just 2 playmates who loved to bike and shoot marbles and swim and play tennis, or at tennis, as the big kids called it, together. Maggie had always longed to have a sibling, but since none was there, she had a need for a best friend to fill the void. Bobbye was that friend. When they were small, their parents had babysat for each other, and overnighters were a way of life. When they became old enough no longer to need adult supervision and were deemed responsible enough to be left alone during their parents' social evenings out, the overnighters had been discouraged and were eventually eliminated entirely. But not their palship. Maggie was accepted by Bobbye's friends as one of the guys, but her friends giggled and teased about Margaret's boyfriend. Girls are such wimps, she told her mother. They just don't understand. Thank goodness her mother did, and Bob, his high school moniker, was always welcome in their home and was a frequent guest at their dinner table, especially on chicken, rice, and gravy and biscuit nights. That was Bobbye, telling her she was smart, but it was his hand that shot up with questions and observations in Dr. Urch's social studies classes. Much of the discussion of ancient history was placed on the back burner as talk of Germany's European offensives filled the headlines. It was Dr. Urch's firm conviction that an all-out war was imminent and that United States involvement was a certainty. A map following invasions greeted them daily, and historical aggressions were given currency In the light of the news that bombarded the U.S. via the press, radio, and theater news, parents all poo-pooed the classroom predictions, claiming never, never again would their boys go to war. The fathers had experienced the hell of battle and would pass the knowledge on to their sons. The insanity of man killing man was an absurdity too great to fathom. Neither their eyes nor those of Dr. Urch had traveled across the globe to a place called Pearl Harbor. While there was a keen awareness afforded by the affable history instructor, the student's reality was far removed from the ravages of the European continent. The 15-year-old mentality had the capability of moving forward unscathed into its own world. Footballs were reality, not cannonballs. The marching band didn't play reveille. Fried chicken bore no resemblance to K rations, and the warmth of a secure inner spring mattress had no similarity to a foxhole. Young German refugees infiltrated the classrooms, but appeared more intent on acceptance and mastering a new language than sharing tales of loneliness or past horrors. Some came with their families intact, but most came to live with a long-forgotten auntie in a strange environment. They were bright, amiable young people, but seemingly more introverted than their American counterparts. Books were more appealing than a Saturday night bash, but there was no denying the attraction of an American hot dog on a soft, fluffy white bun with an ice-cold root beer in a thick glass mug, or the joy of securing a driver's license when permitted or encouraged. Luxuries such as these have universal appeal. High school was more fun than an academic challenge for both Maggie and Bob. After 10 years of piano lessons foisted upon her, Maggie yearned to be part of a music group, but her expertise, or lack thereof, at the piano certainly didn't make her a candidate for pianist with the high school orchestra. Besides, the student body already boasted two talented keyboard artists who had a strong hold on that position of honor. It wasn't recognition that Maggie sought, only participation. The joy of creating music, of being part of a group, of making her contribution to the whole. Bob, one of the four cellists in the orchestra, suggested that she speak with Falke, the music director and understander of young people par excellence. "Oh, Bobbye, you know my mom. She has tunnel vision when it comes to me and the piano. She'd burst my balloon before it even got blown up." "Not if you kept on with the piano," he assured her. "With your basic knowledge of music, you could learn another instrument in no time flat. Hey, you're way past square one." "Keep talking, fellas," she smiled. After this first conversation, keep talking he did. A month later, with determination and spunk, she approached the beloved Falke. He listened attentively to her tale of longing and asked what instrument she had in mind. Strange, that choice had never occurred to her. She asked for his suggestion, and he told her that if purchasing an instrument was a problem, then her choice of what the school had available for loan was either a clarinet or a clarinet. The following week, she allocated half of her babysitting dollar to her first of many clarinet lessons. Better to be happy than rich, she reasoned. It was while taking care of two sleeping tykes during her senior year that the news blared and pulsed. Being alone to hear these tidings was overwhelming. She had dialed her parents' number. No answer. She tried several of her friends in a frenzy. Busy signals. Suddenly the gloom became so overpowering that dwelling in her own thoughts was all the strength she could muster. The next day, while the school's intercom played to 1,200 somber students, they heard the familiar voice of the president speak of the day that would go down in infamy. Maggie, with tearful eyes, looked around at her classmates. None made an attempt to hide the tears that streamed down young faces. She saw Bob biting his lower lip and dabbing vacantly at the fuzz on his upper. The silence screamed. The Griner twins had moved their chairs together, and Art had placed an arm about Ted's shoulder. Norma's head was lowered on her arm, and the sobs shook her entire body. Stella and Michael, the first two German arrivals, nodded as if to say, "Soll sein." In minutes they had left childhood, never to return. Bobbye was in love. The woman in his life, Babette, a.k.a. Bobbye, was not one of Maggie's favorite people. Maggie thought her a snob. Her father owned a pharmaceutical supply business and was believed to be able to buy both Woolworths and Kresge's combined. But she was wonderful to Bob and made him happy. It was to her that he turned in this moment of supreme depression, and Maggie felt a part of her very being decimated. When class was dismissed, she gathered up her books and dragged down the hall, alone, to geometry. Suddenly she felt arms about her, and she stood stark still as both Bobbye and Bobbye enveloped her in tearful hugs. Electricity seemed to stream through her body. They were a threesome now, she knew. She was certainly not the scorned woman she had felt to be just minutes ago. At that cataclysmic moment, a wave of relief enveloped her. Bob would still be a part of her life, and she knew within her heart that she would be Bobbie's friend, too. As the class of 42 gathered in the cafeteria, donned in their robes and mortarboards, one could sense an aura of anticipation, truly a commencement. They were at a threshold unlike any such group prior to them. Maggie looked about her. Seth, she knew, occupied his stadium seat with her parents. Dear Seth, knowing him had meant touching one of the world's beautiful people. Being near him, feeling his gentle warmth envelop her, hearing his low-pitched, soft tenderness, knowing his concern for all creatures great and small, was incredibly special. He had completed his second year at Stanford with dreams of becoming an archaeologist, but his recent letters left no doubt that annihilating the forces of a madman and his followers gone berserk was his current priority. Officer candidate school was his next step. Archaeology would be put on hold until more important, more immediate tasks were behind him. Could it have been only 6 months ago when Bobbye, his women flanking him, marched into their temple's multi-purpose room? A guest lecturer just returned from the European theater had volunteered to share his incredulous knowledge of planned annihilation of their people in Germany and Poland. As they neared the temple parking lot, they recognized the fact that the throngs in attendance had already filled the available spaces. Bob backed his Chevy away from the entrance and felt fortunate to find a place to park 3 blocks away. The December snow made walking precarious, and the penetrating wind seemed to make their otherwise warm outerwear seem almost non-existent. As Maggie drew her scarf and collar tighter about her neck and face, the story of the wager between the north wind and the sun flashed across her mind. Each had claimed, she remembered, to be able to cause a man to remove his coat. North wind blew with all his might, but the fiercer he blew, the firmer the man clenched his coat about him. I'll bet on the sun right now, she shivered. He can try me out for size any old time. How will we ever find Seth in this crowd? Bobbye asked. He said he'd meet us at the front door, but I don't know. We may never even get that far. Bobbie's cousin was home from the West Coast for winter break, and she had suggested that he might find this lecture enlightening. He declined the invitation at first. He had to hit the books, he said, as finals week started right after the first of the year. But Seth, she coached, the relevance of this night, how could you? It's a must-do. Besides, I want you to meet Bob and Maggie. He had reconsidered briefly and was relieved that his cousin wasn't trying to play Cupid. He was a one-woman man, and that one woman was in Palo Alto. How they met in that mob scene was one of the minor wonders of the world. No less a wonder was the attraction Seth felt for Maggie, but he was of the opinion that she and Bob were a twosome. His attention was soon focused on the speaker before them and the unbelievable treachery he was addressing, but he couldn't help notice Bob's arm slip about Bobbie's shoulder and his hand entwined with hers, the presence of a very appealing young woman on the one hand and the serious, profoundly worried questions being posed by the audience on the other. The curtain of secrecy had been lifted, frightening, incomprehensible horrors revealed. Half of the city's jury had been mesmerized, and by tomorrow the other half would know of the monster to be dealt with. Yet another day of infamy. Bobbie's intended role was not that of matchmaker, But the bottom line was that was just what she had become. The next 2 weeks were a flurry of togetherness sandwiched between serious study. Both Seth and Maggie knew they were young. They knew, but could not necessarily find it acceptable, that separation was speeding toward them. They knew that the future was fraught with danger, but they also knew that being with each other was pained happiness. At the train station, other couples embraced in farewells, but Seth was oblivious to them all. The miles and months that were to come between them was a command. As the caboose chugged backwards from sight, Maggie turned and moved slowly away from the tracks. With the hint of a smile, she whispered, "Farewell, 2 arms," and then added, "Am I too young to love?" To the strains of pomp and circumstance, the ceremonies began. As the 100-piece marching band neared their area to the side front of the stands, the graduating members of the music group dispersed and found seats among their classmates. Without awareness, Maggie bowed her head during the benediction and permitted her thoughts to drift from the words pouring forth over the public address system. She knew Bob was sitting 4 rows in back of her and wondered if he too was immersed in thoughts of a hazardous tomorrow. She felt inadequate, useless, in the humongous war effort that was sweeping their country. Damn, she thought, why can't women participate in this evil necessity? She shuddered at the annoyance that electrified her at last week's non-involvement rally. It had started at a nearby high school and was spreading, albeit the supporters were few but adamant in philosophy. Killing is unconscionable. Keep our boys at home. Our noses belong in our own backyard. Over there, keep their problems over there, the signs had read. The small number of protesters were vocal and persistent. Were any of them aware of the mass murders being committed? Did they care? They seemed to be paraphrasing the United States über alles. This hour, this commencement exercise had been a goal, the mark of the wondrous entrance into the adult world of freedom and self-determination for so many years. And now that it had arrived, she yearned for the carefree days of interviewing a visiting celebrity for the school newspaper or wrapping a towel around a maturing body in the gym locker room. In retrospect, even themes and term papers had appeal. Time marches on. How trite. A nudge from a neighbor shook her from her reverie, and she stood and moved with the group as one by one they reached for a handshake and a diploma. Mom and Dad beamed. Seth offered a bear hug and was off to a chicken dinner with several other families, a laughing, jolly gathering intent upon marking this once-in-a-lifetime occasion. For the next 4 years, Jennifer rarely stopped talking. She talked even while sleeping, and most of all while studying. And study she did, long, hard, and with dedication. Following suggestions, warnings, and finally an ultimatum, the school librarian had ultimately and reluctantly requested her absence. Out of desperation and the need to meet her own concentration requirements, Maggie fashioned a cramped study quarter in their mildly oversized closet, furnishing it with a second-hand child's desk, small chair over which Jennifer's ample buttocks bulged, and a good reading light strung from a ceiling cord. As a result, their clothes moved to a portable rack in the corner of their already crowded room. When the idea of such a setup had occurred to Maggie, she felt guilty, but with her inevitable good humor, Jennifer moved into her private study. At the end of her sophomore year, the coveted acceptance to medical school, to be honored following graduation, was received amidst hoopla and verbiage. Jennifer's parents received the news of their budding doctor's success with equal enthusiasm. They were first cousins, and contrary to all the frightening laws of heredity, or perhaps in spite of them, she bore the best of both strains. She was the youngest of 3 siblings, a pinprick in the condom, she confessed. After 2 sons, her father had said enough, but her mother longed for a daughter. Clever women must be in charge of their own lives and their own bodies, she had contended, even when apparently dominated by a controlling mate. At least my dad didn't return the merchandise, Jennifer was fond of saying. When an idea swirled about in her brain, Jennifer's energy was endless. She was convinced beyond any doubt that fate had brought them together so that she might be the catalyst in uniting her handsome, brilliant, suave brother Joe and her charming roommate. It was a thought that she had early on, one that wasn't about to die until its consummation. My dearest friend in all the world, and also my sister-in-law, she had mused. But there was Seth. Even though the ratio of men to women was rapidly dwindling as the war effort escalated, there were still enough 4S and educational deferments on campus to satisfy Maggie were she interested. In high school, she had been activity-oriented, and now her priorities centered around her education. She appreciated the financial sacrifice entailed by her parents in sending her to college, and she was not about to squander this opportunity. Again, there was Seth. Having put distance between them, she realized that she wasn't prepared as yet to commit herself to a binding relationship. Someday, perhaps, a man as loving and attentive as Seth was not to be dismissed, and she possessed sufficient maturity to recognize his wonderful qualities, but at this point in time, the university was her first love. Seth had written that he was expecting to be at Rantoul, the military base but a few miles from town, sometime before Thanksgiving. She looked forward to his arrival, eagerly anticipating sharing her time in newly adopted town with him. Even though his letters had become more irregular, she continued her newsy responses. She full well understood the trying routine demanded by Uncle Sam, but as Thanksgiving came and went, she received no further word from him. At home, during Christmas break, she had hoped to speak with his mother, but decided to dismiss that plan. She chose not to appear aggressive. Perhaps he hadn't been transferred after all, or had been shipped elsewhere. Bob's and Bobbye's presence seemed to punctuate his absence, but when she alluded to Seth, Bobbye was evasive, claiming not to have heard or to know anything. That Bobbye was being elusive, she was aware, but there was little time to dwell on that thought. This was a time of coming together and sharing experiences with her friends of many years. Her visit was filled with the joy of being with friends and family, and came to an end, it seemed, before it had scarcely begun. Awaiting her on the mail table upon her return to campus was a letter in Seth's familiar, firm hand. Jennifer had chosen to abbreviate her vacation in order to spend extra time in chemistry lab, but she was prepared to be at home for her roommate's arrival. As per usual, there was so much to talk about. It was perhaps an hour before Maggie remembered the unopened letter. Dear Maggie, I am finding it very hard to write this letter, so I think it best to come directly to the point. Faye told me in October that she is pregnant. Needless to say, this wasn't something that either of us planned, but life has a way of happening to us. We were married during my first brief furlough. She returned to school to finish the semester and then will join me on base. I wish you success and happiness and pray that you'll forgive me someday. Seth. Maggie stared at the paper before her. Shock, anger, disbelief. She felt none of these. Just a cold, vacant feeling penetrated deeply within her. She remained propped on her bed, unmoving. At length she rose and dropped the letter before Jennifer and started absently to unpack. Jennifer let out an, "Oh, shit!" "That lousy, rotten bastard," was repeated heatedly several times. "Mag, honey, you're not going to take this lying down, are you? If you don't tell that prick where to go, I'll do it for you." And again, "That lousy, rotten bastard." "Cool it, Roomie," Maggie stated in a monotone. "I'm not interested in used goods. Yeah, he stinks, no argument. But hell, c'est la vie." By the end of the second year at KKK, there was a series of serious pairings, including 2 miniature diamonds circling third fingers, left hands. The diamond givers were not campus men, but yesterday's beaux already in the service of their country and facing battle well beyond the state's borders. While everyday life appeared to be relatively normal and peaceful, there were undeniable indications of a country at war. Uniformed young men abounded. ROTC marching had become part of the scenery, Lucky Strike Green had gone to war, and all were admonished not to sit under the apple tree. Perhaps the most immediate effect was on the palate. It appeared that all the ration coupons could purchase was lamb. There was lamb roast, followed by barbecued lamb sandwiches, then lamb salad, and on day 4, a ground lamb pate, all to be repeated on subsequent evenings by meals of the same rotation. A sugar dessert was a bi-weekly treat, both sugar and shoes being in limited supply. Which of these two was more sorely missed is open to conjecture, but there's no doubt that the manufacturers of shoe polish certainly had to flourish. If Jennifer's childhood sweetheart's year-old tour of duty in India was difficult for her, she gave no indication other than her ritualistic late-night letter writing. A detailed replay of every thought, action, and incident with commentaries on each was posted religiously every morning, 7 days a week. Each signed off with, "Good night, Mr. Sergeant, wherever you are," and was sealed with kisses and hugs. "Got to keep our boys happy," Jennifer announced. It was probably a blessing that a kitchen wasn't available or a rotund soldier, a victim of the Cookie Monster, which would have had to march through a series of ever larger uniforms to provide covering for an ever-expanding girth. Jennifer loved to eat and could see no reason for self-denial. Such pleasures were to be encouraged, not thwarted, was her philosophy. If her babies someday were all chubby, so be it, and she'd be off for another dish of ice cream or a peanut butter sandwich. It was shortly past midnight when curls of smoke oozed under the door of their dorm room, followed almost instantaneously by cries of "Fire!" Maggie awakened Jennifer in a panic, and the two girls cautiously opened their door a crack. Furious flames greeted them, and screams of terror pierced the air. They banged the door shut and scrambled to their second-story window. No visible escape. Then one of them, they never determined which, began grabbing sheets off the beds and together tied them into connecting knots. They were then able to secure one corner about their clothes rack and succeed in shimmying down their rapidly constructed ladder. Neither had thought about coats, and they soon found themselves safe but freezing in the midwinter blast. In a matter of minutes, the shrill wail of sirens was heard racing up their street. The first fireman to approach the huddled group screamed, "Do we have a head count?" Quickly, the shivering co-eds checked the presence of their housemates when someone yelled, "Where's Sally? Sally! Sally, are you here?" Sally had a small single room at the back and was nowhere evident. With hoses playing on the burning structure, 3 firemen disappeared through the dense smoke and dancing flames. The bedlam suddenly became a silent death watch as 22 terrified faces were glued to their point of entry. Suddenly, coats, sweaters, and blankets appeared, carried by neighboring students. The wait was interminable, but it seemed as though the raging flames were being subdued. As each new lick of fire emerged, it was rapidly engulfed by a blast of water. The police were now attempting to move the crowd back to safety and out of the path of the intrepid firefighters, but the feisty house mother was not about to be distanced from the scene, not until she knew that all her girls were accounted for. Through the blanket of last gulp flame and smoke, one of the firemen emerged carrying a limp body across his shoulders. Gasps were emitted as the hairless young woman was whisked into the ambulance and, with lights flashing and sirens pealing, tore off in the direction of the nearest hospital. On command by the police, only the house mother and Sally's 2 suite-mates were given permission to ride with them to the emergency room. The others were boarded at several of the neighboring residences for the remainder of the night. Hot beverages and consoling words did little to relieve the trauma of the last hour. By 6:00 a.m., Sally's condition was reported to all. She had suffered first and second-degree burns over 75% of her body and was in critical condition. The concept of death of any but an aged grandparent was incomprehensible. Events such as this were reported in newspapers and happened to other people. Requests for type O blood were filled 10 times over within the first 24 hours. A two-person vigil around the clock was quickly organized, and Jennifer and Maggie drew the 4 to 6 morning shift. Exactly what they could accomplish was clear to no one, but there was comfort in knowing that someone other than the professional staff was available to relay messages or to be present when she regained consciousness. Just doing nothing would have been unthinkable and unbearable. Several years of living together and sharing together had created a family having fervent allegiance each to the other. No one considered the duration, only that being there was what they had to do. Shortly before noon, Sally's widowed father and her aunt, her mother's sister, arrived looking drawn. Seeing her Aunt Bertha was like looking at an older Sally. She had the same dark curly hair, 2 eyebrows at slightly divergent levels, and the same 5'11" statuesque frame. Equally as distinguishing was her slightly nasal voice. The elder vision of their housemaid had a let's get down to the facts aura about her, while Sally's father appeared scarcely able to function. They could nearly always find him nervously occupying the same chair outside the ICU, head lowered and braced on his hands. He had guided, befriended, and worried over his motherless daughter for 15 years and appeared barely in control of his emotions as she lay struggling for life. The smells, sights, and sounds of a hospital are rarely conducive to positive thoughts, and when a loved one is critically afflicted, the anxiety just won't quit. Offers of food and consolation were rejected with a slight shaking of the head. Aunt Bertha made herself indispensable. She had 2 patients to agonize over. Despite the grimness, however, she maintained a restrained sense of humor and was almost immediately respected by the members of the highly skilled staff. She had a presence that was reassuring to all who dared have hope. The doctors had outlined the care being administered to the patient, the miracle of a bed that shifted her position automatically, the surgeries and skin grafts that were to be performed. There was also deep concern about her eyes, the left one in particular. She had been severely burned about her head and upper torso. The fire crew instigated an immediate investigation and concluded that Sally, up late studying, had inadvertently dozed off with a cigarette smoldering in her hand. "Just an accident waiting to happen," the chief had commented. Not always as disastrous an outcome, but again, not an uncommon occurrence. 9 weeks later, a sightless Sally was moved to a rehabilitation hospital in the same city with her father and aunt. It was a sad farewell. Within the following 2 weeks, her 21 former housemates reoccupied their newly refurbished home. The men on campus were really boys, was Maggie's evaluation. They'll grow up soon enough, but she didn't have any enthusiasm about having them practice on her. One young man, Ken, was an exception. The principles of economics befuddled her mind, and she was completely lost after a week's absence with a bout of the flu. It was Ken's generous offer to provide her with the notes he had taken during the week of her absence that opened the door to a new friendship. During the first class meeting after her return from the stint with fever, nausea, and achiness, she had demonstrated clearly how much at a loss she was once beyond the simple basics of supply and demand. As they prepared to leave on that first day back, he had smilingly approached her with his offer. "Great," she had responded miserably. "More meaningless words. The more I read, the behinder I get." "It's not really all that tough," Ken came back. "You've just got to get on the right track, and then it starts to roll. The problem is that we sit in front of a professor who's forgotten that he's not addressing a seminar of PhDs. Compassion, just what she could use. "Not even near the station," she whipped back. "I'm so damn frustrated I could scream." "A damsel in distress, just my thing. How's about a Coke, and I'll bet I'll have you smiling before the end of the day." Thus began a comfortable friendship, and when Ken invited her to a Halloween party at his fraternity house, spooking with him seemed easy and natural. She found herself thoroughly enjoying his amiable brothers, but had to chuckle when she realized they looked upon her as Ken's woman. The party was a blast, But as the hour wore on and romantic activities took over, she found herself at a loss. "Let's blow this joint," he suggested. And with relief, she accepted her offered coat, and they slipped out into the crisp October night. "Kids," he teased. "They'll soon learn otherwise." They sauntered in the direction of her house, and with half an hour remaining before curfew, perched on the outdoor swing on the front porch, and were soon in a heated discussion about the role of women in the home, in the military, in the workforce. How enlightening to be sharing thoughts with a man who seemed so capable of crawling into a female's psyche. "Ken, it's been fun," she said at the door. "See you Monday." And he was gone. Maggie found herself looking forward to Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays just as a kid looks forward to Christmas. But it wasn't for another 3 weeks that an invitation to a movie was forthcoming. "Going home for Thanksgiving?" he had asked after the final credits on the screen flashed by. "Nope. My roommate's invited me to spend the weekend with her family. It looks like an offer too good to refuse. Then she'll come down with me over winter break. Her parents will be out of town. Her father has to go to Washington on business, and her mom's tagging along." "Sounds like a plan," he retorted. "If I didn't show my face, my old man would disown me. He's terribly possessive and has had plans for my future ever since I found my first pacifier. Thanks to my mom, I'm here. He thought I should have gone into business with him right out of high school. What a drag." He surely didn't seem upset. This is just how it was. Father wishing, son doing his own thing. After Thanksgiving, Saturday nights were added to Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Maggie loved being with Ken and hoped that their relationship would maintain its status quo. But when he held her closely and kissed her fervently during their last time together in the old year, she knew that that plan was out the window. She had to admit that kissing him was mildly delicious, and rather than withdrawing, she found herself responding. The new year brought discouraging war news. The swastika-clad armies on the one side of the world and kamikaze strikes on the other succeeded in bringing Americans together with renewed resolve and determination. FDR chatted and the world listened. The old refrain of fearing only fear itself rang in every ear and would charge the free world until the bestial enemy was laid to rest. Every family had sons, husbands, brothers, and nephews dedicated to right, always harboring with fear the dear price that was sure to be extracted. Western Union kept busy with its ominous messages, and flag-draped boxes bearing young heroes rose in number with each passing day. In the ensuing weeks, Ken's advances became more amorous and their sharing of inner feelings increasingly easy. Economics had become a game with them as Maggie's understanding of the subject grew under Ken's tutelage. He loved the theories and was adept at their applications. He and his father, she saw, were not so far apart in their aspirations for him, and when she pointed out that he could probably bring a new dimension to his father's business, he reluctantly acceded to such a possibility. "You'll turn his company into a corporation," she warned. "What would you do with all that money?" And thereupon was opened another area of endless conversation. "With money goes power," Ken avowed, "the power to help all people achieve their inalienable rights." He had taken as a matter of course the all-white complexion of his fraternity house and hadn't until recently looked upon the plight of another race to be any concern of his. However, the presence of a Negro student, erudite, bright, enthusiastic, but Uncle Tomish in his demeanor, had set his wheels spinning. What did this young man's future hold for him? Would he achieve academically and end up being a red cap or a menial laborer? Would he have the opportunity promised to Ken? They found themselves eyeing the darker-colored population about them from a more personal angle. They observed their interaction among themselves, their apparent withdrawal into their own world, the segregation from the mainstream of campus life. Would they someday challenge their equality? Ken became obsessed about the imagined inequities, and an anger arose within him, a growing passion which Maggie really shared. This had been an old point of contention with her southern-born aunt when a casual conversation some years ago had fomented into an ugly discourse. At the time, her mother had chastised her for her belligerent attitude, but was this so different from facing anti-Semitism? Ken and Maggie began to view themselves as a team who would someday throw their very beings into a battle that needed to be fought. When he offered his fraternity pin as a forerunner to such a future, Maggie was taken aback. Memories of Seth had dimmed but had never been completely dispelled. Was she ready to move on with her life? Why not? Seth was by now a father, and she harbored no wish to be the other woman. Their rendezvous was a lesson in growing up. That she could appreciate, but she also realized that it still hurt. In no way was she prepared for yet another lesson in the school of hard knocks. Her junior year at the university had been fulfilling both emotionally and intellectually. The inevitable term papers were either complete or near completion. Grades, though often coming as an afterthought, were rewarding, and Ken's company had been enriching. Sally's father had brought his daughter for a weekend visit, and she appeared far more upbeat than several months prior when Maggie had taken a train north to offer words of encouragement to her former housemate. Indeed, she had not been forgotten. Letters proffering strength and prayers had poured forth from KKK. This support system, along with Aunt Bertha's never-ending caring and her father's unconditional love, was paying dividends. Surgery had minimized the facial scars, and her hair, while still short, framed her face with grace. Only the dark glasses served as a stark reminder of what had been. She was now giving thought to returning to school in September, with the aid of a reader, of course. For the present, recorded books, braille lessons, instruction in navigation, and the promise of a seeing-eyed dog was succeeding in refilling her life with hope. "Mag, I've got a problem," Ken began one evening in late spring. "Welcome to the world of the living," Maggie shot back. "The real world, you mean? Have it your way." "Mag, oh damn, how do I say this?" The expression on his face alarmed Maggie. He closed his eyes. His fists were clenched. "Straight out, Buster. Give it your best shot." "Okay, here it is. The guys at the house had a meeting. I didn't know anything about it until yesterday. Their meeting was about us." His eyes averted hers. "Yep, Mag, about us. In all their worldly, glorious wisdom, they don't think I should be dating a Jewish girl." Maggie stared unbelieving. "So?" "Well, it's like this," they said. "It's either her or the fraternity. As simple as that." He squirmed and was looking down at his hands. She saw they were trembling ever so slightly. "Ken, this isn't Nazi Germany. This is the United States. Things like that don't happen here." She heard her voice wavering. "I couldn't believe it. I told them they had to be joshing. But then I saw that they were deadly serious. All those weak-kneed platitudes. Maggie's a great kid. I date her myself. Nothing personal, but..." And his voice trailed off. It seemed an eternity before either of them spoke again, each absorbed in his own thoughts. Maggie did take this rejection personally. She felt violated, unjustly judged, a piece of history. Gradually, wrath built up within her. "So," she finally managed, "Jew-hating is alive and well and flourishing in the good old USA. Great. Am I supposed to be a heroine or a martyr? Do I fight bravely or do I bow out gracefully? Or do I spit on those SOBs?" And suddenly she broke out in tears. Tears of frustration, tears of anger, tears of helplessness. Ignorant clouds of voice within her was shouting. And then Jennifer's words, "The lousy bastards." Ken put his hand on hers and looked directly at her. "Maggie, you don't deserve this. I was awake all night trying to find a way to tell you." "Tell me? Well, you've told me, Ken. Is there anything more you've got to tell me?" Her volume was rising. "I think you've something more to say." Again, a long pause. "Mag, I need the frat. Today they give me a place to live. Tomorrow I need them to get ahead in the world of finance. I can't be short-sighted when it comes to my future. And I damn well not screw up that future," she thought. Aloud, "I'd like to go home." As she closed the door behind her, she stood unmoving while the familiar chattering of her housemates floated down the stairs. Emotionally spent, she eventually dragged her weary self up to her room. Jennifer, as could have been predicted, was locked away in her closet. Maggie fell across her bed and, with clothes unchanged, fell into a fitful sleep of nightmares. Sure thing. This in answer to the question, do you play bridge? Did Maggie play bridge? Actually, she had spent her childhood watching bridge, but never had she held 13 cards in her own hand and separated them into suits. Her mother was a bridgeaholic, and her father an adept partner and party pleaser. Forever, it seemed to her, Maggie had loved to scoot up on a chair and watch and listen attentively as her parents and their peers bid and played the game. She was fascinated by the code communication between partners and the manner in which the number of tricks taken most frequently matched the number anticipated in the bidding. She marveled at her mother's expertise and understood that she was respected as the master within their social milieu. Playing cards was a part of her history. From her grandmother, she had learned to play war, and by the time she entered school, she had been introduced to the number facts required of casino. Her father was a gin rummy whiz, and before she was 9, she was able to match him with a fierce competitiveness. None of her girlfriends had had exposure to card games. Mahjong became the game of choice about which they rallied. A number of the mothers were addicted to this Chinese tile game and had instructed their daughters in the finer points. By high school days, with its popularity ballooning, many were relatively quick and expert at the Mahjong table. But college called for contract, and Mr. Culbertson's name became synonymous with God. Maggie started out with an air of certainty that masked a secret fear within of abject inadequacy. However, bluff she did, and most successfully. No one ever suspected the ruse she had been guilty of, and in short order she gained confidence as her natural ability and card sense guided her. Always there was a bridge game in progress, if not in her house, certainly at the Union Building. Kibitzers had been welcomed, and there were numerous times between classes when Maggie found herself filling in as a fourth for a brief period. Several of the men in particular were superb players, and from them she refined an already sound game. Playing bridge was an open sesame to meeting people and forgetting problems. After her breakup with Ken, she found solace and escape in the card room at the Union and sought it out with increasing frequency. It soon became apparent to her that indulging herself in this activity was taking precious time away from her studies, and that self-discipline was in order. When one is in the throes of self-pity, objectivity is not easy. Several instances of under-preparation in her classwork were sufficient for her to walk past a game and say, "Thanks, but no thanks." From the time she had been in 2nd grade, Maggie knew she wanted to be a teacher. Miss Landau, her role model and dearly beloved mentor, was a young spinster who adored her work. Throughout the years, Maggie had made contact with this dedicated woman, and although the rose-colored glasses had been replaced by a more mature reality, she continued to respect and admire her early love. The manner in which decisions evolve is often interesting. Sally's accident had had a profound effect on Maggie, and for a while she had entertained the idea of becoming a teacher of the blind and partially sighted. At about the same time, she had been enrolled in a course called Psychology of Exceptional Children. At the first class meeting, Maggie had arrived a bit late and had slipped into the last seat of the last row as class was already in progress. The instructor had started circulating a sign-up sheet listing the various areas of exceptionality. Each student was expected to select a topic to research in depth and then make a class presentation. All were to be held responsible for the material therein reported. By the time the listing had reached Maggie, everything had been selected except for one, hearing impaired. Although this held no interest for her and would seem to offer little challenge, she had no choice. The reference library was to be their source rather than an assigned class textbook. If I'm lucky, I may find a single article someplace among the volumes, she conjectured. She was shocked beyond belief when she perused the stacks and found volume upon volume devoted to the subject. The card catalog provided a plethora of references, research studies, anecdotal histories, medical causes, and philosophies of education. The first volume she selected commenced with a comparison of the loss of two primary senses, sight and hearing, and presented a discourse on the relative difficulties encountered by the afflicted. What the author contended made little sense. How could the loss of the precious gift of sight compare in any way with the inability to hear? Nonsense. Subsequent readings supported the first thesis. Maggie was mesmerized by what she was learning and carted off to her room in an armload of heavy texts. That first week she read voraciously and began to have an understanding of the necessity of hearing the spoken word in order to develop language. Theorist after theorist argued the choices of introducing language and thereby communication to the congenitally profoundly deaf child. At the other end of the spectrum, researchers outlined the psychological problems of the elderly when presbycusis, the gradual loss of hearing, set in. Withdrawal, depression, frequent loss of temper, denial, paranoia, a whole host of behavior modifications as a result of a progressive hearing loss. As she delved further into the physical structure of the ear, the actions of the ossices, the role and conduction of the auditory nerve, the physics behind the conversion of sound waves to impulses, the interpretation within the brain, lights flashed, music blared, dreams formed. Home at last, she breathed, as she filled her notebook with facts and figures she never thought possible. Having moved past the facts of what was and why, the truly challenging portion of her reading became the most distressing. Here, the oralists and the manualists came to fisticuffs. Each school regarded the other as blasphemous. Man must communicate in a manner consistent with the society in which he dwells, contended the one. He must speak to make himself understood by the hearing world, which is the majority, and learn to speech read that which is being said to him. Nay, say the opposing supporters, if one is unable to hear the spoken word but can see language, then that is the way he most naturally and realistically communicates. There's more than one way to exchange ideas. And so the battle raged, not apparently resolved within the bindings of any book. Jeanie was pretty. No, she was beautiful. Each feature was carved to perfection, and her curvaceous body exotically displayed her extensive wardrobe that was modeled to perfection. A peaches and cream complexion was the envy of all. Soft, light brown hair fell to her waist and glistened with the rapture of youth and healthy genes. Only smileless lips, dull eyes, a slumping posture marred the sheer perfection of her physical attractiveness. She was a quiet non-member of the group, having established a close relationship with no one. At dinner, she consumed only a portion of the food placed before her, and would more often than not excuse herself from the table long before others had tackled their salads. On occasion, she would join the group singing, contributing her full throaty soprano to the strains of melodies from the currently popular musicals, but continued to pick sparingly at her food as choruses of college fight songs or mildly off-color lyrics burst forth from the enthusiastic diners about her. She had a wall that was impenetrable and an air that said, "Leave me alone." If academia caused any concern, she gave no indication, but she apparently performed adequately, for no sign of failure was ever visible. She re-enrolled each semester with no complaints of scheduling difficulties or unavailability of required courses. Her collection of math textbooks attested to the fact she was a math major, a fact that not only overwhelmed her housemates, but filled them with admiration. On Saturday nights, date nights, Jeanie could be found curled up with a murder mystery, a subject she devoured by the dozens. A glass of orange juice was perpetually in sight, a beverage which seemed to be her mainstay of nourishment. Early suggestions of participation in social activities were sweetly rejected. and soon even they came to an end. It wasn't that Jeanie was disliked, quite to the contrary. The girls about her simply didn't know how to approach her, nor what to say to bring her within the framework of camaraderie. Other than attendance in classes, the Fairy Queen, as she had been dubbed, was a stay-at-homer, rarely leaving her room except for mealtimes. She chose to shower in the middle of the night and certainly was never seen prancing about in panty and bra. Her belongings were kept extraordinarily organized, her books upon a shelf separated by subject matter, her closet carefully grouping skirts, slacks, and blouses. Other than a calendar of mountain scenes, her room was devoid of any decorations. No pictures, no pennants, no stuffed animals. Even her simple but elegant jewelry was limited to a single gold chain from which a sizable emerald dangled, a cocktail ring with 2 diminutive rows of diamonds, and a plain gold watch. She owned, the girls had noticed, 2 pairs of earrings that were only occasionally worn. Even in slacks and an oversized sweater covering a turtleneck, she shrieked, "Class!" Escape from her self-imposed routine was deviated from twice a month when she received visits from her father. On those occasions, they would go out to dinner and spend the evening together, always returning somewhat earlier than the required time. Like his daughter, the father was tall and exceedingly good-looking, distinguished. He had a head of wavy hair with only the slightest suggestion of graying, and like her, was not given to excessive conversation, although he was known to have friendly words for the young women when they were present. No telephone calls or letters were known to pass between them, no knowledge of a mother or other family. Her father's bi-monthly visits elicited no apparent anticipation. It appeared to be an accepted routine, nothing more. Upon her return from her twice-monthly nights on the town, she would slip into the shower and disappear into her room. Light would filter beneath the crack in the door, perhaps until dawn, and sometimes soft sobs could be heard through the thin walls. Stories abounded. One such tale about the Fairy Queen was that her father was a movie producer planning on starring his daughter in a future film. Pornographic, perhaps? Another was that he had hied her away and was protecting her from an unwanted suitor. A third had her escaping from the strong arm of the law. Someone suggested that the morose demeanor was created by the knowledge that she had some dreaded disease and had only X amount of time to live. Yet another scenario was built around a kidnapping scare. Was she to be a kidnap victim? Or had she already been kidnapped as an infant and was now being denied her rightful parentage? How else could one account for these quiet, emotionless, routine visits and the behavior exhibited by the participants? One afternoon, Jeanie received her first visitor, a matronly-looking woman carrying a briefcase and an oversized purse slung awkwardly from her arm. 3 days later, 2 uniformed policemen appeared at the door and asked for her. This time she was absent through dinner and late into the evening. That Saturday, no fatherly visit. During the following week, nothing changed, and then the ensuing Monday she was seen carrying a small suitcase and getting into a taxi. The girls assumed, for lack of any other explanation, that illness had called her home. Jeanie was gone for nearly a month, and when she returned, she had a lilt to her step, heretofore unseen, but her isolated routine went unchanged. Her lengthy absence was noted by all, and the curious concern escalated. A small gathering of 4 girls grew to a group of 8, then 10, and eventually included all but Jennifer in what they termed a round table discussion, around a rectangular table, one observed. Out of sheer frustration, it was suggested that perhaps it would be possible to offer more friendship and more indication of caring. Could they invade Jeanie's privacy in an attempt to encourage her to join them? Not a good idea, most felt. What about a birthday party? Show her she was important to them. With a little investigation and pleas of help us, a student employee at the Dean of Admissions office revealed the date of her birthday, which coincidentally was approaching. Secret plans were made, and with the cooperation and seal of approval from their house mother, they planned a smashing party. Balloons were purchased. A committee of art enthusiasts agreed to provide posters and a banner. Nut cups and party hats were secreted away. A special meal was agreed upon, and 2 weeks' sugar allotment was allocated for one giant birthday cake. Song sheets were typed and carbon copied, and colorful streamers were ready to go. The theme, "We Care a Lot," was voted upon and unanimously accepted. The appointed Friday night was approaching, and if there were any misgivings about the wisdom of their actions, no such voice was heard. Enthusiasm was snowballing and all systems were go. The dining room was festive. Each committee had performed magnificently, and no lamb. When Jeanie entered the room as a VIP, she was greeted by a hearty rendition of Happy Birthday. Grape juice-filled glasses in lieu of wine were raised in unison, and then a fork clinking on a glass brought silence. Jan, the budding Phi Beta Kappa candidate, orator par excellence, rose. "Jeanie," she started softly, "we're here because we care a lot. We've been housemates, most of us for 2.5 years, and feel deprived that we haven't known you better. We've learned that you're shy and that you're a very private person, and we don't mean to invade your private world. We just want you to know that we're your friends, and you can count on us. We hope that this evening will tell you how very sincere we are." She raised her glass and smiled. "To friendship." 'Twas the night of the party, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Jeanie looked about her with a sheepish little twinkle. "I don't know what to say except thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." Sitting next to Jennifer was a boon as she carried the burden of conversation. If Jeanie were any more or less withdrawn than usual, certainly no one noticed. They were aware, however, that she joined in the singing, and an hour later was still at the table. As the merriment began to wind down and thoughts of study took over, Jeanie stood and tapped her glass. "I said thank you earlier. You'll never ever know how deeply you all have moved me." She then hesitated. "May I ask a favor? Would someone ask the owner of this fine establishment to join us? Would you be so kind as to check to see that our waiters have left?" In just a minute, their house mother emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She stood quizzically by the swinging door and noticed Jeanie beckoning her to a chair next to hers. Jeanie continued to stand, her eyes moving from face to face. Her hands were trembling and her face looked drained. "You all have offered friendship, and I do know it's sincere." She was grasping for words and struggling for composure. "I only hope I'm worthy of it." A long, very long pause. "I just sent my father to jail." Again, a long pause. A complete and total hush fell over the room. The only sound that broke the silence was an occasional car driving down the street or the distant barking of a dog. "My father started molesting me when I was 8 years old. He told me he loved me and that I was his beautiful little girl." Each word came out as though it were stuck deep in the recesses of her throat and needed a renewed thrust of energy to be liberated. "My mother drank a lot and, I can't remember ever really having a mother. I guess my dad didn't have a wife either, but I was too young to understand that. He loved me and I adored him, but I didn't adore his visits to my bed. For a while, I just felt it was something I had to do even if I didn't like it, like brushing my teeth or taking medicine. When I was 13, I got the curse for the first time and thought something awful had happened and that I was going to die. And then the curse went away and I began feeling awful every day." She dabbed at her eyes and continued slowly. "I'm kind of vague about what happened, just when and how, but I know now that I had an abortion. 2 years later, when I was 15, the same thing happened, Only this time a lot of people came around asking a lot of questions. My dad sweet-talked me and made up a story that he convinced me to tell the authorities. I was so ashamed, so frightened, I could only do what he told me. Deep down, I knew something was wrong, but I had so many years of keeping our secret that I did just as he said. For most of this time, my mom was in and out of hospitals, and I didn't see her a lot. I had dreams of running away after high school, but I was afraid and didn't know where to go. I didn't have anyone to talk to, and all the money I had was my allowance. Then I thought, if I go away to college, he'll have to leave me alone. And since I've always been a straight-A student, that didn't seem to be a problem. Well, I guess you know what happened from there, but at least I didn't have to see him as often. Another fire could have started, and it is doubtful that a soul would have budged. One day I was in the library and saw a publication on the table that had periodicals that featured an article entitled Incest, a Hidden Crime. Needless to say, I ingested and digested its contents, but it was several months before I got the courage to make an appointment with the Dean of Women. For the first time in my life, I had to talk to someone about me. I nearly didn't keep that appointment. I was lucky, though. She listened and took action, or at least saw to it that I took action. And, well, you sort of know that people started coming to see me. I had to go home and face my dad. God, that was awful. And press charges and do a whole bunch of awful things. The authorities were wonderful and put me in touch with a counselor. That's why I was gone so long. She was now on a roll, the words flowing more easily. The hardest part was past, and she was over the hump insofar as exposing her secret. I stayed with a great aunt who thinks I was having a problem at school and needed to work things out. My counselor or therapist or whatever was great and kept saying for me not to rush back to school. I was bored there and figured I was better off being here and keeping busy. So here I am, and there you are. The Confessions of Jeanie. She turned from the group. Her housemother rose and enveloped her in a long, firm hug. The rejection she had feared was instead a love-in. The instructor for Rhetoric 301 asked Maggie to read the following theme to the class that she had submitted. Love is magic. It is especially so when it is unconditional, undemanding, unending. While Buddy had made the trip to campus with me and my family on a September Sunday 2.5 years ago when I was delivered here with the most of my worldly possessions, his canine mind was incapable of understanding that I would be absent in future days. Having me encircle his little black and white neck with a hug and seeing me jump from the car, leaving him in the company of whoever was driving, was not foreign to him. He had come to expect absences, but they were inevitably followed by reappearances. He had never been in want of food, drink, treats, or a romp in an empty lot, so what made that day different from all others? Apparently, there's an inner terrier clock capable of ascertaining the disparity between 3 hours and 3 days. He continued to perform in his usual doggy ways on Monday and Tuesday, but by Wednesday his suspicions were sorely aroused. He sniffed about my neatly dressed bed, explored my empty closet, and carefully surveyed my entire room. He then began to whine and jump frantically on my mother. He ran to her, barked, ran from the room, returned, and continued to repeat these actions. In doggies, he was saying, "Follow me." Mother did, and there he continued his aimless scampering. The message was clear. How does one reassure a not-so-dumb animal? A pat on the head, soft words, a walk. He firmly held his ground. Wednesday, no food, no romp in the adjacent empty lot. Thursday, no food, no romp. Ditto on Friday. His sole dedication was to guard an unoccupied room. By Saturday, the poor fellow was badly constipated, given to bouts of vomiting, and if one can attribute human emotions to one's pet, depressed. My parents called a 2-member board of directors meeting to address Buddy's atypical behavior. Dr. Mom decided there was but a single solution. He had to be shown that I, his mistress, was alive and well and living elsewhere. Sunday morning, they hit the road, traveling the same route they had a week previous, only this time directions were unnecessary. This portion of the story has a happy ending. We two lovers excitedly found each other, and after the briefest of reunions, the four-legged critter dashed to a corner of the KKK lawn and contentedly squatted and voided all his pent-up accumulations. Once at home, the old boy resumed his doggy ways, appearing none the worse thereafter as a result of our separation. It was as though he, like a parent, accepted the fledgling leaving the nest, but he did begin noticeably to age. He needed now to be on a special diet of a pre-digested dog food. The vet said his limp was the result of arthritis, and after a while he had to be carried up and down stairs. His hearing had become impaired, his vision poor, but no one is prepared for a diagnosis of cancer. My mother gasped when the doctor revealed the results of his x-rays and suggested that he be relieved permanently of further pain. I was to be home in less than a month. They would wait. Our final drive to the hospital was a sad one. Only one of the four of us was unaware of what was to be. Buddy slept. We wept. Minutes after our arrival, we each held a lifeless, pain-free, devoted pet. A rose bush, a white piece, thrives above the ground where Buddy lies below. They were a group of untamed ragamuffins placed in Maggie's charge that initial day of her first job. It was apparent as soon as they burst through the door of her classroom domain that the word discipline was not in their vocabularies. Indeed, she wondered, were there any words in their vocabulary? She glared at them in dismay as she fingered her carefully prepared lesson plans that lay on her desk. She closed her plan book and mentally tore it into shreds. Nothing in her years of study and training had prepared her for the bedlam before her. 5 little boys, 2 girls, pushing, shoving, taunting, climbing, jumping, grunting, crying. Oh, the energy of the 7-year-old. She walked to the door, closed it, flicked the light, and waited. No response. There's going to be a winner, and there's going to be a loser flashed through her mind. And right now, miseducated Smarty is definitely losing. Calmly, she walked to her closet, seemingly ignoring the ruckus about her, and brought out a yo-yo from her zippered bag. She slipped a string on her finger and proceeded to work the toy up and down. One of the little fellows spied the playing teacher and walked toward her to register his curiosity. She removed the string from her finger and placed it on his, and holding his hand lightly, guided it up and down. He beamed as he found the rhythm. In short order, an interested audience gathered about them. She returned to the closet and brought out her bag of tricks and placed 6 more yo-yos on her desk. There followed a grabbing rush, but she quickly scooped them into her lap and signed a firm no. Disappointed, they backed away. "Sit down," her fingers said, but they may just as well have recited the Gettysburg Address for all the understanding that was registered. She walked to the youngster playing with the yo-yo and repeated, "Sit down." Blank expression. She put a small chair behind him, pressed his shoulders gently, and repeated the command. Happily for her, he bent his little knees and was seated. "You sit down," she expanded, and gave him the most winning smile she could muster. She then pulled up 6 more chairs into a semicircle and repeated, "Sit down." As she reached for a second yo-yo and faced one of the little girls, she repeated her command. The child obeyed. "Good, here's your reward." And a second toy was soon clutched in a little brown hand, then a third and a fourth, until every smiling, seated child was the owner of a red and black toy. Then, on each of 7 sheets of paper, she wrote a child's name. Happy Day. They recognized their names. With more than a little effort, she succeeded in having each child place his newly acquired possession on his paper. Stand up, she demonstrated. Then again, sit down. A new game. 7 little bodies standing, then sitting, all looking at her hands. Then Maggie led Arthur to her spot, and she took Arthur's chair. With effort, she arranged his little fingers to sign, "Sit down." When he did so, she complied. "Stand up," she showed him. Now he was the order giver, and all the others were looking like yo-yos. One by one, each child was the leader, keeping the bouncing group going up and down. Enough of that. Next, Maggie gave the toy sign and was quickly mimicked. "Arthur," she said, "stand up." Arthur stood up. "Bring your toy." Hesitatingly, he reached toward the Arthur paper. "Yes, yes," she nodded. He clenched the toy. "Arthur, sit down." Arthur sat down. Then Josine, Willie, Abraham, each attentive child in turn. "Good. Oh, how good you are. Play, little ones, you've earned it." And she grinned from ear to ear. Maggie had calculated that there were about 280 minutes in a class day, only 255 more to go. Into her bag again, and out came a camera. 7 clicks and 7 smiling faces. Round 2, she thought. During her lunch break, Maggie munched on the sandwich she had brought from home as she neatly penned 7 notes. "Dear Mother," she wrote, "I am," child's name, "new teacher. I'm so happy to have him, her, in my class. We are going to be together for the next year, and we'll get to know each other very well. I would like to know you and your family, too. Would it be possible for me to visit with you for a short time some evening soon? I promise not to take too much of your time. Please suggest an evening about 8 o'clock when all in your family will be home so that I can take a picture of all the people closest to," child's name. "Thank you for helping me help your son, daughter." Maggie's philosophy of education was rapidly taking shape, and ideas formed to reach her charges danced in her head. Her notebook was her constant companion, and the list of ideas was continually lengthening. Some of the most cogent popped into her mind in her sleep, and if she awakened, she would reach toward her nightstand for the pencil to jot them down so that they would be remembered in the morning. Some activities were successful and brought about the desired results. Others failed miserably. There were times when Maggie was convinced that she had not progressed beyond square one. While her energy could not match that of her rambunctious pupils, her determination was persistent. Talk, talk, talk. Every activity was aimed at establishing communication, expanding vocabulary, exchanging thoughts. When the group seemed to plateau at one level, she would press even harder to move upward. She started with their immediate world and a commitment to expand beyond. Her major challenge was bypassing their little deaf ears and getting their eyes to focus on a visible language. Repetition was the key, patience her advantage. Maggie felt that she had been rather coolly welcomed by the entrenched members of the hearing-impaired department. Being a member of the in-group had never been one of her maladies, and when she declined sharing in the age-old visits to the fire station, grocery store, local pet shop, and similar community establishments, she felt further ostracized, but she was busy building today as an investment in tomorrow. To her thinking, the time spent in preparation for such field trips was in no way time cost effective. Instead, she furnished her own miniature grocery store where purchases were consummated with their own reward play money. A happy shopping trip had yielded dividends. She had found truly realistic coins and bills. This was followed by a mock restaurant, starting with real breakfast preparation and the accompanying vocabulary, table setting, and finally they themselves became the guests. Another day lunch comprised the menu, again geared to communication. They hammered nails into wood, turned screws. Soon a stage was constructed, a portion of a sheet inserted, a lamp erected, and shadow plays created. They learned to follow her simplified build-by-number instructions and were assembling easy models. Their eagerness was contagious, and Maggie constantly reached for more and more to enrich their lives. Gradually, she found her young, boisterous clan anticipating each day eagerly. She was now constructing stories about their experiences, and they were reading, really deciphering words. Little fingers were flying, questions were starting to be asked, and tales from home were being understandably offered. Politeness frequently replaced the waning, shoving pattern. One of Maggie's happiest days came when she had her little group circling her, and she opened a beautifully illustrated copy of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. The response was overwhelming, and requests for a rereading met her the following day. When she asked questions about the story, they had remembered the details. Multiply handicapped, slow learners? Who had had the audacity to make such a judgment? They were average boys and girls who had been deprived of the ability to express themselves, and in their frustration had behaved in the only manner they knew. Given the proper tools, they were proving the individual capabilities within each God-given little soul. Happiness is, Maggie told her parents during one of their too infrequent times together, going to school for all 8 of us. During the first week of school, a communique had circulated informing all interested parties about the formation of a staff bowling league. Maggie had penned "no" next to her name, knowing that she would be fully occupied with her role as teacher. She scarcely would have time to taste the cake, she anticipated. Certainly there would be no time to relish the frosting. She did, however, submit her name as substitute, feeling it not wise to decline entirely. That, she concluded, would not be socially correct. Several times that semester she agreed to sub, and was reminded of how much she had enjoyed bowling throughout her college years. It was the one physically active pursuit she and Jennifer had shared, and they had gone often. She missed Jennifer. They had developed a very special relationship during their 4 years together, and then suddenly it was over. Now that Jen was in medical school, she scarcely had time even for a brief phone call, and it became clear to Maggie that the times they shared were history. She tried for a while to maintain contact. Responses were inevitably warm but hurried, and in time they spoke with less frequency. It was not strange, she therefore reasoned, on the occasions when she filled in for an absent bowler, to reminisce, to remember other fun times. In January, one of the regulars was to be taking a maternity leave, and Maggie was asked if she would care to replace her. Her frantic preparation times had eased considerably. A commitment for several hours once a week was doable. The 4-person team that she joined was comprised of the gym teacher, the librarian, and one of the office clerks, all of whom were lively and competitive. It was serious bowling sandwiched between friendly joshing and trivial exchanges. Maggie found delight in the post-bowling snack times in the adjacent coffee shop. She was particularly pleased about the contribution she was making as a team member, as they had moved from near low on the totem pole when she had joined them to a position of striking distance of first place. Her skill was much appreciated by her fellow team members, and she was rapidly being recognized as a competitor to be reckoned with by each succeeding opponent. Success begets success, and before long she felt more comfortable not only at the lanes, but also in the halls of the school. Aloofness had become cordiality. Cordiality shifted to friendliness and acceptance. During the final weeks of the season, Maggie fell into a slump. She missed picking up spare after spare after spare. The more she missed, the harder she had a tendency to deliver the ball. Confidence dwindled, and her team was losing too many games, and they by the margin of the shortfall of her average. The morning after the second week of her slump, Gil, the gym teacher, suggested that perhaps a practice round would be helpful. How about after school? Super idea, Maggie agreed. When the children had all been safely ushered to their respective buses for the trek home, she and Gil left and met at the alleys. In short order, he recognized just the minutest error in her timing. Voila, that was the answer. Something so simple, she said ecstatically. I really felt as though I was letting the team down. Nonsense, it happens to all of us. You put us up there in contention in the first place, Gil smiled. Say, how about some dinner? Can't let our star waste away. Thanks, Gil, but I'm loaded with prepping for tomorrow. Understood, he accepted, and they parted in the parking lot. The next time the team met, they swept all 3 games. Maggie was back in form. I took no for an answer the other evening, but darn it, this time we celebrate. How about it, Maggie? Dinner tomorrow night? His eyes pleaded. Maggie laughed. He looked like a puppy begging for a treat. Okay, Teach, you're on. What's your pleasure? Let's say I pick you up at 6. Greek, Chinese, bagel and lox, you name it. All of the above, Maggie laughed. Then, there's a nice deli not too far from my apartment. Want to give it a try? And chicken soup was delicious. The inch-thick corned beef sandwich is outstanding, and the conversation flowed with ease. At 9:30, Maggie glanced at her watch. Oops, would you believe the time? Gil, I still have work to do for tomorrow. What sayest thou? I say it's time to get this workaholic home. At her door, there were the usual pleasantries. Maggie was most sincere when she said how much she had enjoyed the evening. Right, Gil responded. Next time, let's try Greek. Next time, Maggie thought as she closed the door behind her. That wasn't as good. By the time their team had secured first place, it had become general knowledge that Maggie and Gil were a twosome. There were 2 camps of scuttlebutt. The one was in favor of this match between the hard-working, accomplished, likable young teacher and the most popular, admired male in the building. The other frowned its doubts. Gil was a good 10 years her senior, divorced, a known Lothario. But he has mellowed with age, was the general consensus. Maggie sat and looked at her little darlings. Her mind wandered back to that first day when they had stormed into her classroom like untrained animals, and she only thought to take movies of them, a before and after recording. She smiled at their bent little heads. Each had been asked to write a letter to the child whose name he had drawn out of a party hat. Pencils were moving. Occasionally one found its way into a mouth, while the author was visibly putting his brain into gear. This was the sum total of work for today, their last before summer vacation. Only interestingly, not a one had appeared to consider it work. It's what you do in school. Their little minds were overflowing with ideas, and they were anxious to let them tumble out. The several reward systems that she had instituted had long since gone by the wayside. Achievement had become its own reward. Their growth and maturity, their flowering into beautiful human beings, had far surpassed any dream that she had dared anticipate. They understood what she had given them, and they loved her. Am I a Miss Landau, she thought? Of equal importance to her was the parent involvement. Certainly each had loved his child, but had been completely overwhelmed by the impairment and hadn't had a clue as to how to deal with it. So much had been learned by so many. When Gil had issued an invitation to spend a week at his summer cottage, Maggie was tempted. Water skiing, fishing, night swims, and a lot of doing nothing to unwind from the recent past and regroup for the hassling future. I don't know, Gil, I'd really love it, but... And her voice trailed. It's just that, well, I'd love being there with you. She didn't finish her sentence. He had drawn her into his arms and was planting kisses on her forehead, her eyes, her nose, and finally found her waiting lips. Silly Mag, he whispered. I'd like to take you there as Mrs. Barron. Gil, And again he interrupted her, stuttering. This time he held her more tightly and kissed her more fervently. Mag, don't give me a hard time. I want you to be there beside me. I want to be at home with you and at school with you. I want you in every part of my life. I love you, Mag. I want to share my retirement pension with you 100 years from now. An eternity, she thought. He wants to be with me for an eternity. And my mom would love it. She's had her eye on a mother of the bride dress for ages and has had the rabbi lined up ever since Bobbye and I first threw sand at each other. Her thoughts tumbled on. Strange, I'm not thinking about me. I'm not thinking that I love this man who wants to marry me. I'm only thinking, do I want to spend an eternity with him? Gil withdrew. He looked flushed and saddened. I'm sorry, honey. Maybe I'm expecting too much. I'm sorry for me because I thought you felt the same way I do. Wait, Gil. It's just that I've never really thought about anything more than just loving being together. My life's been so busy, so taken up with my teaching and all, that I've never thought. He took her hand, kissed it, and said, That's all right, kiddo. Let's wait. You know where I stand. I have time for you to sort things out. Maggie felt uncomfortable despite his not pressuring her. She knew she did love him, but she had thought of him only as a friend. That was good. Husbands and wives should be friends. She also realized how happy she was when she was with him, but she was equally as happy away from him. What did being in love, romantic love, feel like? She loved Bobbye. She had loved Seth. She had loved Ken. Was it the same with Gil? There was no way that she could focus. Lying in bed that night, she tried to imagine a life with Gil, coming home from work together, having dinner and breakfast at the same table across from him, paying the bills, deciding on the color of carpeting, sharing a bathroom and seeing him dodge her nylons hanging over the shower curtain rod, sleeping with him. She remembered Scarlett saying she'd think about it tomorrow, but that wasn't her style. At length, she decided that if she had so many doubts, this was not the time for decision-making. Maybe Scarlett was right. She permitted herself to drift off. The telephone ring shook her out of her early morning reverie. She had been luxuriating over the fact that there was no need to get up and scurry about to get to school. She still had weeks to enjoy summer's offerings. Good morning, my sweet. Gil's jovial voice. Won't keep you, just have a message for you from Mr. Barron. He told me to tell you he loves you. She giggled. Please tell Mr. B for me that I've been thinking about him all night. Is that good? Good as it comes. Would you ask him if he'd like to take his lady out to breakfast? He chose the deli where they had gone for their first date. Sam, the proprietor, greeted them with a cheery welcome. Maggie was one of his regulars, and he knew how to treat a customer, especially one as personable as she. He led them to a booth toward the back, and Gil nodded his approval. Gil, you're a darling. You know I think we'd be great together. How do you like your eggs scrambled, soft or firm? And are you fussy about whether the toilet tissue rolls with or against the wall? Now those are major decisions. Are you telling me you're willing to scramble my eggs? He reached across the table and took both her hands in his. Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm saying, Gil Barron. No war whoops, no jumping up and sweeping her off her feet. He just sat motionless, holding her hands, beaming. The waitress came to take their order. She stood there momentarily, recognized the love symptoms, and then slipped away. A note from Bobbye. Have been trying to reach you all week. Don't you ever stay at home? Please give me a ring as soon as it's convenient. Have I got news for you? Gee, I've never been a bridesmaid, she told Bobbye when finally the two made connection. When? Where? Bobbye was uncharacteristically calm. It'll only be a small wedding, Mag. We're going to be married at home and we'll just have a handful of family and friends. No cousins. No Seth, if you're worried. It's taken all my strength and lecturing and cajoling to get Bob to say, I do. Ever since his discharge, he's been horribly despondent. When Bob's parents had received notice that their son had been injured during the landing on Leyte, the first island to be taken from the Japanese in the long campaign to liberate the Philippines, they had immediately called Maggie's parents, who in turn had told their daughter. It was agreed that it would be best if Maggie would be the bearer of these tidings to Bobbye. With heavy heart, she drove to Bobbye's home, rehearsing the whole time just how and what she would say. When Bobbye saw her friend at the door and saw her gaunt expression and heard the concern in her voice, she sensed immediately the reason for her visit. No words were needed. The two embraced and clung to each other. It was Maggie who broke the silence. "May I come in?" There were no hysterics, but both girls had tears flooding their eyes. The War Department didn't say much, just that he'd been injured in the line of duty. It was several weeks before he returned stateside and was taken to an Army hospital in Texas. His first phone call was very short. He said he was okay and no, it wouldn't be a good idea for Bobbye to come there. She immediately arranged an airline reservation and was on board heading south in less than 10 hours. The meeting was strained. Bob had little to say and appeared to be annoyed by Bobbye's attention. "I just want to be left alone," he repeated again and again. But she would have none of it. She took him for walks around the hospital in a wheelchair, smuggled in some of his favorite hamburgers, and spoke cheerfully of the future. For 3 days she felt as though she were talking to the proverbial brick wall. Finally she managed to break down his reserve, only, however, to the point where he insisted that they had no future. "I'm only half a man, Bobbye," he said. "You deserve more. What kind of a future is there with what's left here?" Her heart ached as she touched the stub at the end of his left hip and looked at 2/3 of an arm. "You're all the man I'll ever want or ever need," she tried to reassure him. But at the end of a week, when it was necessary to return to her job, she felt as though she had made no headway. She had never known him to be obstinate, but he was a different person now in more ways than one. When he was transferred to a rehab hospital closer to home, Bobbye was elated. Despite his cool restraint, she spent every free minute with him. She brought him more books than a regiment could read, bought him colorful civilian shirts and insisted that he wear them for her visits, accompanied him to the exercise room and encouraged his walking with his newly fitted prosthesis, and held his hand when he napped. She would crawl in bed with him, put her arms around him, and allow him his time of self-pity. By the time he was granted a discharge, he had begun, reluctantly, to depend upon her and to look forward to her visits. Once he was home, the real campaign started. They were to be married as soon as possible, she insisted. No. Demanded. She had a good job and he had college to complete. He wanted to be a lawyer, so be it. There are no laws banning one-legged, one-handed good men from the bar. His mobility was improving rapidly, and by the start of the school year he would be ready to matriculate. His parents purchased a car for him with automatic transmission, thus eliminating any transportation concerns. He participated in nuptial plans only to the extent of answering questions when posed to him. On a school holiday, when Bobbye was at work, Maggie dragged him out to lunch and raked him over the coals. Of course, she admitted, she couldn't crawl inside his brain. No, she hadn't been party to the hell they call war. No, she hadn't been close to death herself, nor had she seen it firsthand. No, she didn't sport a hook for a hand, nor how it felt to have people stare as she limped clumsily along. But she did know it was good to be alive, good to have people love her, good to be able to use her brain and make it serve her. Did he, would he, on the other hand, try to crawl into her brain, to understand that she perceived him as the same person she'd loved for years, that he was important to her and Bobbye and his mother and father, that having him with them was all that mattered? Put our feelings in your pipe, sir, she sternly reprimanded. Food for thought, lots of it. And so the wedding plan zoomed along. Invitations were designed, addressed, and mailed. Arrangements with the florist and caterer were completed. The rabbi booked, and eventually the license procured. All systems were a go. When the newlywed re-entered pre-law, he was prepared for his second battle. The two weddings were exactly a year apart. The B's had settled into a hectic domestic routine, both incredibly busy with their individual pursuits. Bobbye, as a social worker for the state, had more cases to handle than was conceivably possible. She lamented the partial job she was forced to do with each client and often worked overtime at her own expense. The reading demands by Bob's professors kept him at the library, generally until closing time. Weariness was their constant companion, but the joy in each other's very being provided for both the impetus to tackle each day with vigor. Their one absolute date was breakfast. No schedule was permitted to interfere with that brief time together. Bob's enthusiasm for his chosen field radiated, a fact that filled his wife with supreme delight. That he had achieved this remarkable change, that there had been such a complete turnabout in his attitude, was a miracle for which she was daily grateful. In her second year of teaching, Maggie was considerably more relaxed, but still inundated with preparations. Her reputation as child tamer had earned her the assignment of another group of youngsters, equally as demanding as the first. This time she was prepared with her camera, and as the initial wild scene unfolded, she ground away, changed film, and continued to capture every tantrum and act of violence that took place. When she ran the movies for her parents, they were horrified by a behavior completely foreign to them. They wondered at her willingness to tackle the job of teaching these little monsters. "Mom, they're not monsters. They're just your everyday garden variety of human beings who have no understanding of what is expected of them, nor they of themselves. Would you care to come to class with me sometime? I promise you, you won't be bored." "Honey, I'd love to, but I don't want to be a nuisance." "No way. You could even be a big help." "How? I haven't the foggiest." "Neither did I. How's about it? Date?" Several days later, mother and daughter strode into room 114. Her mother looked around at the bright, colorful surroundings and marveled at the creativity before her. "So this is it? What do I do when they come? Where do you want me to sit? I don't want to be a bother." "Tell you what, Mom, sit at my desk and just watch. If you want, slip your hands out of sight and practice what you see me doing. Lesson number 1 in signing, lady." The following day was a scheduled duplicate bridge game at the center, but on day 3 she again accompanied her daughter to school. She was positively mesmerized. Again she spent the day observing, but did venture from her seat behind Maggie's desk to apply a little TLC to a bruised knee. From that moment on, she had an admirer who wouldn't leave her side. When the children lined up for recess, little Carol took her hand and literally pulled her along, obviously inviting her to be her chosen playmate. How could she refuse such an offer? At dinner that evening, she reviewed her day in glowing terms and told her husband that she felt she had missed her calling. "If she'll have me, I'd like to work with Maggie more often, even on a regular basis. What do you think, dear?" "I think that's a question for Maggie," was his reply. "Mom, terrific," Maggie responded when her mother shared her idea with her. "But hey, don't commit yourself to any kind of a schedule. I know you've got your bridge that you're all wrapped up in. Just feel free to come when you can. I'd love it, really." "I've been feeling useless ever since you got to that age where you no longer needed me. Doing something constructive feels good. I'm not a club person, but this, helping these kids, Mag, I want to do it." "Sold. You're on. With 2 of us there, we ought to go twice as far. Gosh, my own personal aide. Wow." Her sincerity, her enthusiasm, her acceptance. What more could a mother ask? Together they worked out a plan. She would continue her beloved bridge games and would be in school 3 days a week, plus 2 mornings. If that proved to be too much, she could always taper off. It wasn't as though it was a job where she punched a clock and collected a paycheck twice a month. The pressure came when plans for Maggie's and Gil's wedding had to be made. Maggie, from the beginning, had said that it was her mother's party, and she was giving her carte blanche insofar as the details were concerned. They had agreed in general and would consult on particulars. The tempo was fine, Maggie had said, and they mutually agreed on attendance at about 75. Both families were relatively small. The majority would be friends. Gil seemed to show a greater interest than did Maggie, and it was to him that her mother often turned for a decision. They already were establishing a close relationship, something that pleased Maggie no end. Gil privately told Maggie that he could relate to her mother very comfortably, but it was her dad whom he truly admired. He's a very special person, hon. Oh, well, I know that. I think I'll keep both the men in my life. With that, she planted a kiss on his beginning to bald spot and started to tickle him. He was bigger and stronger, and she more ticklish than he. They were soon romping gleefully, tickling and laughing till tears streaked down their cheeks. Life with Gil will be fun, she was certain. Moreover, he was so chock full of nice. Hi, sweetie. Jennifer's voice on the phone. How's my ex-roomie? Jen! Holy Jesus, it's been ages. I know, sorry. Been so busy I haven't had time to pee. How's it going? Great. Busy. Fun. You? Maggie asked. Okay, not really. Lots going on. I need to talk, and you've always been my sounding board. How about we get together some evening soon? Or Saturday afternoon, you name it. The next evening, Jen was waiting when Maggie's car pulled up in front of her apartment. On time Mag, they call her, she quipped. She pounced into the front seat and banged the door after her. There's a cozy little mom-and-pop cafe about half a mile from here on Maple. Good place, cheap prices, and we can sit and gab long as we please. You've got it, and she maneuvered her sports car through the milling students. Holy Mother, full of grace, please find us a parking place, Jen chanted. Maggie looked questioningly at her friend. Always works, she said. Learned it from a nun friend of mine. Look, there's a place right in front. Bingo, told you. So to what do I owe this honor? Maggie recognized her old friend's feigned jolliness and was deeply concerned. Jen began by saying she didn't know where to start. Think I'll start at the end and work backwards. My most current problem is money, and that goes along with worrying about my folks. They've both been sick. My dad's had several strokes and been in and out of the hospital for the past several months. Who knows if he'll ever be able to work again. He's a fighter and really tries to do everything he's told, but he gets so upset about not being able to talk or walk or feed himself. My mom's either been at the hospital constantly or when he's been home caring for him around the clock. They've had some help, but they aren't very dependable and cost so damn much. Meanwhile, she neglects her diabetes, forgets to take her insulin, is eating all wrong, and well, it's a mess. Maggie listened attentively, wondering why she hadn't been told this all while it was happening, but right now the best she could do was to be a good listener. So you can see, I can't go on taking money from them for school, which costs an arm and a leg. They've got all they can handle. What about applying for a scholarship or some kind of aid? Maggie asked. I have, but monies are tight, and they're not that gung-ho about helping women students. There are only 3 of us in the class, and it's for sure we're low men on the totem pole. I love what I'm doing, Mag, and I know I'll be one hell of a good doctor. You wouldn't believe how they put us through the ringer, but I've been able to handle it until now. But my folks need me, and I can't help them and keep up with my work. She was doodling on her paper placemat and had formed a border of lines, dots, circles, and curlicues. What about your brothers? What about them? Bert's in Manila eking out a living, and he's got a Filipino wife and 2 bambinos, and Joe manages to call them from New York City about every other month. He's still convinced the world's ready for the coming of a second John Barrymore. Meanwhile, he's waiting tables and hiring himself out as an escort. What a bunch of downers, thought Maggie. Her heart went out to her old friend, but what could she do? Advice wasn't what she needed. Tension release, certainly, and that she could provide. However, even listening didn't make the problems disappear. She was faced with dilemmas with no immediate choices. Jen went on. And it doesn't end there. Richard keeps making noises about getting married. Thinks it's time for me to put all this foolishness to rest and put Mrs. before my name. Hell, Mag, that's the last thing I want right now. Don't know if I'll ever want it. As she lay in bed that night, Maggie couldn't get their conversation off her mind. She would discuss this with Gil, she decided. She was sure they could offer her some financial aid for the time being, and maybe that would get her over the first hump. Hi, Maggie, this is Ken, the voice on the telephone said. Are you busy? Her first impulse was to say that she was on her way out, or that she was expecting an important telephone call, or that she had company and couldn't talk. What came out was, No, not at all. How are you, Ken? Great, just great. Rumor has it that you're about to enter the wonderful world of wedded bliss, and I wanted to extend my congrats. Ken sounded relaxed, confident. She felt hesitant, awkward. She had many times anticipated having their paths cross and wondered how she'd feel in seeing him again. The breakup with him had been more disappointing than hurtful. It had shaken her confidence in her own judgment because she had considered him to be a special kind of person. His bias came as a shock and made her realize that probably most people, even those who consider themselves rational, open-minded, intelligent human beings, down deep are prejudiced. Is bigotry, she conjectured, an integral facet of the human condition? Thanks a lot. Where'd you get the info? This is wild. It came in a kind of roundabout way. I was at a conference the other day and ran into an ex-fraternity brother of mine. He introduced me to a friend of his, Jim Barron. In the course of the conversation, Jim commented that he was going to be best man soon at his brother's wedding. When he mentioned who was marrying whom, I nearly flipped. Say, Mag, I'd like to meet this lucky guy of yours. Sarah, that's my wife, and I would love to have you and Gil over. I'll ask Jim and his girlfriend to join us. How's about it? Sure, Ken, but let me check with Gil, okay? You betcha. Mag, there's one more thing I want to tell you for what it's worth. I don't want to make a federal case out of it, but I've never forgiven myself for my stupidity. I can't believe I wasn't man enough to stand up to my fraternity. Ken, we were so young. Not too young not to know better, he continued. But I learned a lot about myself from that experience, and crazy though it may sound, I think I'm a better person for it. Oh, and Mag, one more thing. Sarah's not only Jewish, but she's Orthodox. You wouldn't believe what I know about keeping a kosher home. When I saw that I was on the brink of losing her, I looked me straight in the eye, had a long conversation with the guy looking back at me in the mirror, and guess what? I converted. No more Ken the Goy. My mother calls me her Yiddish banker. Maggie had a laugh. Perhaps her judgment wasn't so far off base after all. Jim had suggested that he and Sandra would pick Gil and Maggie up. No, he insisted, it was right on the way for him, and besides, finding Ken's house was a little tricky. He had the directions, but he figured 4 heads were better than 2. It would also give the girls a chance to get to know each other a little better. Not uncharacteristically, Jim was nearly half an hour late. So unlike his brother, but then they were diametrically opposite in almost everything. Jim was tall and dark, Gil short and blonde. Jim talked a blue streak, was an expert on everything, or so he would have you believe. Gil was reserved, quiet, thought twice before he spoke once. Gil was punctual to a fault. He was interested in people, liked them, and was endlessly considerate. Jim liked Jim, and that which served Jim best was what Jim did. Maggie had a mental list, one that grew with every encounter of their stark contrasts. She was sure that Sandra's presence in his life would be brief, and if she was lucky, or smarter than she appeared, she'd welcome her walking papers. Maggie had to admit that Jim was a charmer, and despite the flaws as she perceived them, she couldn't help but like him. He made her laugh and feel good about herself, so she supposed that women did indeed find him attractive. Fine for a brother-in-law was her conclusion, but definitely not husband material in her book. Ken greeted them warmly at the door and played the perfect host as he helped Maggie remove her coat and then placed the other three over his arm. He ushered them into a spacious family room where a fire crackled in the fireplace. He motioned them toward the conversation circle of overstuffed leather love seats just as Sarah came in from the kitchen, all smiles. Were Ken's directions okay? Some people have an awful time finding us in this crazy development. I know, you're Maggie. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Ken's spoken of you so often. She offered 2 hands in greeting, going to both Maggie and Sandra. Maggie noticed that her greeting of the man was at a distance. Her orthodoxy, Maggie recognized. She was a little bit of a thing, probably straining to reach 5 feet and 90 pounds, and was very obviously pregnant. She was an amicable young woman, both animated and friendly. The tilt of her head as she spoke, her directness, the intensity with which she listened, along with a hint of an accent and a little staccato speech mannerism, added a touch of charm. Maggie liked her immediately. Ken had moved to a position behind the bar in a corner of the room and was pouring 6 glasses of champagne. Gil and Jim had settled on stools at the bar and seemed to be engrossed in something Ken was telling them. What a congenial atmosphere. A toast, Ken announced when he had served a glass of bubbly to each. He raised his and offered, "May you live as long as you want and never want as long as you live. L'chaim." "L'chaim," they all echoed. After allowing time for a bit of reminiscing, Sarah suggested that perhaps the women could help her bring the food to the table. "I hope you're starved," she tittered. "Everything always tastes better on an empty stomach. I'm still learning how to make everything come out even." That the Grosbecks were financially comfortable was obvious, yet there were no heirs. Simplicity reigned. The table was appetizingly lovely, simple bone china, a plain sterling silver flatware pattern, quietly elegant crystal stemware, all bordering a floral collection from their own hothouse into which Sarah had inserted a pair of candles. So very inviting was Maggie's observation. As was the dinner conversation. Sarah had indicated that Maggie was to sit next to Ken, and Gil was seated to his hostess's right. Before they started, Ken intoned a brief prayer. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Upon its completion, platters and serving bowls were passed, each dish so pleasingly appetizing that Maggie was certain she would never be able to finish all that she had taken. She, as had all the others, not only cleaned her plate, but made room for the delicious peach melba that punctuated dinner's completion. "I won't say fit for a king," Jim quipped. "But Sarah, that was marvelous. However in the world do you and Ken manage to stay so slim with you as a cook?" The remark made Sarah blush. "Would you call this pouch slim?" And her hand circled her protruding middle. The spirited conversation continued as they regrouped about the fireplace. "After that feast," somebody commented, "we really should jog around the block." "I was born in Germany and spent my gymnasium years in the Netherlands," she responded. Very softly and with continued prodding, she explained that as a child she had been taunted in school. She was called dirty names, picked on ceaselessly, and was totally miserable. They lived about 50 kilometers outside Berlin, and cousins who lived in the city were experiencing the same difficulties. My father was an accountant for a big wholesale distributor. He'd been there for many years and had 10 people working under him. He was well liked. In fact, one of the owners was a close personal friend who had come to our home many times. He was Uncle Boris to me. My dad was sure his job was secure forever. He would have no problems, he thought, but my mother was frightened and constantly talked about leaving Germany. He turned a deaf ear to her pleadings, but did agree when she wouldn't stop nagging to let me and my little brother go to Amsterdam to live with an aunt and uncle who had 3 older children. I was 12 then, and my little brother was only 7. I was scared, so scared. She found it difficult to go on, although everyone was quietly listening. The gaiety had dissipated. Her sobering story created a completely serious atmosphere. Ken continued her story for her. She never saw either of her parents again. We've tried tracing them, found a few survivors who had known them, but no one could provide a single lead. We even checked records, as much as is available, at several of the camps. Nothing. Sarah's certain they didn't survive the war, but how and where they must have died is a mystery. In fact, we haven't been able to find any of her family except for the ones in Amsterdam. Her aunt died last year. 2 of her cousins live here, one in Chicago, the other in Boston. No one could find anything to say that felt appropriate. Even Jim had been silenced. Then Gil asked, "Were your parents religious too?" No, not at all. I didn't even go to religious school, but my mother sometimes went to the synagogue on high holy days. That's all. Not my aunt and uncle either. After the war, I went to England for a while, worked mostly as a nanny. My people moved to the States. The husband was transferred and asked me to come with them. So here I am, she laughed, a red, white, and blue American. The family I was with, the Christophers, were devout Catholics. Their devotion was beautiful. I admired everything they did, but mostly I think I needed a reason to go on, so I started going to services on Friday nights and Saturday mornings. It all began to get a grip on me. I loved the symbolism and the traditions, and God took me by the hand and led me. He even led me to Ken. She beamed. Look what Hitler did to my man. She walked over to him and put a loving arm about his shoulders, then exposed her most recent gift, a gold chai hanging from a thin chain around his neck. Ich liebe dich, Liebchen. I think we just added 2 names to our wedding guest list, Gil commented as they wound their way back through the maze of curved roads to the expressway. I like your taste in men, milady. Maggie discussed Jen's conflict with her mother one day on the way to school. Despite the fact that the problem seemed insurmountable in the short term, her upbeat mom was convinced that even the most obstinate of difficulties eventually resolve themselves, especially if one puts forth the effort to effect a solution. It's so like you, honey, to want to help Jen, but I don't think digging into your savings is the answer. She would probably refuse you anyway. From my own experience with your grandparents, I promise you she'll weather the storm. There may well be sadness, and eventually she will lose one or both of them, but we all know death is a part of life. In the meantime, she may have to forfeit her career, Maggie responded dismally, and she drifted off into her thoughts, projecting herself into her friend's situation, and gave a shudder. Their daily routine served both Maggie and her mother well. As they continued their classroom partnership, the stress of the demanding days had eased, and Maggie was loving the companionship their new relationship afforded. Her mom was a whiz at working with the children and offered not only an extra set of hands, but a totally new dimension as well, that of a wise, protective grandmother. The little ruffians had shaped up even more rapidly than last year's lot, and while they were markedly slower in their strides toward communication, they were nevertheless making daily advances. Mother Sonia, well received and completely accepted by the professional staff, had never felt happier. During the course of the morning, Sonia was troubled. Certainly something or someone had to be available to assist Jen and her parents. Perhaps Jewish Family Services could offer some solutions, Mom suggested at their lunch break. When Mrs. Cantor's husband was so ill, they provided women around the clock to help, and the cost was minimal. If Jen had that peace of mind, and if she found the right authorities at the college, who knows? One thing's for sure, crying won't help. She has to investigate and push and persist. I think she needs this kind of encouragement from you, Mag. They had their first real argument just weeks before their wedding. Gil had become interested in the stock market and spent a good amount of time following the daily fluctuations. He had amassed a library of annual reports and could quote earnings, ratios, dividends, and trading prices at the drop of a hat. At first, he limited his game to imaginary purchases, harboring the conviction that a wise but not too conservative investor could very successfully make his money work for him. As long as it was play money that was bought and sold, Maggie felt no compulsion to interfere. But when he excitedly told her that he had made contact with a broker that he really liked and had bought 500 shares of Delta Airlines, she panicked. Gil, that's gambling. How could you? You work too hard to squander your savings that way. I thought we were trying to save up enough for a down payment on a house. Honey, that's just what I'm trying to do. You know it'll be several years before we can afford a house. This could make it possible sooner. Or much later. Oh, Gil, I hate the thought of just taking dollar bills and throwing them to the wind, and that's just what you're doing. I don't think so. I'm studying the market and feel confident about what I'm doing. You can be confident about your salary coming in regularly. You can feel confident that you have a secure job, but how can you feel confident giving your money to some company that doesn't even know or care who Gil Barron is? If they lose thousands, poof, they write it off and just dip into another account. Look, they're here to make money too. If the CEO or president or whoever doesn't perform, he's out on his ear. His job is on the line and he's got to produce. Sure, he has a healthy bank account, a $100,000 home, and all kinds of strings he can pull. I wouldn't trust any of them with my money, said with a finality. Kitten, if I'm wrong, I'll just have to suffer the consequences. You mean we, don't you? You go and get goofy and get some highfalutin idea about easy money, and I see our savings sprouting wings and taking off just like your dear old Delta. You'd never heard Maggie so adamant about anything before. How now to face this conflict? Displeasing Maggie was the last thing in the world he sought to do, and yet he couldn't console himself with the limitations of a teacher's salary. He wanted more for both of them. Why don't you just go to Las Vegas and throw your money away there? At least you could have some fun looking at the pretty chorus girls. Now she was becoming unreasonable, almost foolish. Honey, this isn't a crapshoot or a roll of the dice. It's more like a science. Thousands upon thousands of people keep their eyes on Wall Street every day when millions of shares are traded. Business is booming and the bulls say all systems point to record growth this year. Look, I was too young to understand the crash when it came, but I used to hear my parents arguing and worrying about how to pay their bills, bemoaning how much they had lost, wondering how they would survive. They couldn't even buy me a pair of roller skates for 99 cents that I cried for. The next time I hear Wall Street, it had better be an avenue here in my town. She was getting hysterical now, and Gil was at a loss as how to pacify her. Promised that he would never, ever use his money in that manner? That he could not in all conscience do, nor would he lie to her. Instead, he pulled her to him, held her, and kissed her until she finally calmed down. Do you realize we've just had our first real fight? It was the old Maggie smiling again. They say that most arguments between married couples are over money or sex. I vote for money, he winked. I, Gil, take thee, Maggie. These words have been spoken by so many for so long. How genuinely I mean them, my dearest love, time alone will prove. I, Gil, take thee, Maggie, in order to give every ounce of caring within me, to give eternal support, to give of my every fiber and being. I, Gil, take thee, Maggie, in order to share with you all that life has to promise for every hour between my getting up and my lying down. I know there will be times of incredible joy and times of sadness and times of trials. All will be possible as we stand side by side together. I, Gil, take thee, Maggie, so that we may build together a union that will bring meaning to our lives, pride to our parents, a contribution to our society. Whatever the future holds, insofar as I am capable, I take an oath to be always there, with and for you, till the end of time. With these words, a man stood under the chuppah before God, family, and friends, and committed his deepest, truest, undying devotion. I've never realized that shopping could be an adventure, said Gil, as Maggie led him from store to store. I've always thought of it as a necessary evil, and mostly put off until tomorrow what should have been done yesterday. Do that and you'll get your nose roasted to a crisp and play mealtime to a host of mosquitoes, Maggie chided. Most of the things on the list require no decision-making. Find it, pay for it, and you're out of there. Okay. Scratch off the insect repellent, sunburn lotion, flashlight, toothbrush holders. Gil was scanning and crossing out items on the list. But where in Hades do we find safari hats? Maybe we'll have to wait and get them there. If we get any old kind of straw hats, they'll be too hard to pack. But I'll bet if we go to an army surplus store, we could find khaki pants with lots of big pockets. And maybe we'll find duffel bags there and not bother with my heavy leather suitcases. Want to try? Sure, but let's look for a camera first. Taking care of these needs was impossible as long as school was in session, and now that summer vacation had arrived, they really had to scurry to get everything thrown together in a week's time. It had been mandatory that they fit in their required shots and take care of the passports and visas earlier. At least now these were all signed, sealed, and delivered. We made it. Can you believe we're really on our way? Gil was hoisting their belongings up into an overhead rack as Maggie flopped into a window seat. Gil, I'm nervous. Can you imagine flying all those miles over water? Do you think we'll be airsick? He was ignoring her concerns. He had his own for the moment, juggling their things in the already crowded overhead bins. By tomorrow they would be in London, their first stop en route to Kenya. London had been Gil's first choice for a honeymoon. Maggie had dreamed of Africa since childhood. Compromise had been easy. A week in Kenya and a week in London. What a glorious way to start their lives together. After flying over Glasgow and then Manchester, they touched down at London's Heathrow Airport and had about an hour and a half to make their connecting flight to Nairobi. Even the name conjured up visions of wild animals roaming the streets. Maggie could scarcely contain her excitement and became annoyed by her husband's stoicism. It'll come, she kept saying to herself. Once he gets there, I know he'll get excited. Their arrival at the Norfolk Hotel in Nairobi filled them both with mixed emotions. The people, the city, the setting were all terribly civilized, but the elegance of the old hotel was thrilling. Even the air, heavy with humidity, announced loud and clearly that they were in a different world. They had the remainder of the day to themselves before meeting their car and driver the next morning. Meanwhile, they had time to readjust their inner time clocks, roam the blocks adjacent to the hotel, stroll through the University of Nairobi campus, which was just across the street, and have dinner at a candlelit table on the patio. Happily, their driver's English was excellent, if one has no trouble deciphering the king's English. Philip, they could tell, was a winner. They recognized immediately that under his guidance they were about to experience the vacation of a lifetime. Erudite, knowledgeable, relaxed, Philip was a take-charge man, and repeatedly during the week that followed they would be grateful for his caution, his expertise, his local knowledge, his love of history, his pride in his people. and his curiosity. He asked as many questions about America as they about Africa. He would go there someday, of that he was certain. He had a dream, too. Perhaps they could exchange courtesies. But for now they were in Africa, and once they left Nairobi, he told them everything would look very different. No more Western dress, few paved roads, many, many animals, fewer English-speaking people, and primitive toilet facilities. Were they prepared for a culture shock, he questioned? Prepared, willing, and able, they reassured him. Philip suggested that they lighten their load, taking with them only the barest of necessities. The remainder could be checked at the hotel until their return. Easy enough, they were sure, and half an hour later the three of them were winding their way out of the city, heading north, past native villages, ox-drawn carts, bicyclists, pedestrians traversing the roads, over the floor of the Great Rift Valley, and toward the Masai Mara National Reserve. As the sun beat down directly overhead and cast its warmth on Mother Earth, Philip pulled off the rutted road and found a shaded spot beneath an acacia tree. As they munched on a lunch of fruit, cheese, hard bread, and cold Tusker beer, several Maasai natives squatting on their haunches nearby watched in fascination but made no attempt to approach. Philip exchanged a few words with them and they nodded. After more hours of hard driving on bumpy, skidding roads, they arrived at a large clearing that was completely deserted. Philip asked for assistance in hauling the heavy tents from the back of his truck, and together the three of them drove stakes into the ground and pitched 2 tents. Then their guide circled the area with kerosene lamps, prepared a campfire in the center, and dug into his cache of supplies to prepare a simple but satisfying dinner. They were out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the sights, sounds, and smells of the wild. "We retire early, we rise early," Philip announced. Into their sleeping bags they crawled to dream the dream they were living. Maggie's entry in her logbook the next evening. 3 hyenas seem to be scent marking, and Philip says they are in the mating season. One is about 50 yards away, vocalizing. Hyenas are not the obnoxious beasts they are frequently portrayed to be. They interact with each other, have definite roles, and even seem to have a camaraderie. There was a bunch of guinea fowl just past a stark white skull, probably from a large hoof stock, such as Cape buffalo. We photographed the skull. What was it? How long had it lived, and how did it die? This immense savanna covered with short grass is a stage where life and death act out their parts, an ongoing film that never stops. We see the remains of the kill of a giraffe, surrounded by lions eating one at a time. There doesn't seem to be any hurry. The script is being followed and everyone knows his part. Elephants are sighted in the near distance, 9 of them, including 4 babies. There are 2 grown young males and 3 grown females. Farther away against a hill, we can see a herd of at least 40 more. We had a full afternoon of trekking out to a lush green valley to see zebra, wild beast, warthog, secretary birds, Thompson gazelle, and impala. We also saw topple and a rabbit. Our inveterate guide and information machine was his usual pleasant and informative self, citing the animals and pointing them out, always with enthusiasm. In the days to come, Maggie, the writer, and Gil, the photographer, both awed by the beauty and mystery of nature, wrote incessantly and clicked repeatedly. They were aware that memory would fade, but their recordings would return them to the wonder of this land time and time again. Among the most lasting of memories would be the huge herds of migrating wild beasts that darkened the horizon by their sheer number. For centuries they had followed the identical route, finding new supplies of food and water as they exhausted the old. All would be renewed when they revisited the following year. A black rhino mother and her baby grazing among the bushes, ox peckers on their backs, serving as alarm systems and as parasite relief, herds of zebra with their symmetrically striped coats. Egyptian geese warily watching a pair of lions, Cape buffalo so close they could see them breaking, monkeys darting with incredible agility from branch to branch, or gathering about a stump as though attending a board of directors meeting. Secretary birds, a mother lion with her cubs trailing behind, patiently awaiting their turns for dinner at the sight of a recent kill. The alert eye must peer far into the distance and also turn hungrily upward in a utopia where wild life reigns. Bidding farewell to this paradise was eased only by the anticipation of the week to come in merry old England, where they were about to encounter a more familiar lifestyle. It was now Gil's turn at enthusiasm. From the air, London looked like an artist's sketch in black, gray, and white. Once there, they did all the touristy things. They rode the tube or a red double-decked bus to each destination, relying heavily on their map. They glowed in the hustle-bustle of Trafalgar Square, walked past Scotland Yard, spent hours roaming the Tower of London, gawked unbelieving at the crown jewels. Are they real, Maggie questioned. Visited Soho, picked at food that didn't quite please their palate, availed themselves almost nightly of the vast selections of theater offings, and most thrilling of all, toured Stratford-on-Avon, and were enthralled by a performance of the Merry Wives of Windsor. Saddest of all was the war's destruction, which was still everywhere in evidence. Maggie closed her eyes and tried to imagine the horror of blackouts, air raid sirens screaming enemy planes overhead. We have no understanding in America of the real meaning of war, she thought. The lights of Piccadilly Circus on the West End enraptured them both, and a game of cricket at Lord's Cricket Grounds west of Regent's Park totally confused them. Gil snapped his camera again and again at the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. What an interesting tradition, though they found it difficult understanding how the people revered the monarchy as they did. Number 7 Downing Street was most unimpressive, other than the knowledge of the importance of those who dwelled within. During the final hours, they chose a quiet stroll along the River Thames. How rapidly the days went, and all too soon it was time to take their leave. All that they had seen boggled their minds, and they were grateful for Maggie's notes to clarify for them later about what, where, and when. Oh, Gil, we must come back someday. We will, darling, we certainly will. I think it's time for our first party, Maggie decided several days after their return. I want my folks and Jen and Jim to share in the fun of our trip. How about it, Gil? Good idea, hon, but let's wait until our slides come back and we have time to get them organized. And I'll have to edit my notes so as we can give a running commentary. The pictures were terrific. Her writing complimented them exceedingly well, but the chore of a meal preparation was overwhelming. For the first time, Sarah's comment about making everything come out even had real meaning. Cooking for herself the past several years had been a piece of cake. Even adding Gil at the table had not been much of a challenge, but entertaining in a special way for 4 more mouths loomed up as a task she had not quite bargained for. And Gil was absolutely no help. He had dubbed himself the kitchen klutz. All right, he was. We've got some training to do here, Maggie thought to herself, but I've got to train me before I'm up to taking on a student chef. At least Gil was a smooth, welcoming host, freeing her to remain in the kitchen and refer to her notes of what to do when. Setting a pretty table was easy enough. Her wedding gifts, in addition to her mother's donations of some of her own favorites that she chose to hand down to her daughter, provided adequately in creating a pleasant setting, and the floral centerpiece that Gil had brought home made it even more festive. She stood back and admired what she saw before her. Now her attention had to be turned to the goodies in the oven. She was nervous, but as she saw her guests reaching for seconds, she was able to relax. Gil was in rare form, and had everyone laughing and recounting tales from their experience to match his. Soon, however, the conversation turned to the problems that Harry Truman was currently addressing. His new head of the State Department, General George Marshall, had proposed a plan that all the war-injured nations of Europe join in a scheme of economic recovery to be assisted by United States grants. He was Truman's kind of man, as compared with Henry Wallace, who had resisted his president's policy of getting tough with Russia. The Cold War, so dubbed by Bernard Baruch, was a threat from which the little haberdasher from Missouri was not about to back down. When you see the devastation firsthand and you move among the people of England who paid such a dear price, you simply have to support Truman's stance. We've got some pictures that drive that point home in no uncertain terms. If you'll excuse me, I'll get things set up. Won't take long. Gil placed his napkin carefully beside his plate, rose with a nod to the group, and strode from the room. "You won't believe your eyes," Maggie added, as her eyes followed Gil. They had a rapt audience as they charmed them with the pictures of free-roaming animals in Africa, but the guests issued gasps of disbelief when they viewed the ravages of war in London, still very much in evidence 2 years later. "You ought to go on a speaking tour," Sonia observed. "You could convince the staunchest communist of the need to cooperate. With Maggie standing in front of the ruins, it becomes much more real and personal." At the conclusion of the showing, Jen turned to Maggie and her mother. "I've been so wrapped up in my own war that I didn't even know what was going on in the world beyond my world. But I do have some good news thanks to both of you." She was so grateful, she told them, for their suggestions. Her dad was home from the hospital and was improving slowly, very slowly. Jewish Family Services had found 2 wonderful women to help her mother, although now they were down to only one, who came in for a 12-hour shift from 8 to 8. And best of all, a counselor at the university had found a remote, little-known grant for which she was eligible. It was specifically for anyone of American Indian descent, and she had had a great-grandmother who was a Sioux. "My great-grandfather would flip if he knew how much he has helped me. For the next 2 years, I'll be on Easy Street. My mom was so happy she did a jig, all 240 pounds of her." She laughed a genuine, joyful laugh and hugged both her benefactors. "I thank you and I love you," and tears welled up in her dark brown eyes. As the last guest filed out the door, Gil put his arm around his bride's waist. "You are the hostess with the mostest," and walked with her lovingly to their bedroom. Delta had gone up 3 5/8 points since Gil's purchase. "Wer lacht letzten, lacht besten," Gil said to himself. "House hunting is a job I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy," Maggie complained after they had spent a month following ads that appeared in the Sunday Classified. "What we like we can't afford, and what we can afford we don't like," she told a realtor they had finally contacted in desperation. "Not to worry," the feisty young woman reassured them. "Your home is out there just waiting to be discovered. I'm becoming clearer about what you have in mind. Give me a few days to do my homework, and I'll get back to you before the end of the week." She made it sound so easy that their hopes were renewed. She was a glib talker, that one, capable of convincing even the most skeptical. "You know what I think she is?" Gil sighed with a tone of desperation. "She's nothing more than a big windbag with an educated vocabulary. The first day out with her, she took them to areas they had already vetoed. The second time around, she upped the ante, trying to convince them that by spending more, they could get proportionally much more, and that the appreciation on their investment would significantly increase. Third time they rode around in her Cadillac, she restricted herself both to their choice of neighborhood and budget, but each house was of cracker box size and desperately in need of repair. Her jaunty, exuberant manner never wavered, however, and she insisted that she would, given time, find a home that they would love. Maggie, fat chance. Gil, forget it. The idea of becoming homeowners had, of necessity, to be put on the back burner. They were back at work for the new school year, and in addition, Gil was taking a night school course and studying for the principal's exam. No time for further involvement. Shortly before Thanksgiving, they met Sarah and Ken for dinner at a new Thai restaurant that had been touted as being a gourmet's delight. Between the entree and the dessert, Ken mentioned that he had a piece of real estate that he had purchased during the war from a woman whose husband had been reported missing in action and now had decided to put it on the market. Did they know of anyone who was looking for a home? Tell us more, the barons chorused. Must be seen to be appreciated, Ken winked, using the old realtor's idiom. This time it was no exaggeration. Other than the usual moving-in needs, it was as though they had designed it to their own specifications. It was located in an even more upscale neighborhood than they had ever dared dream of. The lot was small but adequate, just large enough to allow them space to putter about and small enough not to be a drain on their time and energies. The interior was spacious and airy and would lend itself beautifully to an addition should they someday choose to have one built. Maggie was ecstatic. Gil was pleased that she was pleased. While Maggie was mentally designing meet our new home announcements, Gil was planning a combined study with his and her desks facing each other, each banked by much-needed file cabinets. Happiness is, they agreed. One of Maggie's major frustrations was the lack of communication between hearing parents and their profoundly deaf sons and daughters. This was an area where she seemed to hit the proverbial brick wall. When and if a parent were to keep an appointment for a conference, this became a top priority for her. To apprise them of their child's progress was easy enough, but how was she, diplomatically, to remind them that they too had a responsibility, that no matter what amount of language she was successful in teaching them, it would all go for naught if the parents lacked equivalent tools? She was cognizant of the fact that in many cases there were one-parent homes, and frequently it was the mother who was burdened not only with her handicapped child, but several other children who made demands on her time, her energy, and importantly, her limited finances. She may, in addition, be employed outside the home. She well understood that, like herself, there are too few hours in a day and too much physical weariness. Of course, there was no easy answer, but she nevertheless felt compelled to urge, to cajole, almost demand that they find a way to learn their children's visual language. Early in the semester, at their annual evening open house at school, when she had a room full of parents before her, she reiterated her concerns. How many, she asked, would be interested in attending signing classes if she were to offer them either in the evening or early morning before school with no charge to them? Everyone either nodded or raised a hand in assent. Good. She passed a sheet of paper around for them to sign, leave a phone number where she could be reached, and indicate day and time they would prefer meeting. Step one, Maggie thought. The group unanimously agreed that an evening would be most desirable, and Tuesdays got the vote. With further discussion, it was agreed that they would meet in this room 1 week hence. All she had to do now was seek permission to open a front door to them at 7:30 p.m. Tuesday night came, and so did 3 parents, the mother of her star pupil and both the mother and father of another. She was not so naive as to expect them all, but parents of only 1/4 of her students? Needless to say, she felt disappointed, but that was no reason to give anything but her best to those who had made the effort to come. They were marvelously attentive, and at their suggestion, the session continued for 2 hours. The week following, 4 more parents made their appearance, sheepishly admitting that it was the Washingtons who had called and encouraged them. Maggie was delighted. Attendance was erratic for the remainder of the semester, but enthusiasm never waned. Each repeatedly remarked how she was better communicating with her hearing-impaired child, that other members of the family were also trying the sign. In appreciation, they combined their not-too-plentiful funds and presented Maggie with a basket of fruit for Christmas. A rapport had been established, each with the other. They shared ideas and feelings relative to their children and the children's positive responses to the program. How good it was. Except at home. She noticed that Gil had become rather peevish on Tuesdays when she had to rush dinner and then fly hurriedly from the house. She ignored his behavior for a while, until one evening he left the table in a huff and grumbled something about her distorted priorities. She was not prepared for his outburst, nor did she feel as though she had time to discuss rationally what seemed to be a disturbing problem for him. "I sense that you're upset with me, but really I must leave. Is it okay if we talk about it when I get home?" No answer. "All right, sir, stew if you must," she thought. She cleared the table and stacked the dishes in the sink, knowing they would be exactly as she left them when she returned. She gave him a peck and was gone. The slow drive through the snow was irritating. Gil's attitude was unacceptable. She could not help but think that if it were he putting the extra time in at work, that would be expected. How could he have the audacity to resent that she might choose to do so? During the entire precarious drive to school and again on the return trip, she continued to belabor his tunnel vision. "Cool it," she told herself as she brought her car to a stop in the driveway. "Cool it, kiddo." She found Gil reading when she walked into their house, but she knew immediately that he was still incensed. "Hi, your adoring wife returneth." She tried to sound whimsical. He turned toward her. "We need to talk." "Shoot, you're the one who's upset." "Yes, I am. Maggie, you seem to have to go. I get the feeling I'm a very low priority. And it's my responsibility to be the ever-loving wife, right? Gil, I've got a demanding job that needs to be done now, today. Sometime in the future will be too late. These children have desperate needs that must be met, and I can't let them down. When I see them flowering, when I see families growing and strengthening, I get a lot of gratification. It gives me a high knowing something is better because I have done my best. And the hell with us. That's not fair. One doesn't preclude the other. It's like saying if you have two children, you can't love them equally. I love you. I love my job. Both are important in my life. I don't expect you to be less than you can be. I know your commitment to the children and your commitment to me. I accept you're doing what you must do. Why can't you accept the same in me? An interminable silence. Then, calmer. You're right, hon. I'm sorry. It's just that you always seem to be rushing from one thing to another. You can't seem to sit still for 1 minute. Maggie felt relief that he was more tranquil, yet felt a need to explain herself. Let's look at it this way. Imagine that your bank credited your account each morning with $1,440 with one condition. Whatever part of the $1,440 you failed to use during the day would be erased from your account, and no balance would be carried over. What would you do? You draw out every cent every day and use it to your best advantage. Well, I feel I do have such a bank. Its name is time. Every morning my bank credits me with 1,440 minutes, and it writes off as forever lost whatever portion I've not invested to good purpose. I don't want that loss. What can I say? You're you, and that's why I fell in love with you. Love doesn't mean squelching or smothering. It does mean understanding, even when you don't agree, and it means communicating. I appreciate even more what you are trying to do. It's been much too long since we've gotten together, Jen started. She seemed always to have her nights and days mixed up, or, to be more accurate, her day extended well into the night. It was past midnight, and the ring of the telephone startled Maggie out of a deep sleep. Around 10 o'clock. Oops, just looked at my watch, Mag. Sorry. Didn't realize it was so late. Well, since you're already awake, might as well talk to me. With a yawn. I could happily kill you. What's up, old friend? Not much, just couldn't get you off my mind. Been busy like crazy, Natch. My brain's filled with so much book learning, it feels as though a pinprick could make it burst. And in the midst of all the stress, strain, and study, I still miss you. When you can manage the time, I'm still Miss-available. Oh, no, you're not. You're married. The semester break's coming up. Know what I'd like? Name it. I'd like for us to be together for a few days, just the two of us. Think that man of yours could let you out of his sight? Tell him I'll take good care of you. What you have in mind? Thought maybe you could get a hotel room downtown, take in a play, do some fancy eating, bum around. Like the good old days. Jen was using her most persuasive voice. I'll think about it. Promise? Promise. But right now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get my beauty rest. It's a deal. Talk to you. Bye. With that, the line went dead. The conversation completely slipped her mind until the next evening at dinner, when Gil asked her who had called in the middle of the night. When Maggie repeated the conversation, he had a hurt look on his face. Why can't the three of us get together like we've done before? Just because she's footloose doesn't mean that you are. Until that point, Maggie had not seriously considered Jen's suggestion, but suddenly, perhaps because Gil had objected, it sounded wonderfully attractive. Guess she just felt like she wanted to recapture our youth. Actually, I think it sounds like fun, but I'll tell her no if you really want me to. He reconsidered. She was working terribly hard, and besides, it would give him the opportunity to do some concentrated studying. He had a final coming up, and the principal's exam was only 2 months away. If you two behave, no hanky-panky. You're a married woman, you know, he teased. You're on, she reported to Jen later that evening, and with Gil's blessings. It was a strange feeling checking into a hotel with another woman, but she also felt liberated. I think I like this brainstorm of yours. It's so easy to fall into a rut. As they stood in the elevator watching the lights blink from floor to floor, Jen hugged her friend. I've thought about this a lot, but I had neither the time nor the nerve to make the suggestion. Feels like old times, doesn't it? If you want, I'll even move a desk into the closet. They flopped lazily on the beds and surveyed their room. Pretty snazzy, but methinks the closet's too small for that desk. No can do. Bed's super comfy, nice and firm. And did you notice the nice deep tub in the bathroom? Beats KKK. Then Maggie added, what say you about setting up an itinerary? Other than having obtained tickets for a show that evening, nothing more had been planned. How about the planetarium this morning? Then some disgustingly fattening goods for lunch. Sounds good to me. I'd love to see the Monet exhibit at the Art Institute, was Maggie's addition. You're still trying to culturize me. Why not? Doctors are renowned to be completely devoid of knowledge about the finer things in life. Minutes later, they were hailing a taxi. The offerings at the planetarium were always fascinating. They agreed that it was fortunate that some people enjoyed spending their lives peering through telescopes, while the rest of the proletariat prided themselves in being able to identify Orion or Cassiopeia or Ursa Major. I wish I could understand the idea of infinity, Maggie said. What comes after the end of space? More space? Then what? How far can it go? Jen's participation in the Monet lacked the enthusiasm she showed for her lemon meringue pie, while Maggie was mesmerized by the artist's prolific works. To be able to take a blank canvas and create such rhythm, such a maze of blended colors, Jen, it's mind-boggling. To have such talent, wow. She was absorbed in each and every piece in the display, and after a while realized that she was standing alone. Jen had found a bench and was looking at the paintings. Later that evening, as they returned to their room, they were singing a duet. Some enchanted evening went round and round in their heads. Rodgers and Hammerstein, what a team. Now that's my kind of culture, Jen remarked. What a magnificent performance. I'll have to get tickets for Gil to see it. He loved Oklahoma, and South Pacific is even better. Gil, you've got him on the brain. It's us tonight, pal. And Maggie noticed just the hint of a grimace. What's her problem, she thought. In the morning, they decided to treat themselves to breakfast in bed. Room service was prompt, polite, and expensive. But they giggled and feasted. They shared the Sunday paper and suddenly realized it was noon. How do you feel about bundling up and doing some window shopping, Jen suggested. Ugh. Okay, I'm game. Then I'll treat you to a drink at a little piano bar I spotted while we were in the taxi. Something to warm your innards afterwards. As they parted, each to go her own way, they embraced with the promise that they would have to do this again. I can't tell you what being with you means to me, Mag. You know you're my favorite person in the whole world. I don't mean to sound maudlin, but damn it, I love you, gal. Just what kind of swine are you? You have no choice but to marry her. Gil was adamant. His younger brother had always charmed his way out of every tough situation he had found himself in, but this time it involved more than himself and his playful pursuits. If you're old enough to get her pregnant, damn it, then you're old enough to accept responsibility for your acts. You've got a kid to think about. He was pacing and screaming. No one had ever seen him this agitated before. Maggie sat quietly listening to the exchange between the Barron boys. Each was behaving in a manner consistent with his mores, the one serious, dependable, moral, the others so devil-may-care. This time, however, Jim looked defeated. He stood slumped with his back to the room, staring out the window into the night, a night as black as his mood. His voice sounded hoarse and strained as he said, "Bro, for once I know you're right. Partially." His voice trailed off. After what seemed to be an eternity with no one saying more, not moving, scarcely breathing, he continued very softly. "But I can't marry her. I can't." Then hesitantly, "I don't even like her. It was just, well, she was so easy. She's a damnable flirt, just out to have a good time. If it hadn't been me who knocked her up, it would have been some other guy." Still no response. Both Maggie and Gil knew they had to give him time to sort out his thoughts. He continued staring out the window. Then Maggie, gently putting her hand on his arm, whispered, "Jim, please come and sit down." With a shrug of his shoulders, he obeyed like a naughty child who felt trapped and had to do as he was told. With deep compassion in her voice, Maggie went on, "Let's consider the alternatives. One, you could marry her." Their eyes met, and she communicated her caring. In that event, one of two things would happen, but in either event, you would be giving your child a name. It's possible that the marriage could work out, or in a short term, it could be dissolved. In that way, the girl, Peggy, is that her name, could at least hold her head up, and so could you. A second alternative, Maggie took a deep breath, would be for her to go away with your financial support, have the baby, and then give it up for adoption. I needn't add there's a huge demand for infants. She waited for this idea to register. As she spoke, one or the other started to interrupt, but she would hold her hand up as if to say, "Hear me out." She then went on. Of course, Peg would always have the option to keep the baby. At 17, that seems unwise, but it's not for me to say. Again, Maggie drew a deep breath. As I see it, the only remaining alternative is an abortion. Difficult, but doable. There are good, safe abortionists out there. Just take some inquiring around to locate one. If there's any other choice, I don't see it. She then added, You have to reason these possibilities out, Jim, intelligently and with responsibility. You bear only half the blame, but I think you are man enough to do this and to share the decision with her. It's not entirely up to you, you know. It should be a joint discussion and a joint decision. Maggie's calm but firm approach succeeded in taking the edge off Gil's anger, and Jim appeared to be listening carefully and with respect. With this change in the men's attitudes, it was altogether possible to have a more rational, meaningful dialogue. The helplessness and hopelessness Jim had earlier shown now seemed to dissipate, and he was able to view the situation with greater objectivity. Gil, on the other hand, rather than being accusative, was ready to offer his support. The exchange that ensued among them took on an air of hope, a recognition that a solution to a difficult problem was plausible. After about an hour of serious discussion, it was concluded that Jim would manage to see Peg as soon as possible within a day or two and discuss it with her. Maggie urged her brother-in-law to be understanding and patient. It was, in the final analysis, more difficult for Peg than for him. It was her body that had the burden to bear, and even though they were equally involved emotionally, Peg probably had more at stake in the long run. By offering a woman's perspective and still remaining impartial, Maggie had made a contribution to Jim's growing up far greater than she could, at that moment, have anticipated. Honey, have you ever considered becoming an arbitrator? If you ever tire of teaching, you could have a whole new career in front of you. His wife's abilities, her wisdom, and good common sense always provided a new adventure and discovery. What a woman, he smiled. What a woman. Renee was one of the brightest, nicest members of the faculty. Everyone in the world knew Renee was black. Everyone, that is, except Renee. She had grown up in a rural community in Connecticut where her father was postmaster. If one worked diligently at his job, was good to one's family, attended church regularly, and paid bills in a timely fashion, no one asked any questions. Mr. Bricker did all of the above, and as a result, he, Mrs. Bricker, and the 3 young Brickers were accepted as full-fledged members of Marrittsville. Mrs. B's buttermilk biscuits and apple pies were a must at every gathering, of which there were many, and no matter the quantity she prepared, none was ever left. Her twin sons, Roscoe and Otto, were gentlemen when they were 4 years old and were real gentlemen by the time they were 14. In high school, they were dubbed the Bricker Battery, with Roscoe as the curveball, fastball pitcher and Otto his impenetrable catcher. Their batting averages were .420 and .410, respectively, and it was assumed by every staunch baseball fan, which numbered 785 out of a population of 785, that pro ball was in their future. In addition to carrying their team to the state championship for 3 successive years, they ran cross-country on the track team and managed to make every honor roll during all 4 years in high school. Renee's prowess was neither in the kitchen nor in the athletic department. She loved to dance, and if there were no partner available, she was happy to solo. That little body, all 5 feet of it, just had to bounce whenever there was music. Marrittsville could claim neither a dance instructor nor a school. That Renee girl is just a natural, folks there said. But her true devotion was to books, not a volume in the school library or the small-town public library had escaped her, nor her remarkably retentive mind. All three young Brickers earned scholarships to the state university, and it was there that Renee met and married Robert Levin. Both sets of parents were opposed to the match in varying degrees. Together, in their senior years, they had visited Robert's father in Hartford and his mother in New York City. Each embraced Renee warmly, welcomed her into their homes, but remained staunch in their convictions that their lives would be overrun with obstacles. How could they bestow their blessings on a marriage they felt to be ill-advised? In Merrittsville, Renee's parents were somewhat less strong in their opposition. Bias was something they had never encountered in their community, yet their adult minds flashed warning signals. Renee's mother was a sentimentalist, and if her daughter was in love, then she would, with some reservation, be supportive of her decision. "What about you, Dad? Will you give the bride away?" "If Mother says yes, I say yes. Your mother knows best." And so it was that nearly half of the townsfolk brought platters of goodies and threw the biggest party of the year, as Renee in a short white suit and her father in his brown Sunday finery walked arm in arm down the aisle toward a very happy groom. Robert's first and only job offer fresh out of school was in Chicago. They honeymooned on a westward-bound train, and shortly Robert was immersed in his work as a chemical engineer. Renee found a job as a saleswoman in the lingerie department at Marshall Fields. It wasn't terribly interesting nor challenging, but it was a job with a dependable paycheck. She intuitively liked people and found if she interacted with both the customers and her co-workers on a friendly, personal basis, they responded in kind. Many customers sought her out and became regulars, experiencing both confidence and pleasure when waited on by her. The other women who worked in the department liked and respected her and delighted in her light brand of conversation when there was a lull in business. Upon their arrival in Chicago, Renee had placed her application and required transcripts with the Board of Education downtown. It was 2 years before she received a call for an interview. Leaving her friends in lingerie was difficult. She had become fond of them all, but now she had a new tomorrow to anticipate. Her assigned room was only a few doors down the hall from Maggie's, and they had a chance meeting the first morning. Maggie had suggested that they have lunch together and offered to help in any way she could. Little assistance was necessary. Renee was entirely capable, and as they soon learned, they shared quite similar philosophies of education. Their lunching together became a tradition. At times they were joined by other staff members, and during the days that just the two of them were there, they spent the minutes jabbering about every conceivable topic, from politics to recipes, from sports to husbands. Simply, they found each other's company invigorating. Renee's plans for her future revolved about having a house full of children. She and Robert each had 2 siblings. She would like, she said, to equal both families combined, but the good Lord seemed unwilling to cooperate. She had had 2 miscarriages, and although she was becoming almost afraid to wish, she was not defeated. "The doctors say I'm healthy as a horse," that what they call spontaneous abortions were unexplainable flukes. So Maggie was not at all surprised when told toward the end of the school year that she was safely through her first trimester of pregnancy. "I feel wonderful," she told her friend. "Even my morning sickness this time around was minimal." During the summer months, they visited frequently on the phone and met often for a picnic supper in Grant Park. The concerts that followed were sheer delight for the women, although the men admittedly felt lukewarm about the symphony. They mutually agreed that relaxing under the stars was pleasant enough and offered no resistance when their wives made plans to meet in the park. When they became restless, Gil and Robert would stroll from the scene to indulge in ice cream for sale at the nearby stands and exchange conversation about the workaday world. When Gil received word that he had an assignment as a result of having passed the principal's exam, they proposed a celebration. Robert and Renee insisted upon hosting them at a downtown restaurant to observe their friend's success. Is it a difficult school you'll be going to? Renee asked. Probably. I seriously doubt there's anything but difficult schools in the inner city, he answered. Does that bother you? No way. I know I'm up to it. You'd better believe that I expect to tackle this challenge with a venom that will make heads spin. I'm going to get these kids off the streets and back in school every day and see to it that they damn well like it. The only thing that bothers me is that we'll need a second car. Money, money, money. I hear you, Richard came in. So far we've been lucky because I take the train to work. Good transportation in this town, he added. I'm afraid that won't work out for us. We don't have an out. So be it. It sure was nice when Mag and I could go to work together. I'll miss that, although I dare say she'll welcome a breather away from me. By September, Renee's middle had blossomed into a significant bulge. Impending motherhood became her. It was her plan to work through her 8th month and then take several months maternity leave. Babysitting negotiations with a neighbor who had a year-old youngster were made early on. Since she was a stay-at-home mom, the additional money would be very welcome. One morning during the 2nd week of school, Renee appeared in Maggie's room with all her children in tow. Maggie, I feel awful. Gotta get out of here. Please contact the office for me and tell them I have to leave. Okay, go sit in the lounge. I'll get rid of all our kids. I'm going to take you to your doctor. Thanks, pal. I think the hospital might be wiser. Guess it would be a good idea to call my doctor first. With that, she doubled up in pain and stifled a moan. Maggie, I don't know what contractions feel like, but what I've got sure feels like an awfully good imitation. Hold on, Renee. I'll get someone in here with the kids. Call your doctor and we'll be on our way. Yes, it sounded like contractions. Yeah, she should head for the hospital. He would meet her there, Renee's doctor declared. Maggie was uncertain about the most direct route for getting to the hospital, but she wasn't about to get lost. Hold tight, this bucket's going to fly low. She was speeding as fast as she deemed to be within the parameters of safety and simultaneously keeping an eye on her watch. The moans were coming at 5-minute intervals. In the emergency room, Renee was transferred to a wheelchair and disappeared into a curtained cubicle. Maggie knew she had to get in touch with Robert. The hour following remained hazy for weeks afterwards. She called Rob's company and finally reached him. Faster than the speed of sound, it seemed, she saw him pulling into the ER parking lot. No one had been able to furnish her with any information. Presumably, the husband would have greater success. She had been moved upstairs to surgery, they told him. No one had bothered to so inform Maggie, and she was livid. Probably just as well, she realized, as she had wanted to meet Robert when he arrived. On the surgical floor, they were finally able to speak with the doctor. We're monitoring her very closely, he reported. If necessary, I'll have to perform a C-section. I'm glad you're here to sign the necessary release papers. Stay right here. I'll be back as soon as we make a decision. He returned in less than 10 minutes. At this point, she's holding her own. We've been attempting to stop labor as she's still too far from term. If you'd like to come in, Mr. Levin, I think it would be calming for her. She knows you're here. After donning a surgical gown, Robert stood tentatively at his wife's bedside. When she saw him, she started crying uncontrollably. Oh, honey, I'm so scared. What if... And there was the start of another contraction. She gripped his hand with a strength he never believed she had, and after about 40 seconds released her hold and relaxed. That was a short one. She was still sobbing. But I don't want any, not for a couple more months. Dr. Morales returned and applied his stethoscope to her heaving belly and then motioned Robert to leave the room. Beyond Renee's hearing, he very softly said, "It looks like the baby is in trouble. We're going to have to go in." Robert turned white and started to quiver. "Is that a final decision, Doctor?" "I'm afraid it is for the minute. We'll take her in and prep her and continue monitoring the baby. We can always change our minds, but there's no doubt in my mind that we must be prepared." With that, he wheeled around and was gone. Robert found some comfort in having Maggie there with him. If ever in his life he prayed, this was the time. "You can't take them from me, dear Lord. You can't. You won't." The wait that followed was the longest, the most unbearable he had ever experienced. Renee in there frightened, he out here waiting for word of what was happening. He started to pace, then sat down and rose and paced again. "Help her, dear God. Save her. Save her baby, our baby. Please, please, God, don't forsake us." Maggie knew she should call Gil. He would be worrying about her, but she couldn't bring herself to move or to leave Robert. She was saying her own private prayers. When half an hour had lapsed with no word, she approached a passing nurse and, explaining the situation, asked if there was some way to get a message to her husband. She most kindly volunteered to make a phone call for her and give him a message. How gratified Maggie felt. As she started to write her telephone number on a scrap of paper, her mind went temporarily blank. She had to close her eyes and concentrate to remember it. Another quarter of an hour passed before Dr. Morales appeared before them. "We had to operate," he started. "Renee will be just fine, but we couldn't save the baby. We tried everything at our disposal, but his lungs were still underdeveloped. I'm so sorry, Mr. Levin. She's still sleeping, but you can go in shortly and be there when she wakes up. She'll need all the love you've got." He turned and walked away, saying, "One of the toughest parts of being a doctor." Renee was home 3 days later and back at school within the month. She wore a brave facade, but the old fire was lacking. She seemed to move through the day like an automaton. Most everyone, including her young pupils, showed sincere sympathy, which she accepted graciously. It was the few thoughtless clods who uttered meaningless phrases such as, "At least you never had time to grow attached," or "You can always have more babies," that brought forth an angry glare. Her loss was so deeply painful, her grieving so intense, that she found little patience with the stupidity of such comments, well-meaning though they may have been. "Guess you have to have been there to understand how it feels," she said to Maggie during one of their private lunches. "I can tell most people don't know what to say. It's for sure that silence and a hand squeeze is better than uncouth inanities." There were moments of no conversation between them now, but they were in no way uncomfortable. Finally, she said, "Mag, your friendship is precious to me, to us. If I were to thank you, would I be insulting you?" "No, Renee, not at all. I would interpret it as a real indication of caring." "What a lovely party," Maggie said, as Gil slipped behind the wheel of his new used car. "Did you ever see prouder parents?" "I feel sorry for her father, though," Gil said. "In answer to your question, yes, it was very nice, in good taste. You know, he sat there all evening, her father, I mean, just looking at everyone. I kept wondering what was going on in his mind." "Me too. I sat with him for a while and tried talking to him, but what do you say? He just held my hand and smiled. I rambled on about the days when Jen and I were down at school together and some of the crazy things we did. I couldn't tell if he was even listening or understood what I was saying." "Oh, I think he did. I tried for a while, too. Told him about the school I'm at, about the attitudes of the kids today and the trouble they get themselves into. But I glossed over the ugly details. I think he was taking it all in." "Her mom's really got her hands full, but Jen says she never complains," Maggie continued. "Did you notice how she hovered over him?" "Who could miss it? I couldn't miss how Jen stuck to you either. What are her plans now that she can put the title of doctor before her name?" She's talked for years about specializing in anesthesiology, but for now she's seriously thinking of accepting an offer from some guy who wants to retire in a few years. He wants to take her into his family practice with him. She thinks it would be a great opportunity down the road. She knows she's going to have to help her folks out, and she sees this as her big chance of being able to do that. More power to her. Say, what's with the old boyfriend of hers? He wasn't there, was he? Maggie was annoyed as she watched Gil speed up to make a light before it changed. He drove much too fast for her comfort. Oh, didn't I tell you? She broke up with him several years ago. Guess he took it pretty hard. Lucky fellow. Gil, that's nasty. Maybe it is. I just meant that he wouldn't have had much of a marriage with her. Pig, why can't men see that a woman has as much right to a career as he has? But I have to admit, you're right. She isn't the marrying kind. As the saying goes, she'll probably be married to her work. As they turned onto their street, a cat scooted across the road in front of him. There's another lucky fellow. I came close to knocking him into kingdom come. Say, hon, speaking of being married to your work, I have a suspicion that that's been happening to Robert. Has Renee said anything about it? No, not a word. I hadn't noticed. She's been so depressed since she lost the baby that I can't get anywhere near her anymore. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if her moods have gotten to Robert. She's got to let go eventually. It's been long enough. She needs help, but I can't bring myself to suggest it. Poor kid. If she had some family here, it would be better. She's planning on spending a month in Connecticut with her folks this summer. Maybe her mom will help screw her head on straight. A short time later, Gil observed, let's not let what happened to Renee stop us. That was his first reference in all their years together that he alluded to starting a family. Hello? Maggie said into the telephone. Is this Mrs. Barron? A woman's voice inquired. Yes, it is. This is Margaret Osborne. I'm afraid Oh, I'm sorry, you don't know me, but maybe you'll remember Peg. A hesitation. Peg. Yes, I remember that name. Are you? With a flutter of a laugh. Yes, I'm the Peg you remember. I called you, Mrs. Barron, to thank you. I can't begin to tell you how much I appreciate what you did for me. Jim told me all about you. He did? You sound fine. I hope everything's worked out for you. Wonderfully. You were really my lifesaver. Say, could we meet for lunch someday? There's a lot I'd like to tell you. Well, I'm still in school for a few more weeks. I really can't get away. Could I meet you at your school? There must be some kind of restaurant close by. Please? I want to say thanks in person. How about tomorrow? Please say yes. Her voice was so chipper, so pleading, Maggie agreed. Why not, she asked herself. The next day, as planned, Peg was waiting in front of the school promptly at noon. She hadn't the slightest idea what her luncheon guest looked like, but she knew the teacher would spot her VW. An attractive young woman approached and peered in the window. Are you Peg? She asked. Indeed I am. Hop in. I did a little scouting in the neighborhood and found a barbecue place just a couple blocks from here. Would that be all right? Fine, Maggie nodded. One of our favorites, although I don't often take the time to go out to lunch. They chit-chatted about the lovely day and the cute little homes with their manicured lawns until they were seated in a booth. The waitress knew that her noon crowd was mostly teachers on budgeted time, so she took their order immediately. You said on the phone that you wanted to thank me. For what? You made me curious, and I'd feel better if you called me Maggie. Okay. Somehow I expected you to be an older woman. That night that Jim and you and your husband got together, Jim told me all about it. Peg had a very direct manner and looked right at Maggie as she spoke. Jim called me that very night, woke me up even. I had cried myself to sleep. She smiled as if to say, That's water over the dam. She took a sip of her Coke and went on. He asked me to meet him for dinner the next evening. I got all excited that he wanted to see me. Well, when we met, he got very serious and said he had a lot to say and that he wanted me to listen all the way through before I said anything. So I did. The waitress set their barbecue beef sandwiches before them and placed the check in the center of the table. Peg reached for it, tucked it in her purse, and continued. As he brought up each point, I was bursting to butt in, but I didn't. He told me everything, even the part about saying he didn't even like me. At that point, she took a bite of her sandwich and dripped sauce over her chin, which she deftly removed with the corner of her napkin. I was so in love with him I couldn't even get mad, but I was plenty hurt. Let me say this, Maggie, I'm not a tramp. I don't go sleeping around, but I was madly in love. I didn't even cry. I just listened and stared into his beautiful eyes as Maggie was staring into hers. What a lovely girl, she thought. I believe her. She's not a tramp. Jim was defending himself that night at her expense. Time was ticking away, and Peg knew it. She had glanced at her watch several times. I'll try to make it brief. We talked and talked. There were several things I was sure of, that I didn't really want to marry him after what he said, and I just couldn't have an abortion. That's not the Catholic way. And most of all, I just couldn't tell my parents. I'd rather have committed suicide, and that's not Catholic either. But I could talk to my oldest sister. We worked out a plan, and Jim agreed to it. Sis lives in Seattle, and she told my folks she wanted me to spend the summer with her. If I was going to get a summer job, I could do it there just as easily. I was so afraid my mom would notice that I was gaining weight, but she didn't, and I finished out the school year just fine. By then, what all my friends were doing seemed like such kid stuff. I went to Seattle. My little girl was born August 29th, and Sis adopted her. You ought to see her, Maggie. She's beautiful. They named her Suzanne, and I love her to pieces. Peg was glowing and still hadn't run out of steam. Maggie continued to listen attentively, thinking of Mr. Shakespeare and his all's well that ends well. Jim agreed to everything I asked for. He paid all my hospital bills and even gave me extra money each week so my parents would think I was really working. I hated lying to them, but the truth would have been unthinkable. There, that's it. And we still have 10 minutes left. I'm happy for you, Peg. It's good to hear such a good ending, and I'm proud of Jim. You both made a mistake, but I think you handled it in a very mature fashion. To think I'm an auntie and can't even talk about it. All depends on who you talk to, she returned. I never, ever wanted to get back to any of my family, but it's okay if you tell Mr. Barron. Jim had to sign the adoption papers, and he did it without any trouble. After it was all over, we agreed not to have any more contact. He doesn't feel like a daddy, and Suzanne has the sweetest, darlingest daddy in the whole world. There, we made it. She was very relaxed, and by her own admission, very relieved that they had had this talk. I've just thought of you as my benefactor so often. I had to meet you. Bye, Maggie, and once again, thanks. With that, they parted, each feeling better with the food for thought they had shared. During the early days of his assignment, the faculty viewed their newly arrived principal as a thorn in their sides. For years, they had become accustomed to a very laid-back, relaxed administrator who relayed a message that they were on their own to do the best they were able, given the subjects they had to work with. And these subjects, as they saw it, were scraping the bottom of the barrel. Absenteeism was high, both among the students and the teachers, and those who had the stamina to appear behind their desks often had the dual responsibility of controlling their own hoodlums in addition to those in the care of a substitute. These substitutes came in droves, remained for a one-day stand, and were replaced the following day by a new crop. The men on the faculty, compassionate when they saw an unsuspecting new face in a neighbor's room, religiously confiscated knives, picks, and on occasion firearms from the pockets, boots, belts, and socks of known offenders before releasing them to instigate the inevitable bedlam about to come and persist for the remainder of the school day. When Gil arrived, he had the knowledge that an untenable situation existed, but in no way did he realize to what extreme. The first 2 days he walked about the building, introducing himself to his staff and observing, withholding any comment. Those nights were relatively sleepless ones, the enormity of his task penetrating every thought. When he tried to explain the zoo that he had to face, Maggie gasped in disbelief, but she reiterated time and again that he would find a way to turn the situation around, that he would succeed in accomplishing his goals. I'll have to prioritize those goals, take them in steps, he decided, and with a pad of legal paper before him started to make a list. The obvious beginning was to convince the faculty that more was required, indeed expected of them, than simply policing their classes. He had to motivate them before he could think about motivating the young people who poured through the doors each morning at 9 o'clock. Would they accept him as a leader? Would they respond to his suggestions? Were they in fact capable of reversing their own defeatist mentality? This had to be the first step. Lecturing would be ineffective, he knew. He had to convince them by his own example that they wanted change, that they were able to effect change. He had, in short, to sell himself before he could expect to sell his product. For the remainder of the first week, he sought to demand 2 things of himself. First, to learn names, the names of the adults and as many of the children as he could absorb. And secondly, to be visible, very visible throughout the building and in the schoolyard. Gradually, he had the feeling of being accepted. "Hi, Mr. Barron," came from all sides when the children saw his now familiar smile and wave. "Hi, Charlie," he would address a 4th grader. "How's the wife?" Of a 6th grader, he would ask, "Say, Billy, how many passes did you complete in the Rose Bowl last year?" "How's the job?" he would query 6-year-old Jimmy. They trailed behind him like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, and obediently moved into line when he said the bell was about to ring. So far, so good. He then joined their classes and organized them into active cooperation. He played his role on the side of the students, permitting the teachers to supervise and have the feeling of being in charge. He knew how the adrenaline could flow with physical activity and planned strategically for its carryover into the classroom. He next chose to follow a class from the gym workout back to their homeroom. He would, the day before, familiarize himself with the teacher's lesson plans and seek permission to visit the class. No surprises, no unannounced entries, not yet. As each teacher successively found that he was actually able to teach a lesson, he became inspired. The reward of accomplishing that for which he had entered the profession led inevitably to greater effort. Gil frequently forgot a book or a pen when he left a room and was forced to return some short time later, innocently and apologetically, to retrieve it. It was a brief check on progress, but it reinforced his determination to remain always visible. He made it perfectly clear to his faculty that he was there for them. They had but to ask, and an appointment for a one-on-one meeting would be scheduled that very day if so desired. He further supported the faculty by relieving them of all outdoor duty. That he assumed with the help of aides and eventually parents in the community. Within a month, absenteeism among the staff dipped 80% as compared with figures a year prior, and children's absences were halved. Until this point, that new Mr. Barron had not called a single faculty meeting. The time had come. It would be brief, he told them, and his remarks short. He found their enthusiasm heartening, and he told them so. He was certain that the majority of children wanted to be in school, and he told them that, too. He admitted that he left each day completely spent, and they identified. In conclusion, he said with great sincerity, "I love what I do. I've wanted all my life to be an educator. I suspect you all share that same feeling. I believe children will live up or down to our expectations of them, and it's our job to offer them a better future than they ever dared dream of." He then addressed the primary teachers. "The foundation you lay will serve them throughout their school years. It will make the tasks of those in the upper grades more possible." To those in the middle and upper grades, he said, "It's a competitive world that you are leading them toward. They need the tools to perform jobs, to be effective parents, to take their places in a society that can be harsh and demanding. Temptations are great to take an easy path when ignorance is their companion. We are in a position to mold these fertile brains and assist them in the decision-making process." The faces before him were serious in their contemplation. He had taken a giant step toward this final goal. "Just one more thing before we adjourn," he added. Taking a page from his wife's book of devotion, he said that no field trips would be approved for the next 6 months. He hoped, he told them, that they would use those valuable hours with greater stress on the language arts. Read to them interesting books, talk with them, hear their fears, their problems, encourage them to voice their hidden thoughts, appoint leaders to floor discussions, introduce and induce open forums, be alert to equal participation, and above all, be fair. He realized he was asking for the stars. He knew by their absorption in his words that they were determined to build that stairway. In no way had a utopia been created, but the intolerable situation that had greeted Gil in September was gradually improving. He would report to Maggie the encouraging changes that were taking place, and then he would slump with discouragement as a plateau was reached. It was, in retrospect, as they neared their Christmas break in December, that he was able to better make a comparison. Even his own morose moods of the early weeks had given way to elated anticipation each morning as he prepared to make his long drive through traffic to the far end of the city. He was particularly gratified when he received a packet of letters from one of the third-grade rooms. They were suggesting that the entire school participate in a collection of canned food for the poor families to eat on Thanksgiving. But you are poor people, he thought, and then understood that they no longer viewed themselves as such. One little girl had written in her letter that their room could bring all the pumpkin to make pies. Her idea was presented at a faculty meeting, and it was unanimously agreed that each class would vote on the particular item they would bring, thereby providing several valuable lessons, that of sharing with the less fortunate and the power of the ballot. No raised hands to influence the vote. First, several suggestions were to be entertained from the floor, and then a secret ballot was to be cast and the votes tabulated. The project was a mammoth success, despite the fact that they had collected enough pumpkin to feed an army. A little side negotiation with 2 local grocers, and voila, dozens of cans of pumpkin were exchanged for other essentials. The unbridled good intentions of the little hearts and souls remained intact. "Mag, I had a brainstorm on the way home today," Gil announced, as he deposited his briefcase on a kitchen chair and gathered his honey in his arms. "That's becoming habitual with you," she smiled. "What now, Gil Barron?" "The teachers, all except a few who can't help it, have been great. I see them coming in earlier in the morning. They're well prepared, and they're really giving their all. But one thing bothers me. I see some dissension. I don't know the genesis of it, but all groups tend to be this way, I guess. They are cliquish. Come on, Gil, it's always been that way whenever there's a sizable group, and it will be that way till the end of time. Hey, don't you think I know that? But I'd like to lessen it, at least make for more interchange among them. They don't all have to be buddies, but at least let them be more congenial co-workers. Gotcha. So what's the brainstorm? Step 1, socialize, away from the familiar environment. How would you go for hosting our first annual Christmas at the Barrens? Maggie thought momentarily. Can do. Might be fun. I could take a week off from work and whip a humdinger of a shindig into shape. My sarcastic little doll. No, hon, we could get someone in to prepare for a few days. Even 2 someones. We do the grocery shopping and let them do the cooking. We could set up a couple of nights in advance, see to the details, and let them serve and clean up. That would surely make it easier on us. Then, let's do it. They carefully worded an invitation, and Gil asked the school clerk if she would be so kind as to type it and make sufficient copies. She was delighted with the assignment, and by the end of the day, a neat stack was deposited on Gil's desk. As usual, he stayed late that afternoon, but before leaving, he penned a note to Lily and the clerk, thanking her for tackling this extracurricular job so beautifully. The next morning, she found the note on her desk, tucked under a colorful poinsettia. Shortly after the invitations had been distributed, John Diamata asked to speak with Gil privately. How about after school tomorrow, John? Gil suggested. I have a dentist appointment today. Gil, John started the next day. We want to thank you for the invite. Sounds great. You'll come, Gil asked. Well, yes, maybe that is. You said that the party includes spouses. That's right. Would my a friend be welcome? Gil waited for him to elaborate. A man friend. Gil sensed that John had lowered both his voice and his head ever so slightly. His name's Gil, too, and we've been together for 11 years. Softly. You betcha, John. I'd like to meet this other Gil. We'd be pleased to have you both. It was as easy as that. No embarrassment, no further explanations. I accept you as you are, was the message John received. The biggest problem the night of the party was parking. If we had real class, we'd have valet parking, Maggie teased. Next year, came the response. The couple they had hired were efficiency personified. They needed only the day before and the morning of the party for preparation. What a storm they cooked up. Hans passed hors d'oeuvres, while Gerda kept the trays filled. They combined 2 card tables and presented salad makings, the variety of which none had ever witnessed. Cold plates were stacked to one side, and each was directed to the area to concoct a salad to his or her own liking. They were seated in groups of 6 at rented tables that seemed to convert their entire home into a cozy restaurant. As the salads were consumed, the guests were asked to visit the buffet, where serving bowls of steaming sauerbraten, noodles, mixed vegetables, and hot rolls were laid out for self-service. Even the beverage bar was a do-it-yourself setup with a choice of hot and cold beverages, including wine. A sheet carrot cake was there for those who had a need to fill a sweet tooth. Elegant, simple, simply delicious. Maggie and Gil were absolutely delighted. Their guests were filled with superlatives. Laughter and conversation filled their entire home with the spirit of the holiday season. An electric menorah adorned the fireplace, and pixie-ish elves winked on each table. Several of the guests had brought plants or cut flowers, which added further gaiety and color. While some were still smacking their lips over their desserts, John and Gil surprised everyone. They brought out their violin and flute. The fact that John was quite an accomplished musician had been a guarded secret, or at least no one had been a close enough acquaintance to have known. The success of the gathering was further enhanced by their performance of Christmas carols familiar to all, and finally, for our boss and his lovely lady, Hatikva. As the guests departed one by one, they glowed with a grand evening tucked under their belts. Gil, no longer the new kid on the block, and Maggie, his lovely lady, beamed farewells. The goodwill enjoyed that night would last until their second annual affair. They knew a tradition had been born. It was, as far as graduations go, an ordinary event, but to their immediate family it was a most special day. No big deal, Sonia had said as she posed for pictures, first with her proud husband, then with her even prouder daughter. Mom, as you marched up to receive your diploma, I could positively have burst, Maggie said as she hugged her mother. And I could have died as I tripped on my gown. The names of the bones that I could have broken paraded through my head like singular reminders that I'd never have to open an anatomy book again. Thank heaven that part's history. Amen to that, Maggie added. And Mag, Sonia told her daughter, I want you to know that you were the best teacher of the lot. Mama S., I want to give you a congrats hug too, Jen said as she stood with an arm about Maggie. That was one super accomplishment. No more volunteering your time, huh? How about that, Sonia laughed. I get to be my own boss and get paid for it at the same time. Sounds good to me. At dinner later, Gil raised his glass in recognition, looking admiringly at his father-in-law. To the chief cook and bottle washer who earned his BH today, yep, I hereby name you the best husband of the class. That's right, Gil. I would never have made it without his support. To my partner and best friend. Sonia smiled at her husband and sipped her wine. To the women in my life, he responded. Me, a grandma? Sonia flashed a huge grin. How's your father going to feel married to an old grandmother? She made no attempt to contain her joy. She grabbed Maggie's two hands and danced her on like a schoolgirl who had just been invited to the prom. Oh, Maggie, I'm so happy I don't know what to say. You've said it, Mom, Maggie laughed, both in words and deeds. I remember what you said at your graduation. No big deal. But it is. It's the most wonderful news. When? Take it easy, Mom. We've got 8 months of waiting ahead of us. Are you sure? If that dead rabbit can be trusted, yep. I can't wait to go shopping. We'll have a ball. They have so much cuter things today than when you were born. I'll have to warm up my knitting needles, too. They've been in cold storage since you went away to college. No sloppy joes this time. I ought to be able to make 10 little sweaters in the time it took me to make one of yours, and an afghan, and bonnets, and booties. I should have started yesterday. Come on, let's go home and tell Dad. I expect him to start on a cradle and rocking horse if I know my pop. And she was right. Approaching grandfatherhood was A-OK with him, he said, but he was considerably more constrained. Gotta get my tools dusted off, he winked. This old woodworker has some making that needs to be done. Gee, Dad, I thought you'd do the knitting and Mom would busy herself in your shop, Maggie teased. We'll each stick with our specialties, thank you. No experimenting for our grandson. Or granddaughter, Maggie warned. Or granddaughter, he agreed. One is as good as the other. After this exchange, Maggie thought, it puts Gil's enthusiasm to shame. All he did was nearly fly out the window. It's a good thing that I'm the level-headed, calm one in this family. Let's skip the movie, Mag, Jen proposed as she scooted into the passenger seat. The reviewers gave it 2 thumbs down. Suits me. So what's your pleasure, Doc? You know I haven't gotten used to that yet. When my patients address me, I turn around to see who else is in the room. So why the smug look? Smug? Me? You mistook that for an ow. I have to keep pinching myself. And know what, Mag? Next week I buys me a car. My own real honest-to-goodness, no-kidding car. That's it. Let's go car shopping instead of the movie. We can still talk and get something done at the same time. Gotta eat first. You're on. Where to? How's about the mom and pop place for old time's sake? I might be employed, but I'm still broke. Next year this time you'll be able to buy and sell Gil and me together. Probably not. My dad's really been running up the doctor bills. Insurance goes just so far, you know. I can tell how worried my mother is. She won't spend a cent on herself now. That hurts. And I know she needs a new prescription for her glasses. She mentioned that just before my dad had his stroke. I can't do a thing with her. Let her be, Jen. No pun intended, but your dad is more important in her eyes for now. She's an adult. I'm sure she doesn't appreciate advice from you. She can take care of it in her own good time. You know, it must be awful when you get to the point where your children have to take care of you. I know. Good evening, Doctor. Nice to see you. Your usual booth. Follow me, please. The as always welcome courtesy. That's why they've made a success of this little place, Jen thought. They remember their customers, make them feel important. Got news for you, Jen, Maggie said as they glanced over the menus. Think I'll try their split pea soup. It's the best, Jen said absently. I said, I've got news for you. Yeah, why don't you try the French onion and we can divvy? Jen, listen to me. I've got news for you. Shoot. I'm going to have a baby. You're going to have a baby? That's what I just said. Good. So what do you think of ordering the French onion and I'll get the split pea? I'm so happy to see you keeling over with joy. Maggie looked confused. I'm sorry, sweetie. That wasn't very nice of me. Please. I apologize. I really am happy for you. It's great news. So why your enthusiasm, or lack of? Maggie was serious. She didn't understand Jen's cool response. Jen reached across the table and touched her friend's hand. I guess maybe I'm jealous. Oh, not about having a baby. That's not in the cards for me. But about sharing you. First Gil and now... Maggie looked aghast. Jen, you don't mean what I'm hearing, do you? You know you'll always be my number one friend. We're for always. We knew that years ago when we first decided to room together at school, right? Right. So nothing. It's great, sweetie. When's your due date? Not for another 8 months. Maggie couldn't quite overcome her disappointment. Forget it, she told herself. She's got so much on her mind right now. Aloud, she said, Okie dokie, I'll try the French onion. We haven't had a trip since our honeymoon, Gil commented one sunny morning. What do you think about getting away for a few weeks? Once the baby's here, we won't be that free. He reached over for the coffee pot and poured a second cup for both of them. Oh, I don't know, Gil. Do you think we should spend the money? Maggie filled hers to the brim with skimmed milk. What good is money if you don't convert it to something you want? It's not a useful commodity in itself. You can't eat it or live on it. I know, but we work too hard to just throw it away. Enjoying herself isn't exactly throwing it away. Gil was thinking how much he would love to have a donut with his coffee, but Maggie's insistence on eating healthy squelched that desire. I'm not sure I'm up to it. I get so tired these days. We could make it a cruise. It's a lot easier than going on a tour where they schedule every minute of your day. A cruise? That's even more expensive. Gil, what are you thinking of? I'm thinking that the stock market's been pretty good to us. The stock market again? Not again, still. A little IBM here, a little AT&T there. We can make it and still afford to buy a crib. Oh, speaking of a crib, there's a baby furniture store over on 5th that's having a sale. I stopped in yesterday and looked around. Told them I'd bring my husband in. I didn't care for the salesman. His pitch was annoying. But their stuff looks nice. Shall we stop in there Saturday after we go to a travel agent? Sounds like you've made up your mind. Just telling you what I'd like, but I don't plan on going alone. Come on, babe, we're just shopping. Let's get some information. Aye, aye, sir. A cruising we may go. Maggie had decided to paint their 3rd bedroom herself. She knew better than to try to engage Gil in that kind of activity, but maybe, just maybe, she could talk him into painting the ceiling. She would have no trouble doing the walls and woodwork herself, and perhaps she could paper one wall with some cutesy juvenile theme. That's another stop. She would have to browse through some wall covering books. Maybe Jen would go with her. No, not a good idea. Maybe Mom instead. She would love it. The headline read, "Couple Terrorized in Hate Crime." At some time past midnight last night, 2 or more persons entered the home of Barbara and Keith Schwartz in the West County area. They were found this morning when their 5-year-old went to a neighbor's home and said that he could not awaken his mommy and daddy. The neighbor, Doris Feldman, called the police, who entered and found the couple in a blood-splattered bed. Paramedics on the scene rushed the two to a local hospital. Keith was dead on arrival, and his wife is listed in critical condition with gunshot wounds to her head and shoulder. According to a neighbor, Keith, an accountant, and Barbara, a primary school teacher, moved to this home last September. Efforts are being made to contact family members to care for their 2 children, 5 and 2, who apparently slept through the attack. The police found swastikas sprayed on several walls, the contents of drawers strewn about, and mirrors broken. At this point, there are no suspects. The mood as the teachers arrived at school was subdued. All were obviously deeply shaken, many tearful. Immediately upon his arrival, Gil contacted the police and asked if it were possible to find out to which hospital Mrs. Schwartz had been taken. Late in the afternoon, Gil received a call from Detective Barr advising him that Mrs. Schwartz's sister had been located and was in custody of the children, and he also gave him the name of the hospital. After thanking him and being told that no further information was available, Gil phoned Maggie and explained that he would be late for dinner. At the hospital, he learned that the patient's condition had remained unchanged and that she had not regained consciousness. He told them that many at the school had volunteered to give blood and that they could count on ample donations. He attempted to console her sister, who looked as though she were ready also to occupy a bed there. She told him that her husband was caring for the children and that she planned on remaining at her sister's bedside for the duration. Barbara remained in a coma for the next week, the doctors reporting periodically that they had guarded hope for her recovery. Surgery had removed a .22 caliber cartridge from her frontal lobe. A fraction of an inch in either direction would most certainly have been fatal. 2 other bullets had penetrated her shoulder and come to rest in her mattress. Gil stopped at the hospital each morning and followed his visit with a report to his staff. He would then return in the evening, and at that time tried coaxing her sister into going to the cafeteria for dinner. Other than that, her vigil was unbroken. The day of the funeral was overcast and rainy, quite appropriate to the mood of the mourners in attendance. Many of the employees at Keith's company were there, still stunned by the tragedy of the event. His mother, a widow who had lost her only other son to leukemia, appeared to be completely dazed. The medication her doctor had given her dulled her stress temporarily, but Gil shuddered to think of her condition once reality set in. The horror of the incomprehensible acts of the hate-mongers who had not yet been apprehended was more than Gil's brain was able to absorb. A mother, a wife, young children, their days in a single moment of senselessness devastated for the remainder of their days. The sane mind can in no way reason why. Gil continued his daily routine for weeks until Barbara was released from the hospital. The words were unspoken, but it was clear that her position, while being temporarily filled, was secure whenever she chose to return. He had scheduled the delivery of fresh flowers to her room on alternate days, with monies gathered from the staff. Generally, one of the teachers accompanied him on his afternoon visits, but in the light of her loss, most were apprehensive and fearful of appropriate conversation. It was Barbara who chose to look on the lighter side and create an atmosphere that would put her visitors more at ease. All left with great admiration for the young woman who had suffered so intensely. Gil, most of all, was finding her positive attitude uplifting, even lovable. He felt ashamed when he recognized his own disappointment when told, after nearly 2 months, that she was being released to her sister's care. Her joy at the anticipation of living again with her children was beautiful. She had come to look forward to Gil's daily visits. They had during this time become good friends, and both she and her sister extended an open invitation in the days to come. Barbara returned to her classroom nearly 4 months after that disastrous night, and her welcome was indeed warm. A large red apple with a single rose sat on her desk with a card that said, "We've missed you, Gil et al." Maggie viewed Barbara and her children as welcome additions to their family. The children, with their vitality and bright curiosity, charmed her on first meeting, and she instantly took them into her heart. To her, they were niece and nephew, and she showered them with love. Eric, the little hero of the nightmarish episode, adored Maggie and called her his best friend in the whole wide world, and little Margot, a chubby, cuddly, affectionate toddler, loved to hug and be hugged. Their Uncle Gil was now the man in their lives, a man who assumed his role seriously, but with playful good humor. Neither of the little ones appeared to have any memory of the night a landmine swept through their lives, and for others the picture was gradually fading. Only for Barbara did the horror attack again and again, but she gave permission for it to surface only in the privacy of her own room. Outwardly, she created the appearance of a determined mother who accepted the life she must now carve out for herself and her son and daughter. The strength that her sister provided was in large measure responsible for her being capable of mustering her own strength, and her own allure attracted and held friendships. Barbara, like Maggie, was an excellent bridge player, and the two women formed a team at a weekly duplicate bridge game. This provided the opportunity for getting Barbara out into a social situation with a peace of mind that the children and Uncle Gil were happily taking care of each other. When the idea had been broached, she neither demurred nor protested that it would be an imposition. Her eager response was, "I'd love it, let's give it a try." And now that Maggie had quit bowling for the duration of her pregnancy, it was a delightful substitute. The duplicate game at the community center was competitively wholesome, although friendly, a somewhat unusual combination insofar as duplicate bridge is concerned, for many lack the friendly exchanges inherent in this gathering. The director herself was a fun-loving senior lady who created a light-hearted environment. Her laughter and her fondness of the game were highly contagious, and her reputation as running the best games in town was legion. In addition to the strong bond developed between the two women, Gil had company during the long rides to and from school. By altering his route only slightly, he found it convenient to swing around and pick Barbara up at her home. Having her in the front seat next to him, he found he was less irritated, almost oblivious to the rush hour traffic congestion. Besides, he said to himself, this will be a significant savings for her in gasoline and wear and tear on her car. In the face of the inflation bombarding them, this certainly was a considerable advantage to a widow supporting two youngsters. The ill wind had brought 3 loving people into their lives. The most important baby to be born in the 20th century was on his way. On occasion, Maggie would feign a pain and say, "Oops, the halo has shifted." Gil would have it no other way than to be his miracle child's mother's obedient servant. He anticipated her every wish, and many that she had not even dreamed of. He had been a partner before in carrying out the household chores. He was now the sole self-appointed laundress, shopper, cook, home maintenance person, and worrier. Grudgingly, he agreed to having his wife continue teaching, but requests to limit her responsibilities beyond her classroom went repeatedly to her principal, a woman with whom he had had contact at the principal's club meetings. Now that her mother was no longer her assistant, he insisted that an aide be assigned to her. She complained incessantly that her husband made her feel like an invalid, but her demand that he cease and desist was the only request he ignored. Friends teased him mercilessly and suggested that Maggie enjoy her utopia to the fullest. The prospective grandparents, both of them, browsed the infants' departments at numerous stores and supplied a layette ample for twins. Receiving blankets, crib sheets, soft, fluffy towels, pajamas, shirts, every available item filled the closet in the freshly decorated nursery. Gil had indeed painted the ceiling and the walls and the woodwork. A beautiful oak cradle with a crocheted blanket sat in readiness, and pictures adorned the walls. Maggie suggested that an inventory might make accessibility easier, or, she wondered, should she stack the things in alphabetical order? Not the least of the attentive, interested parties was Dr. Jen, who accompanied Maggie to her gynecological appointments when at all possible. In addition, she was building a library on pre- and postnatal care, as well as fetal, baby, and child development, from the wonderful ones, the terrible twos, the thrilling threes, the fearsome fours, through the fearless fives. Needless to say, Dr. Benjamin Spock stood out among the collection, as well as Jansen, McCoy, Middleton, E.C. Brown, and their ilk. Her stress on proper nutrition and necessary exercise became a weekly lecture, implored and not to be ignored. A separate section of beautifully illustrated books on baby animals, numerous copies of the creative Dr. Seuss, The Little Train That Could, Dr. Dan the Bandage Man, but absolutely no grim fairy tales and their horrible morals. Not for this little genius. Barbara's caring was equally evident. As the months passed, she was busy collecting a list of names and addresses of friends and family to be included at a luncheon she was planning to honor the expectant mother. No shower, no way, Maggie was adamant. However, if the guests choose to make a donation to some organization such as Planned Parenthood in honor of whatever, I would consider that a singular honor. Renee found a reason to come out of her own doldrums and offered to share the preparations with Barb. "I can bake up a storm, a pretty storm," she had said, and Barbara had gratefully accepted. Everything was in readiness for the arrival of the Messiah, or at least a future president. "What do you say after hello?" Sonia wondered, as she tore open the envelope and read the contents. Mike, can you believe that my 35th reunion is in the works? 35 years. My, it doesn't seem possible. Reunion, ugh, was all her husband had to say. Making small talk with people he didn't know had never been very attractive to him, and Sonia knew that. He silently hoped she would decide against attending. After all, the several old chums of hers who had remained close friends over the years were the only ones she had ever shown any interest in. Certainly seeing a bunch of people who were now virtual strangers would have no appeal. Sonia was too busy with her new career and expectant grandmotherhood to be interested in turning the hands of the clock back. Besides, she wasn't, by her own admission, the sentimental kind, getting together with a bunch of middle-aged people trying to act young and strut their stuff just because a third of a century ago they had gone to the same school wasn't Sonia's thing. Thank goodness she was a level-headed woman. I'll have to get a new dress, something really swank, slenderizing. Think I ought to touch up the gray in my hair? My God, she's serious. Mike slumped in his chair. Little did he realize that this was only round one. That evening, Sonia phoned the woman whose name appeared with the RSVP, and in the course of the conversation volunteered her services on the decorating committee. Of course, my husband will be thrilled to help, he heard her say. He would? That was news to him. Round two. The telephone rang incessantly. The committee had to schedule a meeting, of course. They'd be happy to come. Round three. We have to get our reservations in early to show support, you know. They've reserved the grand ballroom at Park Plaza. Mike, you ought to see the menu. Sounds scrumptious. And we have to have the yearbook update. Mike could see dollar bills with wings in flight. Round four. Your best suit is getting kind of shabby, Sonia remarked several weeks later. Don't you think you could use a new one? Something with more pizzazz and double-breasted. They're so handsome. Round five. I spoke with Joan Kirschman today. Her name's blocked now. Haven't seen her since the day of graduation. She gave me quite an update. Harv Meisner is head of pediatrics at a hospital in Denver, and Sid Lappin is an attorney general in New York. Herb Stein has a huge printing business in Dallas, and blah, blah, blah. She went on ad nauseum about all the fantastically successful men in her class. Round six. You know, Mike, I was thinking it might be fun to have sort of an open house here Sunday morning after the party Saturday night. A one-night stand after all these years just isn't enough. Once we've all met again, wouldn't it be a blast to carry on just a little longer? Maggie and Gil had this marvelous couple to do their party, and it was so easy on them. What do you think? Round seven. Meetings were held, preceded and succeeded by endless telephone planning and conversations. Boxes of decorations, balloons, streamers, napkins, candy dishes, place cards, and memory books began to pile up in their garage. And after a while, Mike had to park his car in the driveway to make room for the growing collection. Round eight. Let it come and be over with already, he prayed. Round nine will be a TKO. When Maggie mentioned to Bobbye that they were planning a riverboat trip down the Mississippi at the beginning of summer vacation, Bobbye was interested in hearing more. How terrifically relaxing that sounds, she enthused. It would be marvelous for Bob. Mind if we join you, Mag? That is, if I can talk Bob into it. He's been working his butt off. Need you ask? Maggie responded. You know we'd love it. I'll get the number of our travel agent and you can give her a buzz. She's a crackerjack. You'll like her. I think Barb may be going too. We'll have a ball. The crackerjack to whom Maggie had referred assured them that it was a gentle, peaceful ride down the river to New Orleans. Brief stops were scheduled along the way at Memphis, Vicksburg, Natchez, and Baton Rouge. They were free to participate in the land activities, or remain aboard their paddle wheel steamer. It was recommended, if time were not a factor, that they take a leisurely train ride to St. Louis. En route, they could lunch in the dining car, and when they arrived at Union Station, they would have but a short taxi ride to the levee. Connections were excellent, and they would be able to board the steamer with no rush. They would have ample time to unpack and even rest in their staterooms before cocktails and dinner. Who could ask for better arrangements? The ride through the fertile fields of Illinois offered little variation in scenery, but all five peered out windows as the train passed over Old Man River. "There she is, just waiting for us," Bobbye pointed out. "What fun this'll be." Redcaps greeted them as they stepped from the train onto the platform and carried their luggage to a row of waiting yellow cabs. Gil advised the driver of their destination, and within 15 minutes they were standing in front of the Mississippi Belle. Friendly seamen greeted them and showed them to their staterooms, which they agreed were anything but spacious, but certainly most adequate. "Maggie, we'll let you set the pace. Why don't you knock on our doors when you're ready to go to dinner?" "About an hour, would you say?" Barb suggested. When they arrived at the dining room, they found it colorful and appealing and already crowded with about 50 other people. It was a friendly group intent upon enjoying every minute of the coming week. About midnight, the boat pulled slowly from its moorings. They were on their way to a new adventure. Daylight permitted them to view the numerous steel and cotton mills, warehouses, and farms along the fertile deltas bordering the wide, muddy river. The captain had announced that there would be daily talks about the history of the area through which they passed, a stop at the point where De Soto discovered the river near Memphis over 400 years prior, famous bridges and dams, and they would be showing pictures of the river's meager origin in Minnesota, where a clear little stream about 10 feet wide and less than 2 feet deep rushes out of Lake Itasca. This is the source of the river that later in its course stretches about a mile from shore to shore and digs a bed deeper than 100 feet in many places. As the waters from its many tributaries mix and carry mud in its current, it forms a valley as fertile as that of the Nile as it winds through bayous, lakes, and swamps. In Memphis, they saw the famous Beale Street and the still bustling harbor, and in Baton Rouge they toured the Capitol building and the elegant Destrehan Manor House built in the late 19th century, a plantation home typical of the Old South. But the surprise of surprises came as they completed their journey, for at the wharf, amidst the flurry of seamen helping dock the boat, stood a waving, screaming Jennifer. As they picked their way along the gangplank to disembark, Jen wove her way through the landing passengers and flew to her friends. "I couldn't wait," she panted. "I've been here for hours waiting for you steamboating people." "Oh gosh, you're a welcome sight. The mosquitoes are here to greet you too. Tell me about it. Was it wonderful? How do you feel, Mag?" "Did she eat right, Gil? I got a room at the same hotel you're at. It's lousy with atmosphere, right on Bourbon Street. Oh, Mag, it's good to see you." And she grabbed her friend in a bear hug that attested to exactly that. "What a wild city this is. Hey, I'm taking you all to dinner tonight at the neatest seafood restaurant you've ever seen. They've got a super Dixieland band you'll love." On and on she went, the same old Jen, Maggie smiled. As she chattered away, their bags were loaded into 2 taxis, and off they went to the French Quarter. "I can't believe Jen made a trip all the way here for 2 days, Maggie remarked as they were freshening themselves for dinner. "She's always been unpredictable, but I know she doesn't have the money for this kind of frivolity." "It's obvious she doesn't think of being with you as frivolous, hon. You're a very important person in her life. Sometimes for her own good, I think too important." "How can you say that, Gil? It's just that we've been such good friends for so long, and she really doesn't have anyone else in her life, you know." "That's been her choice, Maggie. Just don't let her get the idea that she owns you. It seems as though she gets more and more possessive and protective of you all the time. Look who's talking. Possessive, protective. Now just who gets the blue ribbon for that? Is that a criticism? After all, I am your husband. It's just that sometimes Jen thinks she's married to you. Oh, I like Jen, don't misunderstand me. It's just that where you're concerned, she seems to want to take charge, and that bugs the heck out of me. Okay, Mr. Sensitive. She's really only concerned about me medically. Once the baby comes, she won't be monitoring my every move. Let's hope not. Enough is too much already. Well, the lady awaketh. Good afternoon. The voice came from nearby, but Maggie was not able to identify it. Sleepily, she looked about her unfamiliar surroundings and had to shield her eyes from the bright sunlight. She lay there trying to break through the webs of memory and sort out her thoughts. Obviously, she realized she was in a hospital room, but try though she did, it was impossible to recall what had brought her there. She reached down and placed a hand on her tummy and realized it was flat. She heard her own voice. My baby, my baby. A strange, smiling face was standing next to her. Hi, Mommy, you've got a beautiful little son. Maggie stared at the young woman next to her quizzically. I'm Bet, your roommate. We both had little boys last night. How are you feeling? I'm not sure. Tears trickled down her cheeks. My baby wasn't due yet. Is my husband here? He's been here all night, he and a friend of yours. The nurses convinced them to lie down in the waiting room and take a little nap. Poor guy, he was beat. Would you like for me to ring for a nurse to go and get him? Oh, please, thanks. Within minutes, a white, uniformed, plump, grandmotherly lady came bustling in. Well, look who decided to wake up. How are we doing, honey? She asked as she gently brushed Maggie's hair from her face. Where's my baby? Maggie asked. Snoozing away in the Preemie nursery, Mother. Just doing fine. Would you like for me to wake your husband up? He's been sitting here with you all night. He was plumb tuckered out, and we gave him and your friend pillows and blankets and suggested that they lie down for a bit. I'll get him. Just you sit tight. Away she slipped just as noiselessly as she had appeared. Within minutes, a yawning, disheveled Gil came in, sporting half-closed eyes, an unshaved face, and a wide grin. Morning, sweetie. Gil, the baby. Saw him a couple of hours ago, hon. He's a little fellow, but he's got everything he's supposed to. All the fingers and toes, but as bald as can be. He looks like a little old man in miniature. And pink. You wouldn't believe it. But he's so early. How are his lungs? Visions of Renee pounded in her brain. Can he breathe on his own? Sure thing, hon. He's in an incubator in the Preemie nursery. The nurses in there are fantastic. Keep checking on him constantly. They said that they will feed him with an eyedropper. Can you imagine? I've got to see him. I've got to see him. Can you take me there? You betcha. Let me check and see what kind of schedule they have you on. As she sat in a wheelchair and stared at the naked little being in the isolette, she burst into sobs. His tiny arms and legs were so pathetically skinny, and for the most part he lay so still. His breathing was rapid but steady, she noted, but his button nose and tiny mouth were beautiful. Perfect little ears. Gil was right. No hair, no eyebrows. All 3 pounds, 1 ounce of him in perfect proportion. The pediatrician tending him was guardedly optimistic, she was told, and his lungs were healthy and remarkably well developed. This was to be his home for several weeks until he reached a weight of 5 pounds. I can't go home without him, Maggie insisted, but Gil reassured her that she could be with him in the hospital as much as she chose. The trained staff would teach her how to handle him and feed him. Her love, her touching, her voice would speed him through these weeks as he strove to live. Adam, she whispered. Adam, the littlest man in my life. and the bonding process had begun. "May I stay here just a little while longer?" she pleaded. It was as though her presence would will him to live. That Gil appeared to be on the verge of collapse as a result of the hours of worry and wakefulness escaped her for the moment. She had eyes only for the little life that lay before them. Arms about her, soft, warm, caring caresses. It was Jen, who with her was staring at the babe in the isolette. "Mag, dear, he's beautiful, and he's going to live and be just fine. All of the best of medical know-how will see to that, but you have to take care of you so you'll be well and strong to take care of him. Let's go back to your room now and come back again a little later, okay?" Her voice was soft and persuasive. "And we'll have to take care of Papa, too. He's totally exhausted, honey. He'll listen to you if you tell him to go home, take a hot bath, and get some sleep. I'll stay here with you. When he comes back, I'll go get some rest." "Why, Jen? What happened? Why did he come so soon?" Maggie wanted to know as she lay resting in her hospital bed. Her friend patiently told her that the doctor had explained that what she had was called an anomaly, a smaller than normal uterus. Hypoplastic, he termed it, that brings on premature labor. Because the baby was so small, the delivery was relatively easy, but the major concern for her was the total removal of the placenta. That accomplished, she was just fine and would be up and about in a matter of days. What about more children in the future? That was a question that didn't concern her at the moment, but was one that Gil had addressed. His only answer was, "We'll see." For now it was a moot and unimportant question. Their home seemed empty with just the two of them there. Just a week ago there had been the same two, but with a single exception. Instead of growing within her, his movements a perpetual reminder of his presence, Adam now lay isolated miles from his waiting room. If Maggie wasn't at the hospital singing and talking to him, touching him, feeding him, just gazing at him, she was at home sitting in his room engulfed and possessed by a cloud of sadness. Gil, too, felt concerned for the struggle his son was experiencing and for the melancholy Maggie had as her constant companion, but he was, in addition, frustrated by her total lack of response to his efforts to provide strength and solace. She seemed determined to build a wall between herself and the rest of the world. Her parents met the same rebuff, but in the presence of her mother she would cry until there appeared to be no more tears left within her. It was a combination of guilt, worry, personal devastation over which she had no control. Only when with her son did she seem to become alive, to have a will to survive. "She'll come around when she takes the baby home," was the anticipation of the doctor and the hope of her family. The 2 months that mother and child spent at the hospital seemed to be an eternity, but true to the prognosis, she perked up and displayed her normal temperament the day they were able to place him in his own bassinet. That he demanded to be fed every several hours proved to be no hardship on Maggie. She welcomed the slightest wail, for it provided her with cause to cradle him in her arms. Progress was slow, oh, so very slow, but progress there was. When he tipped the scale at 7 pounds, there was joy in the Barron household, and when he slept 5 hours through the night, his parents laughed and celebrated. Bet had proved to be a good friend. She frequently packed a prepared dinner, and with Jamie and husband Charlie in tow, would provide a meal and good company for Maggie and Gil. The Wu family was extremely affectionate and fun to be with, and their visits always left the Barrons with upbeat feelings. They spoke little of their personal lives, but over time Maggie and Gil learned that their new benefactors had no family in the United States other than a sister of Bet's. It had been she who provided impetus for the young married couple to emigrate from Taiwan nearly 10 years previously. Charlie's brother-in-law operated a chain of gasoline service stations and had taken the newcomer in as a full partner. They were grateful for the opportunities afforded them in their adopted country and were intent upon spreading sunshine wherever they went. They hoped soon to be able to take their little Woo to visit his grandparents, a trip that they made every other year. But for now, it seemed, Bet had adopted Maggie. She was her challenge, and just as Maggie nurtured Adam, so Bet was providing Maggie with every kindness. What goes around comes around, so it is said, and when Bet gave birth to 2 more sons in the next 2 years, Maggie repaid the friendship with interest. Jamie spent a week in her home when son number 2 came along, and when the third made his appearance, she helped the burgeoning Wu family again. They were all such delights, and she felt that sharing with them was her pleasure. Gil had become increasingly involved not only with his school, his teachers, and his students, but also with the community. He had become adored by all, but in his giving he was also taking more and more time away from his own family. He saw his wife happy and busy, even though she had been reluctant to take a leave of absence from her own classroom. His son was blossoming, and his world in the inner city was gratifying. Gil was a fulfilled man. The growth, both physical and intellectual, that took place during Adam's 3rd year was incredible. His little feet flew. When walking would suffice for the average child, Adam ran. Our little Pegasus, his mother called him, for not only did he seem to fly with winged feet, but he was poetry in motion. He had a grace, a rhythm to his movements that were almost reminiscent of a skilled dancer. His arms, moving in tandem with his little legs, lacked the usual childish random swings, but seemed to gesture with meaning. His speed generally led to a point of discovery, an ant carrying a load twice its minuscule size, a hummingbird darting from flower to flower, a crescent moon to which he reached, a trickle of water following a curving path. With his toys, he could adeptly place a round peg in a round hole, a square one into its appropriate hole, and stack blocks with precision. But best of all were the times when he would curl up in Auntie Jen's lap, thumb in mouth, and point to the animals in the book she was holding and imitate the sounds they were said to make. His kitten, meow, invariably elicited a wondrous hug, and his big dog and little dog barks brought squeals of laughter. He never tired of his books and generally demanded, "More, Auntie Jen, more." Once, when his mother had chastised him for slapping Jamie, he neither pouted nor cried. He merely said with finality, "Adam, go live with Auntie Jen." When his doting aunt heard this pronouncement, she responded as any loving aunt would. "Why not, Mag? Let him spend the night with me. We'll go to the zoo, pig out on carrot sticks, have a go at the merry-go-round, and I'll have him back for dinner. But first, put him on the phone. I've got a question for him." Maggie called him, and he grabbed his favorite instrument. "Hi, sweetheart. How's my boy?" "Hello, Auntie Jen." "How would you like to come to my house and sleep? We could have a lot of fun." "Maybe Auntie Jen read to Adam?" "Sure, honey, but I want to ask you something. Mommy said you hit Jamie. That's not very nice, is it?" "Jamie bit Adam. Jamie not nice, too." "That settles it. Self-defense. No one's going to push this man around." In his accustomed fashion, he ran to his room and selected pajamas, a clean shirt, and his most prized book to pack in the bag his mother provided. Thus began the first of many overnighters. "He's becoming so independent," Maggie mentioned to Gil one evening when Adam was away entertaining Jen. "I really think he would do wonderfully well in nursery school, and I would dearly love to go back to work." She could sense Gil's hesitancy, but he full well knew that being a full-time homemaker, despite the challenges that these past 4 years with Adam had been, was not sufficient stimulation for her. He trusted her judgment, and although he would have preferred her remaining at home another year, he did not feel it was his decision to make. He knew she would thoroughly research the daycare facilities available and would submit their son to one only if she were satisfied with the program offered and the qualifications of the teacher. She beamed when he stated his thoughts out loud, gave him an appreciative kiss, and added, "Thanks, Gil, I'll do some legwork, and maybe we can go together to see what's what after I narrow the field." The woman who got their unqualified vote had rented a storefront in the vicinity of Maggie's school. Mrs. Germaine had one assistant, and both ladies were young and vivacious. Best of all was their stress on scientific discovery. They also had a menagerie of gerbils, a rabbit, ant farm, fish tank, 2 parakeets, a canary, a Heinz 57 variety mutt named Junior, and an ancient tabby who lazed outdoors both winter and summer. One corner of the large room housed a row of overflowing bookcases with orange and blue mats strewn on the floor next to them. A large circle painted in the center was the focal point for ball and musical games. Stacked in another corner of the spacious room were nap mats, which the children were taught to tug into place. They operated on a buddy system so that each helped the other to place and then replace the mats. In the fourth area was the kitchen dining room, comprised of a refrigerator, small stove, sink, and 2 long, low tables to accommodate both lunch and snack times. Mrs. Germaine had a niece enrolled in the group, and Mrs. Volker brought her own 3-year-old son. It was apparent that the children were happy, busy, and cooperative, and displayed a healthy respect for each other. Mrs. Germaine strongly supported the Baron's request that Adam work his way gradually into a 5-day week. The public school's fall session was to begin in a month, so for the first 2 weeks Adam would attend twice, then increase his attendance to 3 days, then 4, and by the time Maggie was in school, Adam would be prepared for a full-time schedule. Looking toward the future, it all promised to be so easy, so sensible. Not so. The first days that she walked him through the door into his new world, it was the adult who was apprehensive and the child who was willing and confident. I wonder if other mothers feel as I do when they turn their precious ones over to my care, she mused. What a different perspective one has after having been there. There's a time to hold on and a time to let go, she tried to reason with herself. Do me a favor, would you, Mag? Gil asked as he crawled into bed beside her. She'd been half asleep when she heard him softly latch the front door and had listened with semi-awareness to the soft thud of the refrigerator closing, realizing that he had probably poured a glass of milk as he checked the day's mail. Only junk mail, she knew, but she had left it in a neat stack for him to peruse before filing it in the waste container. She managed in response. I promised Jim I'd pick him up at the airport tomorrow evening, but I have to go to a community council meeting. Not another meeting, Maggie thought. Tonight, again tomorrow. I'm getting bored with solo dinners. What time? What airline? She mumbled. The desire to return to the arms of Morpheus, coupled with a wish to submerge her annoyance, triumphed. She was not at all aware of his response. The morning, as usual, was hectic, getting Adam and herself ready for school. She had made a pledge that she would respect her son's childish pace and not apply pressures to him. She was determined to operate in a manner that would continue to reinforce his independence, encouraging him to dress himself, enjoying their breakfasts together as a family, conducting her own behavior with a calmness as though she were not a working mom. All were important to her. They may not be getting together for 8 hours during the day, but the time they did share was going to be quality time. Adam understood the necessity for promptness and had learned to recognize the position of the hands on the clock when it was time to leave. He was developing a sense of time and responsibility for meeting that deadline, and Maggie was pleased with the manner in which he was responding to the morning schedule. "Jim's flight is due in at 6:30, an awkward time, I know, but maybe you could all have dinner together. What about it, Guy? Want to take your mother and Uncle Jim out to dinner?" Adam dug into his pocket and withdrew his hand, clutching a nickel, 2 pennies, 2 unidentifiable keys, and a rubber band. "Not enough money, Dad," he declared. "Maybe Uncle Jim has more money." "You betcha, son," and he ruffled Adam's hair. "Between the two of you, I think you'll make it. Bye, hon." And with a peck for each of them, he reached for his briefcase and headed for the door. "Remind Barbara that I'll meet her at the game tomorrow evening," she called after him. "It'll be a big game. Maybe we'd better get there about 15 minutes earlier." "Will do." And he was gone. The trip to the airport was an excursion that provided occasion for mother and son to share more learning experiences. Adam added his coins to the pot along with Maggie's bill as they exchanged several comments with the Salvation Army's Santa, who patiently clanked his bell as the travelers rushed by. The young boy seemed to walk just a little taller with the knowledge that he had made his contribution to a Christmas dinner for a hungry child. Hunger was something he could at that moment relate to, as he felt a gnawing in his tummy and was wishing that Uncle Jim's plane had not been late. Maggie explained the posted arrival schedules, and Adam read the gate number indicated for the flight they sought. He pulled his mother along the corridor as he identified each of the numbered waiting areas and ran ahead as he found the one they were headed for. As the plane approached, he was fascinated by the manner in which the ground crew guided the big craft into position and was overwhelmed by its enormity and maneuverability. The pilot, Maggie explained, was carefully watching these directions from the cockpit. Adam had always been intrigued by the instrument panels of his parents' cars and was already making plans for chauffeuring them when he was old enough to drive his own vehicle. But when the pilot was kind enough to lift the bright little fellow up on his lap to see his array of instruments, a new ambition was born. "Hi, big guy," Jim called as the child sprang into his uncle's outstretched arms. He swooped him up with a hug and perched him on his shoulders as he put a free arm about Maggie. "This is a surprise. Where's Gil?" "At a meeting," Maggie answered. "We're the substitute welcoming committee. How about we stop for dinner? Gil won't be home until late, and we're famished." "Right, let's shoot on down to baggage claim, and if it's okay with you, we can grab a bite right here at the airport cafeteria. Frankly, I'm glad you're here instead of Gil. I've got something I need to bounce off you." When they were seated at a table and Adam was busily tackling his oversized hamburger, Maggie looked quizzically at Jim. "So," she waited, "if I know the symptoms, you're bursting to tell me something." "I'm getting married, Mag," he said simply. "Jim, how wonderful!" Maggie was truly happy for this big lug of a brother-in-law. "What's to bounce?" "Nothing, really. I'm very sure of this, but knowing Gil, I realize he could be a problem. I'm counting on you to talk some sense into him. I never could." Maggie reached over to cut Adam's salad for him, but didn't remove her gaze from Jim. She was a patient listener. "Gina works for the company in our Boston office. We've known each other for several years, and we get together whenever I'm in town. She's a wonderful woman, Mag, and I know I don't want to lose her, but she's afraid of how my family would accept her." "Jim, you know if she's right for you, if she's your choice, we would never question it. But I can sense something more is bothering you." "Not me, it's my brother. He would find fault." "With what? Do you want to tell me?" "I'd really like it if you could just take Gina for who she is. She's very bright and so warm and caring. Just like you, Meg." And he gave her a loving smile. "Gina's had it tough. First of all, she's divorced and has 2 kids. 2 great kids, I think." "Would her remarrying be a problem with her ex or the children?" "I doubt it. Right now he's doing time in prison and will probably be there for at least another 10 years. Maggie gulped. What did he do? Oh, he's a darling man, Meg. Armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon, plus charges of drug possession. They threw the book at him. He's in no position to make any waves, not anymore. But he made plenty of trouble before he got caught. When Gina left him 5 years ago, she was pregnant with Cindy. She's the younger one. He haunted her, beat her up, broke her nose. She had no problem getting the divorce and custody. She lived with her mom and grandmother until recently. Wow, that's heavy. Yeah, but Gina really got her act together. She went back to nursing school and is now the company nurse. Everyone there loves her. You know, Jim, I kind of think it might be a good idea for you to invite her here and not tell Gil all this background until he gets to know her. Let her make it on her own merit and then tell Gil about it. I've been thinking about that, but I really want to be open and honest with both of you. No matter what, Mag, I'm going to marry her. I love her, and she loves me. There's one more thing, and I'd have to tell Gil this before she comes. Yes? Her father was Haitian. And you think Gil would object on the basis of race? Sure thing. I don't think so, Jim. He might ask a lot of questions, wanting to be certain you've considered all the implications. I would, too. But you know, Gil's not a prejudiced person, just practical. Be fair with him. If you each understand where the other's coming from, it'll be okay, I'm sure. With a sigh. I hope you're right. I like the way we are as a family. I don't want anything to change that. You suggested having her come here. She is. She's coming in next week. Mommy, can I have some strawberry ice cream? They'd been so involved in their conversation that they'd almost forgotten about Adam. One strawberry ice cream cone for a very special little man coming up. Jim winked as he rose from the table to fill his nephew's request. Listen, Gil, I know everyone feels that way about his own, but I'm telling you, Gina's a very special person. For God's sake, give me some credit and give her a chance. Jim was pacing and appeared on the verge of blowing his relatively short fuse. Hold on, Jim. I haven't made any judgments about either of you. Maybe you could say I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I hope you know me better than to think I judge Gina by the color of her skin. Hell, I've no problem with that. From what you tell me, she's a damn decent human being, and all I'm saying is let's see to it that nobody gets hurt here. So why the third degree, big bro? Oh, hell, why did I open this whole can of worms anyway? We'll just get married. You can either like it or lump it. Jim was ready to terminate the conversation and stomp from the room. Hey, we're not the enemy. Look, kid, this isn't the third degree. We're getting too emotional. All I'm saying is that you and her children have society to deal with. You can't live in isolation. What do you think the two of us have been talking about for months? I know it. She knows it. Remember, she's lived it, what with her mom and dad and a mixed marriage and all that. She's been there all her life, and that's why she's concerned for my sake. Sure, people will look at us, they'll whisper, some might even make nasty comments. I can't control their ignorance. I love this woman, Gil. Her little girls are all I could ask for, and I plan to adopt them if it works out. And when we have our own and they're pink or blue or brown or whatever, they'll live with it too. And you're willing to have them deal with whatever bias they'll have thrown at them. Which world will they belong in, the white or the colored? Gil was obviously using every bit of control he could muster. People such as he may well be colorblind, but what about employers, restaurants, landlords, neighbors? The list of potential risks was endless. Do you realize the strain the behavior of others can put on a relationship? Do you realize how cruel children can be, the taunts her girls would have to face? I've seen it. I know. Look, Gil, there's risk in everything, but I believe there are balances too. And I also believe that the security of family and the love they'd experience would provide them with strength. When Adam falls and is hurt, you kiss the pain and it subsides, but you'll never be able to protect him from every pain. You just hope you give him the tools to cope, Well, this is just another one of those things that we do our best with, knowing full well that a potential ache is out there. So what do? Just close the door and say, I can't chance happiness because some unknown flaw might snatch it away? I remember something my mother used to say, Maggie inserted. Whenever we'd be reluctant to do something for fear of failure, she'd say, the fear of flying inhibits soaring. These old sayings have a heap of wisdom. Speaking of mother's quotes, ours had one I didn't understand as a kid. Haven't thought about it for years, Gil added. She'd always say, the more I think I know, the less I know, Jim finished. These memories introduced a touch of levity into the conversation. Jim stopped his pacing and eased his weary frame onto the sofa. Gil slapped his brother on the thigh and smiled at him. When do we get to meet this angel? She's coming in Saturday morning just for the weekend. And the girls? Maggie asked. Oh, they'll be with her. They're pretty excited about their first plane ride. They went with me to buy the tickets. Melissa will charm you, I promise. They all will. Remember who you're talking to, Uncle? Maggie chimed in. I don't believe either of us has ever met a child we didn't like. One more point, Jim. Gil came in after an affirmative nod in his wife's direction. How are you going to handle the religious differences? You realize that could be a source of conflict. Not for us. We're in agreement there. Gina's deeply religious, believes in God and all that, but she believes there's only one deity looking down on all of us. She's been going to a Methodist church ever since her divorce, but before that she really didn't belong to any church. She says God is love and love is God, and it's all in your heart. She suggested that we be married by a rabbi, but she wants to meet him and talk with him first. She says if he's kindly and understanding, she'd like to go that route. On the other hand, I'd be agreeable to a justice of the peace, but whoever it is, he has to meet her qualifications. And the children? Hers? Yours? We'll probably just wing it. Her philosophy is so healthy that I'm amenable to her choice. Truly makes me know never mind. Can you make it for dinner Saturday? Maggie asked Jen after dialing her number repeatedly and getting the busy signal time after time. Or is your social calendar filled solid? Thought I'd never get through to you. Just talking with my mom. She needs a sympathetic ear these days. My dad's getting to be more and more of a burden. Forgets constantly, drives her nuts. What's Saturday? Jim's got a new woman he's serious about, and Gil is being difficult. Thinks his brother's a first-class jerk. We're going to meet her when she comes into town, and thought maybe your being here might help him control himself. What's Gil miffed about now? Jen asked. Is he behaving like a Jewish mother? Sort of, Maggie agreed. If everything's not according to Hoyle, he thinks it ain't kosher. And you think my being there could make a difference? For me it would. At least you'd give me moral support. We've been fighting about this ever since Jim got back from Boston and told us about her. I'll bring the wine and spike Gil's, Jen chided. Or should I slip some knockout drops in his glass? What time? Much to Maggie's surprise, the woman who arrived with Jim was quite unattractive, almost homely. Her hair was unkempt and her attire rather ill-fitting, but for once Jim had seen past the exterior. He had, in fact, underplayed her attributes, for she was warm and gracious, albeit reserved. Her smile was easy and genuine, and Maggie admired her poise. Little Melissa behaved and looked just like her mother, and immediately singled Adam out as her friend. Uncle Jim told me I'd like you, she told him when they were introduced. Is he your Uncle Jim too? Adam seemed confused. Not really, but he likes me to call him that. But I do have an Uncle Felix. Do you have an Uncle Felix? That was the last of the conversation the adults were party to, for the two youngsters were off to Adam's room. A minute later, Melissa ran back and grabbed her sister's hand. Come on and see Adam's telescope, she ordered. We can look at the stars." When Cindy clung to her mother, Melissa managed to coax her away with an "I'll take care of you" air. "How was the flight?" Gil managed stiffly. "We heard the airport was fogged in." "We hit some turbulence that scared me silly, but the girls thought it was exciting." Kids, so innocent. Isn't it wonderful? She turned to Jen. "Jim tells me that you and Maggie have been friends for years. Did you grow up together?" "In a way, yes. We were college roommates, and until that time I was just a foolish twerp. I've learned a lot from that gal. She's got more common sense in her little finger than lots of us have all over. She taught me the meaning of compassion, of reaching out to others with genuine caring. I can't tell you the confidence I've gained from her support and encouragement over the years. And patience. My God, she's the inventor." "Being her friend has been the challenge of a lifetime," Maggie twittered. "One of the first things I had to do to her when we first met was put her in a closet. She hasn't come out yet." At this, Jen cringed and proceeded to offer an explanation. "Guess I've just always talked too much." The move of her study to and removal of clothing from the closet brought a round of chuckles from everyone. Interestingly, it was the first time Gil had heard the story. He had wondered more than once over the years how his wife had contended with this inveterate talker. The yapper, he had privately dubbed her. After serving the 3 children at Adam's little play table, the adults grouped themselves about the dining room table. Having been advised that Gina was a vegetarian, Maggie had done her homework successfully and had prepared a vegetarian lasagna that even the meat and potatoes men complimented her on. Gina expressed her appreciation of Maggie's kind consideration and requested a copy of the recipe. "Oh my," Maggie blushed. "I'm not at all certain how much of what I put in, but I'll try to reconstruct it best I can. Okay if I jot it out tomorrow?" "I'd love it. I've noticed the girls going at it with relish, and they don't often like what I give them. I don't push them. Figure if they get hungry enough, nature will tell them so." In the kitchen, as the women were rinsing and stacking dishes and retiring leftovers to the refrigerator, Gina addressed Maggie. "Your husband disapproves of me, doesn't he, Maggie?" Maggie stopped in her tracks and looked squarely, unflinchingly at her guest. "I wish I could disagree with you, but, unhappily, he has tunnel vision insofar as his brother's concerned." "And he knows only part of my story, right?" Jen, for once, was mute. She was there for her friend, but these 2 level-headed women were quite capable of handling their own discussion without her intervention. "True. As far as I'm concerned, that issue is closed." This from Maggie. "I'm not comfortable with that. It feels dishonest to me. I don't find my former husband's character admirable. I detest it. But his existence and what he is a fact. He's a part of my past and I'm working to put it behind me, but I can't get on with my life if I'm constantly going to worry about exposure." "But you're not responsible for what he's done," Maggie continued. "You're being kind, Maggie. I feel your friendship, and believe me, I treasure it. Lots. Jim and I will have a good life together. It'll be richer with family. I don't want to jeopardize that." Maggie drew her wet hands across her apron and placed them around Gina's neck. "I'm with you, sweetie. I'm on your side all the way." "Maggie, know what I'd like?" "Name it." "I'd love to face Gil one-on-one. I think we could work it out." "Why don't you let me talk to him?" "No, it's better, I think, if we hash this out between us. Thanks anyway." "She's right, hon." Jen came to life. "Gil will listen to her. It'll be more effective than your running interference. Let her be her own spokeswoman." "Okay, lady, when is your pleasure? You're leaving tomorrow evening," Maggie said. "Why not now? Nothing to be gained by putting it off. Procrastination's not my thing. I'm an optimist. Tell you what I dearly love." Gina was serious. "Shoot. I'd like to go in there right now and ask Jim to leave the room so Gil and I can talk. The kids have been great so far, but if you'd make sure none of them interrupts us, it would be a tremendous help. There's more I'd like to talk about, but only after Gil and I understand each other." "You got it. Let's go for it. Jen, how about getting Jim into a game of Scrabble? That's slow enough so that one of us could be free to see to the children if they need us. Don't know how long they can go on being such angels." A check on the children found Cindy curled up on Adam's bed, hugging his quilt, thumb in her mouth, sound asleep. Cindy and Adam were listening to Adam's talking read-it books. Gina and Gil were facing each other on the living room sofa. Seated around the kitchen table were three non-focusing, non-concentrating Scrabble players. Jim was straining to hear the murmurs coming from the living room. Maggie was attempting to distract him, and Jen was thinking about Maggie and her strengths. Far and away the loudest sound was the hum of the clock on the wall and the intermittent operation of the refrigerator. Unspoken were Maggie's and Jim's apprehensions about Gil's attitude. He had developed a commanding obstinacy in recent years. Maggie viewed it as a necessary adjunct to his behavior as he dealt with the plethora of problems and personalities in his demanding job, but she strongly resented his applying this same approach to family situations. While she appreciated the need for his takeover approach professionally, she nonetheless longed for the gentle Gil of the past. Even with Adam, he no longer displayed the cheerful, teasing man that had once been his hallmark. Jim, too, was aware of this change, and Maggie often sensed his quiet withdrawal rather than chancing a confrontation with his brother. She knew that Jim and Gina were going to get married. This she supported with all her heart. Were Gil to accept unqualifiably their union, the blessing for all would be enormous. Time was moving slowly. The hour had been late for the little ones, and all three had finally been bedded down. After the second game of Scrabble, Jim had resumed his normal, I'm uptight pacing. It was almost midnight when Jim said, "I've had it. Enough is too much already. They've had more than enough time. I'm going in." As he barged into the living room, an area he had in his fidgeting looked upon as the inner sanctum, Gil looked lovingly in his direction and said, "Do you realize the pressure your brother lives with in his job? Jim, he's 1 in a million. Would that the world had a dozen Barron brothers." "You've been talking about his job? Damn, Gina, what about us?" "Darling, we're fine. We're getting married. We have a best man. Plus a ring bearer, 2 flower girls, a matron of honor," Gil added. "And Gott sei Dank, I'll finally have a sister." "We've another plan. I'm going to take a few courses. I can do it in a year, I think. And I'm going to change to school nursing. How does that grab you, big boy?" His arms encircled them both. With a catch in his voice, he managed, "It grabs me just fine." "Hi, love." Jen's voice on the phone was a welcome interruption. Maggie had been curled up with a book for the past hour and had read the same page 3 times. She seemed unable to focus on the words in front of her and lacked the motivation to move to another activity. "Jen, how good to hear your voice." "You're not convincing me. You sound as though you're out in left field. What am I pulling you away from?" "Blank meanderings," Maggie responded. "Just an unreadable book. How's it going, Doc?" "Okay, I guess. How's my favorite little guy?" "His usual terrific self. He's spending the night with my parents. Dad took him to a hockey game this evening. Did I tell you that he gave Adam ice skates for his birthday?" "Tried it once when I was a kid," Jen chuckled. "Couldn't keep my damn ankles off the ice. Did you ever skate, Mag?" "Yeah, and I wasn't bad either. But I wasn't 8 years old when I started. Growing up in the Depression years was a whole different ball of wax. Kids today have it made." "I'm not sure that's all good," Jen offered. "But then what do I know? I'm trained to fix their adult bodies after they've neglected them when they were young." They're damned adept at jumping in and out of their chauffeured cars, but I haven't seen a good, healthy game of kick the can since I was Adam's age. Amen to that. Come to think of it, most of my kids at school are overweight slobs. I feel a unit on nutrition and exercise budding in my brain. Maggie shifted her weight to a more comfortable position. Her back was acting up again. You sound miserable, pal. What's up? Jen asked her friend. Don't really know. I just can't seem to work up any enthusiasm these days. Kind of depressed, I guess you'd say. I hear you, Jen continued. I've been playing nursemaid to the Blas myself. We need to get away for a couple of days. What do you say? It's just about time for our 10th annual Maggie and Jen weekend. Think we could both use it. Besides, I've got some ideas I'd like to knock around with you. You're always my best sounding board. That's funny. I was thinking only yesterday about suggesting it to you. Could you manage a Friday or a Monday in addition? Let's do it up in a big way. Maybe go to Door County for 3 days. The thought of playing hooky and getting away with Jennifer perked Maggie up noticeably. Gil probably wouldn't even realize that I was gone. Oh, that sounds ominous, Jen said, but she chose not to pursue the subject at the moment. I'll get old Doc Carter to cover for me. He'd welcome getting back to the office for a day. Think it would be good for all of us. Give me a couple of days, I'll get back to you. Terrific, Maggie concluded. For the first time in months, she found herself anticipating doing something with a modicum of enthusiasm. It felt good looking forward to a brief escape. She'd been vaguely aware of a loneliness, a lack in her life, but had decided to ignore it for the present. Maybe it would melt into nothingness just as the snow from the last blizzard was doing. Maggie was humming a tune that popped into her head from her past as Jen sped her new Olds along US 41 toward Green Bay. They had made a potty stop in Sheboygan and were now munching on apples that Jen had tossed in the back seat. We've got no mountains around here. Jen recognized the tune, but with her monotone refrained from joining in. Maggie was no great shakes as a vocalist, but at least she could carry a tune, whereas self-conscious Jen had spent a lifetime mouthing the words to the national anthem so as to appear to be properly patriotic. When she was a youngster, an aunt had teased her about her singing ability, or lack thereof, and from that time on she had kept tunes in her head, but never permitted their exit through her lips. Strange how a flippant remark to a child can influence actions on into adult years. Really? I hadn't noticed. Years ago, when we were driving through the Rockies in Colorado, my dad made up all kinds of crazy words to that song. Something about driving in an old LaSalle car. Don't remember him now, but I remember thinking what a funny daddy I had. He's a sweetheart, but funny? Never saw him that way, Jen continued. No, I guess not, but children do find nutty things amusing. He used to hold my hands and do a silly little jig, and I thought he was the most. You still do. Do you ever realize how you purr when you talk about him? Do I? Guess maybe I do have a father fixation. They call that an Oedipus complex. Not quite, Jen corrected. The expression's generally used incorrectly. It comes from Greek mythology. According to the oracles, Oedipus killed his father and married his mother. And in psychology, the term's used to describe an unnatural love of one parent and a hatred of the other. I don't think that's you. Hardly. I love my mom. It's just that I've never outgrown a little girl's adoration of her father. You have a problem with that? No way. Then Maggie added an afterthought. Well, maybe. Loving my dad as I do, make me think all men are sort of, lordly. I never expected anything but the best. You didn't know Seth. That was before you. Seth was kind, sweet, generous, just like my dad, but he ended up hurting me. Oh, I survived Seth, but it sure was painful at the time. Ken, I remember, that bastard. Oops, excuse me. I know you're friends now, Jen recalled, but he really screwed you good when you were down at school. Ken wasn't a bad person, just misguided, weak. He needed to grow up. So what else is new? I never mentioned this to you. It's really not ethical. Let's just say you can read my thoughts. Sarah came in to see me a couple of years ago. She was worried to death because she knew someone who had a Tay-Sachs baby. She was told she was in a high-risk group and she wanted more information. Tay-Sachs? I've never heard of it. Simply, it's one of nature's nightmares, the risk being really high in Ashkenazi Jews. Juveniles present with dementia, seizures, spinocerebellar degeneration. There's progressive loss of vision, which eventually results in blindness. Jen kept her explanation brief and simple. What a horror. Maggie was thinking with all the things that can go wrong in the human body, it's a miracle that so many things function correctly. She was visualizing the cadavers in her anatomy lab when they peeled away layer after layer. The complexity was awesome and fascinating, so much so, in fact, that she was anxious to have her mother see it when she was visiting her on campus. Mom had demurred, she remembered, but finally succumbed to Maggie's prodding. The stench that greeted them made her run out of the room, but reluctantly she returned. Once her olfactory sense had adjusted, she was intrigued, and the two of them spent the next several hours viewing the corpses as Maggie explained much of what lay before them. The two women, each submerged in her own thoughts, drove in silence for the next 30 miles. Jen sped past a hitchhiker and several times was forced to a snail's pace when slowly lumbering farm tractors moved along the road. Herds of grazing cattle lazed in the sun, and several farm stands offered their produce for sale. For the first time in months, Maggie realized she was totally relaxed and contented. The contentment was almost a foreign feeling, and she welcomed it. A change of pace is good. Maggie's voice broke their reveries. Are you telling me to drive slower? Didn't you realize you were going nearly 80, you nut? No, I was just thinking about how good it is to get away from the routine. You're so good for me. I hadn't noticed anybody else taking care of you recently, Jen said. Know what I was thinking? How many sizes and shapes of breasts can one handle in the course of a practice? I was considering charting the variations and keeping a record. Mrs. Cucamonga measured in at a circumference of 55 millimeters, she chortled. That could give birth to a whole new study. Maybe I could inveigle a government grant. And if your patients got wind of it, you'd soon be collecting unemployment insurance. Then I could start a study on farts. Hey, there's no limit to what medical science needs to learn. By the time they drove up to their motel, their mood was frivolous despite the gathering clouds and the sprinkles that had started. Did you notice the bowling alley we passed about a mile down the road? Nope, Maggie responded. I was busy closing my eyes. Wonder if they have a pool here. I could do with a good workout. Sure, I exhaust myself doing all the pedaling, and you're all raring to get physical. Tell you what, I'll test the mattress while you go and freeze your butt off in the rain. Good plan. If I'm going to get wet, what difference does it make what direction the wet comes from? Wonder what sturgeon tastes like. Jen was studying the menu as though it were a textbook. Hey, snapper, that's it, she concluded with finality. The student who took their orders wrote nothing down. He was long on smiles, charm, and recommendations. He was in pre-med, he told them, once his student status had been established. Silly boy, Jen reprimanded teasingly. What'd you want to go and do something like that for? You'll have everyone you ever knew looking for free advice. How's the chowder? Got herbal tea? Lots of lemon, please. And she leaned back and smiled at the handsome young man. Let me know when you're through with med school. I might be able to retire by then. Do you know Dr. Barkard? He's a hotshot biochemist. What a brain. I had his nephew for organic. Now there was one solid rotter. Knew his subject, but he didn't know beans about teaching it. Problem was he liked boys. He'd have given his eye tooth to flunk me. Poor bastard. I made his life miserable by having the highest grades in the class. I swear he must have choked when he was forced to give me an A. The memory obviously pleased her. Mag, give me a listen, huh? Jen stared as their waiter retired to wherever waiters retire to when they have nothing written down. My practice is going great guns. Does the job of keeping me in diamonds and furs and my parents in their apartment. I'm grateful that they've got whatever comforts money can provide, but I'm getting itchy. Maggie perched her chin on her hand and listened attentively. My dream won't go away. For some wacky reason I don't understand, I'm still hung up on anesthesiology. There's a program at Johns Hopkins that sounds as though it was tailor-made for me. Maggie's eyes dropped. She started fiddling with her fork. I'm listening, she said. Is there a but? Yep, you. No response. Money's no longer a hang-up. I know I'm qualified and would probably be accepted. She hesitated. But I can't imagine being halfway across the country away from you. I can't imagine your being gone either, Jen. Neither woman offered further comment. Chuck, the future Dr. Chuck whatever, brought their soup. How long would it be, she finally continued. Couple years. Look, Jen, this is no midlife crisis. If you don't go for it, you'll wind up a frustrated old lady all grumpy and nasty, and I'm not sure I'd much like that. You'll come in often. After all, you can't just forget your parents either. I'll take care of them while you're gone. I'll even get my rump on a plane and visit you. Meanwhile, there's the telephone and a goal to achieve. You make it sound so easy. Easy is no challenge. If it's worth doing, you got to put your gut into it. Remember that plaque Sally had on her desk? The one that said, "Don't wait half your life for life to come to you, while all the time it's inside you waiting to be lived." Well, here's that halfway point. Jen, dear, go for it. We'll survive. It seemed as though their weekend was already productive. By kicking off their shoes and frolicking like carefree kids, it would be complete. August 20th. Dear Mag, when I walk across campus, I feel like a grandmother. God, were we ever that young? However, it seems to me that the atmosphere here is considerably more academic than that which we experienced at school. There's been so much criticism about the flippant, detached attitudes of today's young people, but I really don't get that feeling here at all. I was in the library yesterday and was impressed not only with the seriousness of the students, but believe it or not, one of the professors was in the stacks with a couple of his students. Did you ever? I got an okay apartment several miles from campus, but I'd like to find something closer. Bothering to park the car is a hassle. I'd rather walk. It's unlikely that anything more will become available during the course of this semester. If I spread the word at the hospital, who knows? Something may come up. In some ways, I get the feeling of moving backwards in time to my internship days. My days seem to be all gobbled up, what with classes, library, research, and studying, in addition to my schedule at the hospital. It's pretty exciting. The drive out was uneventful. Beautiful country. All I know about the city is that it's on the Patapsco River and that we're not far from Chesapeake Bay. I'll do my best to keep you posted, but let's face it, I'm a lousy correspondent. Hugs and kisses, Jen. November 20th. Dear Jen, the morning you left, Adam greeted me with, "Let's go see Auntie Jen." He tells everyone that you're going to school just like he is. He doesn't say it as though there's anything particularly unusual about it, but rather it's just another bond between you two. Your mom was out doing the grocery shopping, and Bella reported that the status is entirely quo. I tried to impress upon her the freedom she has in calling me with any questions whatsoever. We had a nice chat, and I do believe I've convinced her that I'm completely accessible and have the authority to make decisions should the need arise. Your mom returned my call in the evening and sounds just fine. Of course, I realize she's not as relaxed with me as she is with you, but I'll bet that will change in time. I called her Mom, and she seemed to like that. I think that may well help her to feel freer in talking with me. I certainly hope so. If you need anything sent from your apartment, just say the word. Take care. Love, Maggie. February 24th. Dearest Mag, hearing your voice was wonderful. Thanks for calling. God, I hope I didn't sound impatient. I'd just gotten in, and I have to admit that after a 15-hour day, I was bushed. I was hoping that in this world of scientific advancement, they had somehow managed to create a 36-hour day. How I could use it. On the other hand, if I didn't have to sleep, I could get along on the conventional 24. The first couple of weeks, I felt some resentment by my male peers. They were either annoyingly condescending or openly resentful. However, things are looking up, and I'm considerably more comfortable now. Whether it's real or just my perception doesn't really matter. The fact that they're now accepting me as an equal, or I feel they are doing so, is what counts. I'm glad we made this decision, and if I can maintain the pace, it will all have been worth it. Can you believe, except for McCoy College, all the undergrad schools are for men only? There ought to be a law. When I get tired of medicine, and you get your fill of deaf kids, maybe we can go to law school, Harvard, Yale, and get some decent non-discriminatory laws on the books. This crap of male superiority really bugs the hell out of me. I'm beat. Love, Jen. March 15th. Dearest Jen, thanks for checking things out with our doctor. I appreciate that. Gil's home now and is being a rather decent patient, and I'm trying to be a patient nurse. That's a double whammy of patience, eh? All I can say is that I'm sure glad I didn't let him talk me out of taking him over to the emergency room. Several more hours, the doctor told me, and we would have had a burst appendix to contend with. Neither of us is tuned in to being home full time. Don't think we could deal with it on a long-term basis. This togetherness is something we'd have to learn how to handle. His faculty has been unbelievable, so concerned and attentive. His room at the hospital looked like a florist shop, and now our house is a bloomin' mess. Scuttlebutt has it that my sub is pathetically unqualified and is succeeding beautifully in undoing all the hard work I'd put in. Gina's been a doll. She seems to have the ability to maintain her own home, hold down a full-time job, and still have the energy to devote to helping us. And would you believe that Melissa took the bus and was at the hospital every day after school? What a love of a young lady she is. She and Adam are such good friends. It's heartwarming seeing them together. His master's voice beckons. I do believe Gil is reveling in all the attention he's getting. More later. Bye. Love you, Mag. April 27th. Mag, dearest. Yahoo! I've earned a couple of days off for good behavior. Who says brownie points don't add up? The way I see it, there are three choices. 1, I could sleep all the time away. That would be delicious. 2, I could make a flying trip in and check on Mom and Dad and give them a boost. 3, you could come here and we'd have some wonderful us time. I'd even let you show me around town. Haven't seen a thing beyond the campus and the hospital. There's the Edgar Allan Poe house and his grave at some churchyard and a monument. Did you know that this was Poe country? I didn't. We could see where Key wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, too. They even got a symphony, but you wouldn't make me do that, would you? Miss you, Jen. September 6th. Dearest Jen, I had the nicest surprise this week. Do you remember Renee Levin, one of my favorite co-workers who tragically lost her baby some years ago? She had left at the end of the semester to spend the summer with her family in Connecticut. Shortly after that, some 6 months or so, Robert called to tell us that he was leaving his job for something better in Philadelphia. He also said Renee had insisted upon a divorce. He really sounded devastated. We heard no more from either of them, although both Gil and I spoke of them frequently. Well, Renee was passing through on her way to San Francisco and called and asked if we could meet her at the airport for for a visit between flights. She looked marvelously happy. She and Robert remarried and adopted 2 little Korean boys who are positively adorable. Robert will be joining the faculty at Stanford, and she was going out there to look into housing and see about getting back to teaching. Her enthusiasm was overwhelming. She feels that the liberal atmosphere prevalent in Palo Alto would be a healthier place to rear the boys, and Robert belongs in an academic setting. She commented to me on the side that she thought Gil looked tired. I'm convinced that he went back to work too soon after his appendectomy. I don't know whether he considered it a macho thing to do or if he felt indispensable, but he sure was pig-headed about it. Even so, it's been long enough since the surgery for him to have recuperated several times over. Have been trying to get him to go for a complete physical, but he gets so damned irritable when I mention it that I'm reluctant to broach the subject. Doubt if he'll listen to you, but maybe you could charm him into some action when you come in. Bella called last Saturday. She's called only infrequently, so when I heard her voice, I was initially alarmed. Turns out she only wanted to chew the fat. What a treasure she is. The last time I stopped over to take your mom out to lunch, I brought Bella a pair of sheepskin-lined slippers. You'd have thought I had offered her a gold mine. Did you know she has a son who lives in England? Apparently they've been estranged for years. I tried to prod her gently, but apparently talking about him is too painful. There are times when mothers get a rotten rap. Sad. Who is this Art Funk you mentioned in your last letter? Is he some dirty old man trying to take advantage of innocent you? Has he got anything to do with your going out shopping for a sexy surgical gown? Can't wait to see you. I've got hugs already. Mag. February 17th. Hi, love. Didn't realize how good it would be getting home for a few days. Didn't even mind the weather too much. Aside from you, seeing Adam was my biggest treat. Did he ever mention to you that he's thinking of marrying Melissa? She's not a real cousin, he informed me. I asked him if he didn't think she was too old for him. Big deal, he shot back. So when she's 100, I'll be 98. How did Gil ever father such a great kid? Speaking of, I agree, I don't like the way Gil looks. Tried to soft pedal it, but I hope I convinced him to take care of himself. Rather than sounding professional, I made a plea on the basis of your and Adam's needing him. That seemed to make something of a dent in his obstinacy. He's the kind of guy you can't push, as you well know, or he'll go just the opposite direction. All he would admit to was being tired. Said he'd put himself on a vitamin regimen. You'll love the story of what happened on my return flight. There was this broad sitting across the aisle from me who kept demanding attention of the stewardess. First she wanted a cup of coffee. Then she pushed her light and asked for Dramamine. Then she needed a blanket and a pillow. Finally she asked to have her coat hung up in the closet. The stewardess demurred, saying that she was busy with other duties before takeoff and would get back to her later. Young lady, she barked, do you know who I am? Whereupon the stewardess picked up the public address system and said very sweetly, Ladies and gentlemen, I implore your assistance. We have a woman in first class who doesn't know who she is. Can anyone help us out? Isn't that a corker? I swear it's true. Back to the grind. We've made it past the 2/3 point, love. I'm enjoying everything here, but will be glad to get back home. Miss you, and I was just there. Always your Jen. March 26th. Jen, dear, I never realized I was a worrier. Does that come with age? Now, in addition to Gil, I've got you to worry about. What can I say? Your dad's passing was painless, but I understand the finality of death and the ache felt by those of us who are left to grieve. I don't want to be maudlin, but as we mature, we increasingly accept the fact that death is a part of life. I just wish you could have stayed longer after the funeral, that maybe you were right in that being busy will be your personal salvation. I know it's Mom you're most concerned about now, but she's a tough lady. She'll go through her grieving and then be okay. She's talking about doing volunteer work at a retirement home. Already she's taking care of herself. She's a nurturer and will be well served by serving others, and this will blow your top. She said something about working at the grassroots level with the local Democratic organization. This mild-mannered mother of yours is no weak sister. In addition, she and Bella have formed an interesting relationship, and Bella, as I understand, plans to stay on. Knowing that she's not alone will be a tremendous comfort to you. I know it is to me. I stayed there for several nights after you left, and I could see the symbiotic relationship between these two women. Gil promised to make an appointment with his internist. That's some progress. Be at peace, hon. Everything here will be fine. Just take care of you. Mag. July 3rd. Mag, dear. Sorry it's been so long. I'm fine, really. Just have too much day left at the end of my energy. Can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Have to get home soon to see some VIPs. Sent out a stack of feelers and got some promising responses. Ciao, Jen. November 6th. Dearest Jen, did you ever wonder how to make your piece of pie and coffee come out even? First, there's too little coffee to finish the pie, and after the refill, there's no pie left to down the coffee. No, you wouldn't understand that. What if we substitute tomato to go with the lettuce? At any rate, this is my last stamp, so you'll have to make this letter last until you hit the road. May I be so bold as to suggest that you avoid the gas station that slashed your tires and then tried to sell you new ones when you made the trip down? It's been a grind, I know, but sweetie, I'm so proud of you. I expect shortly to find your name in Who's Who in Medicine. Bobbye called all excited. Bob's been made a partner with his law firm. I expect inwardly he must feel awfully proud, but when I called to offer my congrats, he poo-pooed it as a run-of-the-mill thing. But ask him about his daughter and you'll get an ear full. There's no doubt that she's a talented kid, but according to her father, she's an Ethel Merman, Liberace, and Heifetz all rolled into one. Actually, she must be a genius. Why else would she be so temperamental? And I mean temper. Bobbye didn't get around to having their piano tuned as soon as Elise thought it needed it, and she threw a fit. She's all of 13 going on 30. She's planning on trying out for the Young People's Symphony this summer. Heaven knows, for Bob and Bobbie's sakes, I wish her well. But for me, I'm only too grateful that I've got a normal, average kid. Can't wait for your arrival. In one sense, the time has gone quickly, and in another, it's felt like forever. Bunches of love, Mag. We each have a picture of someone we treasure. We take it out often and always with pleasure. Perhaps for a moment, perhaps for all day. Then carefully, lovingly, tuck it away. It could be a photo, but often it's not. It may be no more than a wonderful thought, the kind that's brought happiness right from the start, and that's always nearby, for it's kept in the heart. Please share the joy of Thanksgiving with us, Maggie and Gil. Got your inane and insipid invite, Jen commenced. You liked it, huh? Maggie laughed. The idea, yeah. What set you off? Oh, I don't know. Just having you back in town inspired me to be thankful. Am I going to have to be gracious to very many people? Well, I invited Adam. I'll be there. And a few others. Your mom's coming. And mine. Think I can handle that. Gina, Jim, and the kids. Doable? Bob, Bobbye, and Elise. The little darling. Barbette. The whole kit and caboodle, huh? I love having good people around. Besides, I believe in observing happy occasions. Maggie had a lilt to her voice that Jen loved to hear. Her happy attitude was contagious, and she was right. They all had so much to be thankful for. Need help? It was obvious Jen was being more polite than sincere. Sure, if you think chocolate chip cookies will do it for a Thanksgiving feast. The lady's got my number. Anyway, I've become an old hand at feeding a crowd. We've had so many staff parties for Gil's teachers that I'm beginning to feel like a pro. Gil's warmth, the magic of his smile as he greeted each guest's arrival, exhilarated Maggie. For the first time in longer than she cared to think, she was seeing the old Gil. The lines around his eyes punctuated his laughter. His shoulders seemed to sag less, and his graciousness as the welcoming host almost convinced her that her concerns for his health were for naught. Here was a man who dearly loved people, and he was indeed setting the tone for a fabulously joyous gathering. Good friends reveled in the genial hospitality. Only the graying hair of the seniors among them set them apart, for they were all busily engrossed in conversation with the middle generation, and the children, all maturing into interesting pre-adults, responded with charm as they too were drawn into adult exchanges. Maggie had asked Melissa and Adam if they would be her helpers in serving, and the two surprised her by dressing for the occasion, Adam attired as a Puritan and Melissa as an Indian maiden. Melissa giggled flirtatiously while Adam assumed the manner of a proper gentleman. "Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served," he announced with a flourish, and the gala group followed his lead to the sumptuous feast. As the Puritan waiter deftly balanced the overloaded platter laden with slices of turkey and approached each reveler, Gil, addressing the group, said, "Did you hear about the fellow who took his wife to Rome for their 20th anniversary?" His friend said, "How nice, and what are you going to do for your 25th? Go back and pick her up?" The punchline brought a round of laughter. The lovely Indian maiden, bearing a serving bowl of mashed sweet potatoes, stopped in her tracks. "Uncle Gil, I think that's a nasty joke. I don't think it's a bit funny." She scowled beautifully. "Oh, you don't, my little princess. Didn't mean to offend my favorite older niece." "It is sexist, Dad." Adam supported his cousin's stance. "Oh, you're such prudes," Elise added to the debate. "I think it's cute." "But it perpetuates the role of the dumb little woman." This from Barbara, who had until this point been rather reserved. "Of course you have to consider whether the man is laughing at himself or at his wife." Mike, Maggie's father, joined the discussion. "Good point. If you're poking fun at someone else, well, that's one thing. But if you're laughing at yourself, that's different. I roar when Jackie Mason pokes fun at his fellow Jews, but I'd resent it if those same stories were told by, say, Fred Allen." "You're right, Dad. A lot of what we say comes out without putting the brain in gear. We'd probably censor a lot of things if we thought about it first. I know I don't like the Polish jokes that are going around and wouldn't tell them, yet I've got a crossing guard at school, Edna Pulaski, who tells me one every time she sees me." "I know one, but my lips are sealed," Bella joined in. Several voices tried to prod her, but Bella shook her head. "If it's wrong under any circumstances. Listening to all of you made me realize how many things I've said in my lifetime that I now wish I hadn't." Her voice trailed off, and it was apparent that she was suffering regrets that few there were in a position to understand. Jen's mother chose to lighten the conversation with an announcement. "Bella and I are planning a trip to England." "Gosh, Mom, that's great," Jen chipped in. "When did you decide this?" "We've been talking about it for a while. Bella has a son there. She and I are going to visit him and see her grandchildren. How about that?" She chose not to tell those gathered about the festive table that she had been fairly twisting Bella's arm for months. She couldn't imagine having a daughter-in-law and grandchildren she didn't know, and she had been encouraging Bella to mend the rift and permit herself the joy of being part of the family again. She repeatedly assured her that all would gain from a reconciliation, that children should know their grandmother. The enthusiasm displayed by everyone had a very positive effect, and it seemed as though Bella was indeed feeling convinced that such a visit would be to her liking. She was smiling now and participating heartily in the discussion about the fascinating places they would visit. Gil suggested that they might like to see their pictures of London taken on their honeymoon, and she agreed that yes, it would be wonderful. "Hon, that was a ball." Gil beamed as they closed the door behind the last guests. Really a night to remember. It was fun, wasn't it, she cooed, as she snuggled into his waiting arms. People is the funnest monkeys. Maggie went through the motions mechanically, nodding as each mourner offered soft words of condolence. She felt the touch of a hand or the brush of a kiss. Faces were a blur, names eluded her, but none of what was happening about her had any meaning. Nothing felt real. Was it happening to her or to somebody else? Adam's slumped figure on her left, her mother sobbing on her right. This was real. It must not be a dream. Numbness, unreality, exhaustion. The soft hum about her became a hush, and she was vaguely aware of the figure of the rabbi moving toward the platform. Her thoughts trailed back to last night and the anger she had felt. She hated Gil for allowing this to happen. Why had he not listened to her? Why had he not listened to Jen? Why had he not listened to the message his body was sending him? Was he so naive as to feel indestructible? Or perhaps he was frightened and didn't want to know. Would it have made a difference? There was no way to find answers to these hounding questions that bombarded her brain. She knew only that she felt terribly alone, despite the numerous people about her. She had the need to hold on to Adam, but he had asked if he could spend the night with Jamie, and Bet had interceded on his behalf, assuring Maggie that she would get him home early in the morning. Yes, the morning. That was important. It would be the last time he would ever see his father. Now she would have to be both mother and father. Was she capable of the job? Was there a choice? When had she first realized the inevitability of this day? The weeks and months were a blur, but even after the excruciating effects of chemotherapy, she had continued to remain hopeful despite the doctor's glum statistics. Hope was all they had, and even as that diminished, her feelings of helplessness escalated. Sitting by his bed had been something to do. Now even that had been taken from her. There had been such encouraging reports after his surgery. We hope we got it all, the oncologist had reported, but a melanoma is a challenge. If it hasn't metastasized, we'll be lucky. But it had. Subsequent tests, the interminable wait for results, the feared reports. It isn't fair! It isn't fair! Voices within her screamed. Fair is found only in the dictionary, she told herself. Jim was taking her arm. He was helping her into a limousine. Had she locked the front door, she wondered? Now there's a foolish thought. Gil's clothes. What do I do with Gil's clothes? They were moving at an agonizingly slow pace through the city's streets. Traffic stopped as they inched their way toward... where? Her life had stopped, too. It had been good that they had talked openly, this thanks to Jen's encouragement. It was so very hard, those first few words of admission, that they were preparing to say goodbye. But as they haltingly persisted, Gil became more relaxed. They were able to offer comfort to each other, to cry, to reminisce, and on occasion even to laugh. We've been quite a team, Mag, he had said as he held her hand. It wasn't a long run, but it was a damn good one. Sharing, if only for the moment, alleviated the awesome loneliness. The freedom to express feelings was considerably more difficult for their son. He balked when Gil referred to a future of which he would not physically be a part. I can leave you with no regrets, son, because I know I've given you a precious gift. I have loved your mother. Even though Adam demonstrated great reluctance, Maggie felt that in time such memories would serve him well. Remaining at home had been Gil's wish. At first Maggie flinched, overwhelmed by her perception of inadequacy, but Jen, with no discussion, had moved in, and in consultation with the doctors, had seen to Gil's being comfortable and pain-free. Her presence, coupled with the aid of hospice nurses and the never-ending support of family and friends, had made it possible. The waning months of their lives together passed all too quickly. Maggie had kissed him good night. In the morning, he was at peace. I got a call from Dr. Sanderman's office this afternoon. Maggie greeted Jen as she flopped wearily into their new tilt-back lounge chair. Dr. Sanderman? Name sounds familiar. Who is he? Jen asked. Chairman of Otology at Northwestern, that's who. Right. My, oh my. Big-time stuff. What's he got up his sleeve? Or should I ask if he put a bug in your ear? Funny. His secretary said that he'd been working with the speech and education departments and that they're interested in expanding. Wants me to come to discuss coordinating a program. Did you warn him that you're a dyed-in-the-wool manualist? Jen queried. Nope. Didn't think to mention that. My only thought was that I'm not sure I'm ready to leave the classroom. So you're going to go see him? I'm willing to listen, but not commit. It was so rewarding, so comfortable discussing events with Jen. Her understanding of Maggie's needs never ceased being amazing. It was as though they were one, and almost always Jen was cognizant of Maggie's thoughts even before they were verbalized. When Jen suggested they buy a different house together and still remain in Adam's school district, Maggie found the idea amazing, for the very consideration had been on her mind. When they contacted a real estate agent and described precisely what they wanted, she was able to present them with a dozen different offerings. They agreed on the same one on the spot. It's even more perfect than I had dared dream, Maggie raved. Outrageous, came Jen's agreement. That apartment in the basement, kitchen and all, perfect for Adam. Wait till he sees it. He'll go bananas over it. Then, thoughtfully, but Jen, their asking price is beyond our limit. He gets what he pays for, sweetie. And 3 bedrooms upstairs. That means that we can each have our own office. Beats a closet. Jen's enthusiasm was contagious. She appointed Maggie as their interior decorator and was immediately impressed with her selection of color and pattern. Even the choice of plants for the altered landscaping was mutually acceptable, with virtually no disagreement. I love sharing these decisions with you, Jen, Maggie had told her. And I just plain love you, Doc, was Jen's warm response. The move was more difficult than Maggie had anticipated. Not only did they have possessions from 2 dwellings to combine along with some discards, but Maggie had memories that she was leaving behind. It had been Jen's suggestion that changes, for Adam's sake, be kept to a minimum. Neither was willing to disrupt his transition, nor suggest that the life he had known when his father was with him had been forgotten. His welfare was uppermost, and both Jen and Maggie were sensitive to his acceptance of the relationship being established. The fact that he headed southward to school when he walked out his front door rather than north, as he had for all these years that he could remember, created no problem. His peer group remained the same, his school unchanged. That a healthy transition finally had taken place became eminently clear when he came home one evening with a new friend in tow. Jerry, he said, when they came in, I'd like you to meet my mom. And this is Aunt Jen, my other mother.